everyone. Happy Tuesday, innit? I am here to talk you all through it. Because there's a lot to go through, isn't there? I am just getting some last minute bits together. I have been busy waking up early and editing today.
Listening to the Electronic Intifada.
Yes, that's right, John Elmer. We will be listening to you later. And I have got to put my cup of tea on. So I shan't be long. I'll be back very soon, very shortly. And yeah, see you in a hot minute. Okay. I'm here, I'm ready. How's it going? Welcome in. How's everybody doing? Mad apologies for yesterday's stream, by the way. Incredibly unprofessional. That won't be happening ever again. In that way. But it was very long, wasn't it? It was still very long. There was a long amount of time that I was live for. And that's all things... That's all beneficial, isn't it? It's all actually just beneficial for all of you. So, don't really need to apologize for that much, do I? It's great to see everyone. How you doing? Valerie, Nini, Roshan, Morgana, Middle-earth Marxist, Connor, Prince, Val, other Val, Val and other Val. Both Vals are here. I said Connor, didn't I? Connor, Emily, Morrigan, Nappers. How you all doing? It's Tuesday. It's Benny's official, yeah. Benny's official for everybody. I'm doing okay, thanks for asking, Roshan. Yeah, I'm alright. I am, like I said, had a busy day editing. I woke up early today, so, yeah, why is that? Well, I started taking my melatonin again. That was all that was. Remember that week where it was just like, waking up really late? Wow, damn, what's that about? Was it daylight savings? No. It was because I stopped taking my melatonin and my brain is different to other people's. So, there you go. That's what that was. But yeah, nah. So, been taking melatonin. I'm waking up earlier again. It's great. Did a whole bunch of editing for Red Planet yesterday and today. Had a meeting about it with Soph. We meshed together the documentary. It's very good. So far, it's really starting to look like it's taking proper shape, which is really exciting. I'm really excited to share it with all of you once it's been finished. And other than that, did a bit of admin. Did my income and expenses for Universal Credit. Did a tiny bit of prep for the stream. Went to the gym. And that's it, really. That's all the day's been. I have to wait like a solid hour after taking melatonin because I got a fatty liver. Wait a minute. What do you mean you have to wait a solid hour after taking melatonin because I got a fatty liver? Explain yourself. Because I've got a fatty liver. Is melatonin related to fatty liver? And what do you mean you have to wait a solid hour? I'm genuinely interested. Like, this concerns my own health. I'm so sleepy. I had a decent sleep last night compared to normal. As well as a nap. I don't know why I'm so EP. If you don't, you wake up all groggy. That's because fatty liver makes you fatigued. So it's not So taking melatonin when you've got a fatty liver, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, I just had a big panic there for a moment. I was like, oh my God. Why have my doctors not picked up on this? Right? Other way around. If you have a fatty liver, it takes longer for the pills to be absorbed. Very nice. I panicked too. What the fuck? Thank you for explaining. Urinal cakes. Great first chat message. Great first name. Me too. I got fatty liver. I'm managing too. I think with the generation of fatty liver, I think that's what it is. I was watching that one doctor that I watch, and he was saying, yeah, fatty liver is one of the most prominent issues that people have, you know, who are like in their 20s and 30s and 40s nowadays. And it's just because I think we just ate a load of sweets. I think it's all the sweets and shit, chat. I fell asleep last stream, so I don't know what happened. Well, you can watch the VOD, can't you? Which I forgot to upload. But I will upload it later tonight. My issue was the booze. So you actually had alcoholic fatty liver. Yeah, whereas I've got non-alcoholic fatty liver. Which is surprising because I didn't drink for a whole bunch of time, and then I did. You know? And I was like, surely this is what's made my liver bad. Surely this is why I'm getting liver pains. And the doctor was like, no, it's non-alcoholic fatty liver. Alright. Fair enough. I'm just fat. Fucking hell yeah, let's go. Whoa! I mean, to be clear, I also, like, you know, when I got diagnosed with fatty liver, I also had a belly. You know what I mean? I wasn't like... But what they do say is that it is just kind of like... It's not really about you being fat. It's about you being like... like having visceral fat on the inside, right? When you're an alky, though, you also tend to eat an awful diet. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I did anyways. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a mixture of both, right? Our liver looks after so much stuff. Thank you for explaining that, Morrigan. You're right. If you have a fatty liver, it does take longer for pills to be absorbed. Yes, that's correct, because your liver is not operating at optimum efficiency. So there you go. Yes, it is a complex issue. Yes. Correct. So, where was I? What was I talking about? I was doing editing. Yeah, I was doing editing, and it's going really well. Really happy with the Zad doc. That's it, really, for my update. I've just been working all day. I worked out. And now I'm settling into some more work. Which is streaming. Hey Layla, how's it going? Is it Western fast food chains? Feels like there's a reason for that. At my worst point, I was definitely eating way too many burgers. I don't necessarily think it's Western fast food chains. I think it's like, even if you get like fast food from just like a regular place, right? Just like not a chain, just like its own independent store. It's still going to be bad because, you know, it's all red meat, it's processed cheese, it's processed bread and stuff. Thank you for the follow. It's, you know, even the veg is just like, it's all stuff that's chopped up and prepared in like a factory. It's not fresh, you know, all that kind of business. Yeah, there's butter, there's fat, there's oil, all that business. It doesn't matter if it's a chain or not. The chains are going to be worse for sure. 1000%. I'm not denying that, but like, even if you're just like, you know, because my favorite place that I used to go to was Burgerism. Like over Christmas, I was getting enough Burgerism, and then I went vegan, and then I went mental, and then I started having Burgerism again. And it's like that place is like, they make just killer food, but hey, killer in two senses. See what I did there? Yo. Yeah, that's what it's called, Burgerism, yeah. I can only eat my brother's restaurant once a month because every dish is like that. Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that, like, doctors don't say, like, never eat it. They just say, like, our bodies are pretty clever, right? And they're pretty resilient. They have to be. If you think about the fragility of life and the fragility of, like, our bodies, yeah. Just everyone's body is so fragile, and I think we forget that a lot of the time. But in terms of being resilient to, like, eating things, we're actually quite resilient, depending on, you know, you might have a condition that stops you from being resilient. in some way or another, or allergies or whatever. But you can handle eating all that shit like once a month or something. You could do it once a month, right? I'm trying to just like get that shit out of my system and just like never crave it. It is hard, but you know, I should stop cooking like a restaurant at home. I mean, it depends what kind of restaurant, because if you're cooking like a restaurant, you know, that is making fresh and healthy pasta or something, then you're gonna be fine. You know, just use your noggin. Beef tallow fries twice a week type beat. Yeah, nah, you can't be doing that. Hey Bellatrix, hey Soccer, hey Ezron. Not even the liver wants to work anymore. Many more people are saying this. More and more people are saying it. I find moderation hard, so I usually just try and forego. Yeah, because it's like... Look, chat, I had a cigarette on stream yesterday, right? A completely legal cigarette. It's an Easter treat, right? But that cigarette, I got it on the night before because Red Planet got cancelled. And when Red Planet gets cancelled nowadays, I'm like, oh, what am I going to do for 2 hours, right? I've got 2 hours with nothing to do. And I went to my next door neighbor and I was like, hello, next door neighbor, do you have an Easter cigarette? Right? And he was like, yes. So I had an Easter cigarette and I was having it and I was like, this is wonderful. I have an unexpected night off. I'm going to play some eugenics and go to bed early. And I've got this wonderful cigarette that's going to relax me. Right? And then I smoked a bit of it and I thought, that's enough. I haven't smoked a cigarette in a long time. Let me put it down on the side. I'll have that on 420 because that's cigarette day, isn't it? Right? I'll have it on. Yes, it was an egg-shaped cigarette. Yes, you all saw that on the stream yesterday. That it was an egg-shaped cigarette. That's why it's an Easter cigarette. That's why it looked that shape. So I put it down and I said 420. That's the day for cigarettes. 420. I'll have that right on 420. But of course, as you all know, I didn't, because yesterday, because it was a sunny day, even though I was working and doing a sunny and it being a sunny day, I smoked the rest of my Easter cigarette. So moderation is very difficult, especially for me. I am what they call a sicko, and if someone is just there and like I can see it with my eyes, my brain is like, you should consume that. Like, you know, like yesterday was a real moment for me where I was like, I'm so glad I don't fucking smoke this shit every day, man, because it's like, yeah, I just can't have it. I just can't have it around me. I only just heard about 420. I don't know why I kept seeing 420 references. It's an American thing. It's an American thing. I don't really want to live past the age of like 68 anyway. Sorka, when you get to 36, you are not going to be saying that. I promise you. I promise you. You're gonna be saying, I want to live as long as fucking humanly possible. I'm gonna do everything I can to make that happen. I remember saying throwaway comments like that when I was 23. Anyway, Urinal Cake said it won't let me follow you. Okay, I think that there's a problem with it on mobile. You might have to re-download the... whatchamacallit? You might have to re-download the app or whatever. My mum's 54 and she says that. We have genetic dementia. Oh, no, sure. That's different. Yeah, that's different. Yeah, if you're, like, absolutely certain you're gonna get dementia, that's a terrifying prospect. Damn, we should start trading with Cuba so we could get that Alzheimer's medicine, right? I can't have biscuits or sweets or chocolate at the house for the same reason. Yeah, I can't have, like, anything good around me. At all. It's not good though, is it? It's bad. I can't have anything bad around me. If I have bad things around me, I'll just have it. I'll just have it. I will just immediately have it. Hello, Atomically Powered. How are you doing as well? So we've got news to get through. And a lot of it is scary, and a lot of it is concerning and worrying. But as you know, chat, I try and provide this stream as a place where you can go, you know what? Things are scary, but I understand it a bit more now. And I feel less scared. That's hopefully going to be the outcome of today's stream, right? The first thing that I'll tell you, the first thing that we'll cover is the post, right? Because I know that this is what everybody is freaking out about, right? So this is the post. This is the post that Trump made. He said, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter, less radicalized minds prevail. Maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We'll find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world, 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death, will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran." Now, what seems to have happened on the internet is that this is the first time that anyone has noticed that Iran is being bombed. Right? And what I mean by that is that there are some liberals who have seen the first line of this and gone, "Oh my god, he's going to use a nuke!" Ah! And they're freaking out because they've been trying to go back to brunch so much that they haven't engaged with what is happening here at all. They've not looked at the news about it. They've just gone, "Oh, he's bombing Iran." You know, this is the inhumanity, the banality of the evil of the liberal, right? A nuke isn't what my first thought was. Right, atomic. Now, why is that? Why is that? Because you watch the fucking djmuel stream, and we've spoken about this, right? We've spoken about the potentials of... Right? We've spoken about the potentials of what could possibly happen, even if a nuke was dropped, yeah? Mule, you're an international treasure? What, because I said liberals are freaks? Because I said liberals are desperate to pretend that things aren't happening. This is what's happened. This is what's happened. The entire timeline of fucking back to brunch libs are just like, you know, because they aren't talking about this stuff. They're talking about doing no kings protests. They're talking about, trying to vote for the Democrats and shit like that. You know, but like, what have we got? Like in opposition to this, what do we have? I had it loaded up. I guess I don't have it loaded up. Where is it? Did I not have this loaded up? Is it not ready to go? I saw a thing with Chuck Schumer, and I guess, oh, here it is. What have we got? What have we got? What is the option that liberals are presenting us with for this entire thing? Well, it looks a little bit like this. It looks a little bit like Chuck Schumer posting a video with the text, "If Taco Trump is already folding on Iran, the American people need to know about it. No side deals." What do you mean, dude? What do you mean?
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And now, all of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous. We need to make that side deal public. Any side deal should be before Congress and, most importantly, the American people.
It's just so insane, dude. It's like, the war is fine as long as you do it properly. This is Senator Chuck Schumer. He's like the leader of the fucking opposition or whatever, like the equivalent in America. You don't know about the Taco Trump stuff, Prince? They call him Taco Trump because they're like, Trump always chickens out. That's what that stands for. TACO. A politician that didn't swear, I'd vote for him. Hello, TTK, welcome in. Streamer kept chat waiting for 30 seconds. Banned! Yeah, exactly. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom. Facts are illegal now, Mule. You gotta watch out. Yeah. No, it's so stupid. It's one of the stupidest fucking things in politics at the moment. It really is. But yeah, you know, so look, here's the thing, chat. The post is it's an evil thing to say, but you know, he said even more evil things than this. And again, this is just like, it's a moment that has captured the liberal mind where they've gone, oh my god, you know, and they're like suddenly terrified about this. And it's like, you know, we're seeing all this rhetoric about Democrat voters, liberals in America. They're sort of hand-wringing about this stuff and being like, oh, well, you know, the Iranian regime is evil, and like, I've been told that they're evil for decades, so they gotta be evil. They killed bajillion billion people of their own people, you know, and oh, maybe the gas prices are gonna be too high, and oh no, the gas prices. It's like, bro, they killed 180 little girls on the first day of the fucking war. Calm the fuck on! You know? It's just like, come on, bro. Like, this is the first time you're paying attention to this shit. This is the first time you're like, oh no, he might kill all of them. It's like, bro, they've been trying to do that. They've been trying to do that for the last month. Where are we? What are we doing? So, you know, that's how I feel about it, right? That's how I feel about, like, all of a sudden everybody noticing this stuff. All of a sudden, everyone going, oh my god, he's gonna use the nuke. It's like, brother, what the fuck are you talking about? They've been nuking everybody! They've been nuking everybody! They've been fucking blowing the shit out of fucking civilian infrastructure for so much of this fucking last month. There were like 2,000, maybe 3,000 people dead in Iran. There are thousands of people dead in fucking Lebanon. What are we doing? Oh my god, it's just so fucking frustrating. It's like, he's not just gonna use a nuke now because he fucked up an operation this week, right? And also, all of these fucking libs don't even know what they're fucking talking about, because we were covering this shit yesterday and we were sat there and we were like, this probably didn't happen. It's crazy. He's chatting rubbish. He's like, oh my god, we sent in 2 planes and then another plane, and then they brought this plane in, and then that plane had like 3 special baby helicopters in, but they were flat packed and they built them on the ground there. They did it there, and then we couldn't take off the 2 planes because they were covered in wet sand, and then the wet sand meant that we had to blow them up. We had to blow up our own planes because we can't let the Iranians have them. Yeah, man, sounds really fucking convenient to rescue one guy. Obviously, it's a botched operation, right? I watched the Rob Rousseau coverage of this because obviously Rob Rousseau's video, his YouTube video. Check out Rob Rousseau on Twitch. He put it into words that I probably could have put into on my stream yesterday if I wasn't smoking a perfectly legal cigarette for most of the stream, because it was Easter and a special occasion. But the way that he put this on his video was very good. He said, look, they tried to do a ground operation. It went badly. So they are completely distracting everybody with this idea that they went in to rescue some soldier that just so happens to sound like a movie plot. And actually, the reality is they tried to steal the enriched uranium. They went to Isfahan, literally to Isfahan, where Natanz, the nuclear facility, is. They fucked it up because Iran is just too badass to let something like that happen now, right? And that's it. Like, they're trying to just pretend that they just like did this amazing thing. And, you know, it shows in the contradictions that Trump was doing yesterday in his fucking presser, where he was like, oh, you know, you don't really want to send in hundreds of people to something like this. And then literally 30 minutes later, he was like, there were hundreds of people involved in this operation. It's like, what are you talking about? It's mad. It's mad. It's just mad. So anyway, you know, that's what happened. That's clearly what's happened. But these liberals aren't even engaging with that stuff. So it's like, why are they all of a sudden, like, here's the thing. What is he doing, chat? A whole civilization will die tonight. He is making a threat, right? He is making a threat. There is simply not enough firepower in a nuke to destroy an entire civilization. There just isn't. Right? There just isn't. Even a nuke, chat. Right? I know nukes are big and they're bad and they can blow up and kill a lot of people, but even nukes cannot destroy a whole civilization, because a civilization is a lot of things. It's its past, it's its present, it's its future, it's its people who manage to survive living underground. You would have to carpet bomb Iran with nukes, right? Exactly. And that is not going to happen. That would be so insane. A nuke wipes out a city, not an entire country. Even multiple nukes may wipe out multiple cities, but not an entire country. Right? There's 90 million people in Iran. It just occurred to me, does Iran even have a Truth Social account? Yeah, of course they do. Like, but you could just get onto Truth Social anyway. Right? Yeah, exactly. Japan took 2 and got back up overall. Correct. It'll destroy a city and ruin the environment. That's right. That's what will happen. That's what will happen. That's what will happen. So we know the realities of what a nuke would do, right? Now, do I think that Trump would do it? You know, I don't like to make predictions because we all know what happens when streamers make predictions. They come wrong and it's bad and stuff like that. So I will only try and give the best answer that I can give to this, which is we've covered this for a long time now, right? We've been covering this for a month. We've been covering Trump's rhetoric and the kind of things that he does and shit like that for a long time. I personally do not think he would do a nuke. The reality of the situation is that he keeps coming back to opening up the Strait of Hormuz. He keeps talking about it. He keeps talking about it. This is the one thing that is on his mind. He's a CEO. He loves money. He doesn't want the economy to go to shit because it means it could affect him massively. You know? And no, I think that all we could do is really hope that I'm right, Mushy. I think that we really all can, like, every single one of us, all we can do is just hope that I'm right on this. But just going off like what Trump values, yeah. He values the Strait of Hormuz. He values the fucking oil, right? He values all this kind of stuff. Counterpoint, he's lost the nuclear football and refuses to tell the Secret Service. What is the nuclear football? What do you mean? Is it like the thing that they have, like the key to the nuclear code in like a football or so? I don't know. I don't know what that is. But anyway, here's the thing. The reality of what this is going to be is just him destroying the infrastructure. That's what it's going to be. He is going to bomb a bunch of power plants. He's going to bomb a bunch of water facilities. He's going to bomb a bunch of, you know, they are just going to get the book from Israel. That's all it is. You remember, he's made threats like this before. He said, if Hamas doesn't disarm, we're going to unleash hell upon them. Where is that hell? They've not done that. It's not happened. You know? And in fact, there is a different kind of hell going on. He's totally focused on this at the moment. So, you know, he is going to continue to focus on this. But I do not think he will use a nuke. On the other hand, if he does use a nuke, if I'm wrong, and I hope I'm not wrong, and that's all that we could do, we could just hope that I'm not wrong. But if I am, again, it just won't be the end. It just won't be the end of Iran. It won't be the end of resistance in the region, and it won't be the end of Iran. So, you know, this is the reality. It will suck. Bubble said something earlier before. Trump's playing a dangerous game, which is higher than he's really dealing. Once it's shown the threat of total annihilation is empty, we enter a post-mad world. Now, that's an interesting take, Bubble. Welcome in, by the way. Welcome in everyone who's coming in just now, by the way. Hello, Pitsy. Hello, Susie. Did anyone else come in that I missed? Sorry if I've missed anyone. I'm obviously, like, you know, real serious about this, doing some serious chatting about this stuff. But yeah, I think that's an interesting point, Bubble. Yeah, like I mean, he hasn't said that he's gonna use a nuke, right? So if he doesn't use a nuke, then what you're saying, like the threat of total annihilation is empty, we enter a post mutually assured destruction world. I don't know if that's where we would be from this particularly. Now, if he was threatening to use a nuke, then yes, sure. Right, it would imply something like that. But anyway, I don't know, man. I think that it would be the stupidest decision in the world to make it. This is why I think that he won't do it, because even though Trump doesn't care what people think of him. Like, he really doesn't care what people think of him. He says he doesn't, but, you know, he doesn't care how people, like, analyze what he says and shit. Like, he just says whatever the fuck he wants. He's just like, I don't care. But then he gets mad when people say, this is what he was saying and shit like that. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? He just says what he wants, is what I'm saying. I just think that he has just made, like, this massive threat. And it's just to be like, we're going to bomb the shit out of everyone. We want you to fucking, like, do what we say. I'm signaling to you that I'm going to destroy your entire fucking, you know, country and shit like that. But also, yes, he's used words like annihilation and stuff before. It's more of his usual histrionics. Yeah, absolutely. But also, even though he's that kind of guy, even though he's this kind of guy, the guy who completely fumbled the bag in terms of describing the epic mission that the USA supposedly did this weekend, when in fact it was just a botched operation in Iran to try and seize the enriched uranium. I just think that even he is not stupid enough to nuke Iran, because if you nuke Iran, you are nuking all of the potential for, you know, if you are going to plunder the region. You know what I mean? Take it as you will, but the White House has ruled out the use of nuclear weapons after Trump posted his infamous truth. Well, you know, again, we can't take anything. We can't take what the White House says as anything. Do you know what I mean? But hello, Garlo, welcome in, and hello, Dan. If they were to do this, the US's power all over the world would be completely dead. It would be over. There would be massive ramifications worldwide. Like, the world is not going to respond well to a nuclear weapon being used on Iran, when most of the people in the world are sat there going like, yeah, I don't want anything to do with this. Also, hi, Sally. Welcome in. I think using nukes without vocally threatening you would use one is strategical waste, if that makes sense. Yeah. Sally with the 45 consecutive streams. An uber narcissist with dementia and not long left to live would do the wildest things, but you're probably right. I mean, he's already doing the wildest things. This is what I think. This is personally just what I think. I do just think that they are in a situation where they're like, we're just going to keep bombing them. We're just going to keep bombing them. We're going to start bombing other stuff. We're going to bomb new stuff. But this is stuff that they've already been bombing. It's stuff that is... Like, here's the thing. Israel is getting completely fucked up. You'll notice that Israel is very quiet at the moment. I wonder why that is, chat. Have you noticed? They're not really shouting about a lot of stuff. What's going on with that? We're going to take a look at some of that in a bit. Right? So that's interesting. Essentially what I'm alluding to is that Israel's military capacity has been greatly diminished by fighting this war on 3 fronts. And do you remember when I said that this war could be the end of Israel and probably will be the end of Israel? There was a guy, Sophie was saying yesterday, there was a guy in the IDF saying, yeah, the IDF is like pretty close to collapsing. So, you know, that remains to be seen. I'm sure Rowie is covering bits of that. I haven't managed to catch one of Rowie's streams recently. But we should do some looking into it. You know what I mean? Disastrous retaliation from Iran, and most importantly, a massive rethinking of relations with America across the globe is why I don't think the US is going to use a nuke. Here's the other thing exactly. This is another great point. No, they are. That's it, Garlo. Absolutely. They are going to do increased strikes on civilians. That's what this is. When he says a whole civilization will die tonight, he's signaling that he's going to do war crimes. It's not necessarily a nuke. It's just he's going to bomb the shit out of loads of civilian infrastructure and also civilian residential areas. Like, that's what's going to happen. And he's doing this because he's pissed off that he can't make a dent in Iran militarily. And they've been completely humiliated this weekend. That's what it is, right? So there's that. It's going to be that. Rebel Phoenix says the Doomsday Jet is fueled up, so it could be nukes. The Doomsday Jet has been fueled up for the last 2 years, Rebel Phoenix. This doesn't mean anything. Sorry, that just doesn't mean anything. The Doomsday, one of the Doomsday jets is currently in the UK. It doesn't mean anything. They've been doing test flights. They test flight this. Sorry, I don't think he's gonna nuke. Sorry, I just don't think he's gonna nuke. And I don't think that the Doomsday plane, you know, going everywhere is like. It doesn't make sense. Is there a chance that Israel launch a nuke regardless of what Trump does? Yeah, sure, but I don't even know if they've got him. Literally no one knows if Israel actually has nukes that work. Israel falls when the US falls or cuts its losses and distance itself, and it does look like this is where things are going. That's what I'm saying, Sally. They were just removing the Doomsday Jet's laundry room, yeah. Operation Epic Dick Thumble, Epic Chungus Bacon America. The advantage of him hinting that it could be a nuke is that now any bad shit that he does that isn't a nuke will result in the media going, well, it wasn't as bad as it could have been, so we should let him off. Yeah, that's the sad reality of it, and I actually do think that that's part of his game here. The Doomsday plane does tests and prep whenever the US does any major military stuff. Also, by the way, do we not know what the Doomsday Jet is? Do we not know what the Doomsday Jet is for? Right? When we're talking about the Doomsday plane, do we know what we're talking about? Because the Doomsday plane is literally just a plane that they could do command stuff from. That's all it is. It doesn't mean that the Doomsday plane is not a... No, it's not even a B-2 that delivers nukes. It's just literally a plane that the president goes on if something horrible has happened to the USA. That's all it is. Right? You can look this stuff up. It's literally just a plane where the president can sit there and go, right, it's just like a portable White House. That's what it is. It's a portable White House. So... yeah, it's just a mobile command center. And by the way, chat, there's like 4 of them. There's like 4 of them. So, you know, yeah, it's just a flying panic shelter. Like, that's all it is. So, you know. No, Air Force One is just what he uses to go places, Sorka. I forgot what model it is. My partner's an airplane expert. Airplane pervert. Can't believe it. They consider it for him to be safer to be in the air instead of a fixed point where the enemy can find. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's like a backup Air Force One. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, any plane that has Trump on it is a Doomsday plane. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. Anyway, so, right. This is the thing, chat. This is the reason why the facts are important. This is why it is important that we know about this stuff. It's important why we... you know, actually, like, think about what is the information that's available to us. Let's think about it. This, right? So we have, you know, gone through what things Trump would say, what things Trump has said in the past, what things Trump is saying right now, how that relates to possible escalations in action, and the reality on the ground in Iran if the worst case scenario happens, right? So that's what we've done. We've figured that out. We've calmed down, hopefully. Right? And we've also examined what the Doomsday plane is for. Rebel Phoenix says one of its primary purposes is continuity of government during nuclear warfare, thus being nicknamed the Doomsday plane. Rebel Phoenix! I love you, dude. I love you, chatter. I love you. Yeah. I know what you're saying. I brought this thing up. Mule was right about it. I'm cherry picking a little bit of info to make it seem like I had a point. Listen, it's okay. I don't think you're an idiot. I don't think you're stupid. I don't think I'm smarter than you. You're smarter than me. Whatever. We're all equals here. It's fine. You brought up the Doomsday plane. It is scary. It's totally fine. Lots of us here are fucking freaking out. Everybody here is freaking out, right? I'm not sat here being like, I'm totally at ease with what's going on with all this like imperial bluster and it's totally fine. I'm not sat here doing that, right? I hate the fact that Iran is going through what it's going through, and I'm terrified for what they might go through. I do, however, have hope and want to retain hope, and a lot of hope has been, you know, vindicated by the fact that Iran has absolutely fucking dumpstered the USA in many, many ways, and Israel. it's like pretty much over for the fucking empire, man. Like, it's fucking over. Like, you know, this is the reason that I want to cover this stuff. You know what I mean? Yes, we're all going to start doing competitions. We think which chatter is smarter than the other. And if I'm smarter than any of all of chat. Don't worry that Iran has become a master at sniping down airplanes in motion. Get on the doomsday plane. It's perfectly safe for president. Yeah, it's really safe for presidents. Okay, so, look, here's the thing, yeah? This is where we're at. This is where we're up to. This is what we know so far. And what we also know so far, right, is that Karg Island is being hit today. Karg Island is being hit today. Yeah? Cholesterol is our biggest hope right now. You know, I think this is the only time that I'll entertain Trump dying could make things slightly better theory. I do think that Hexeth is also sunk cost fallacy all in on this. I think it will be tough to stop Hexeth from continuing to go on with this, and I'm pretty sure there's contingency plans. I don't know, Mule seems like he might lose that after all. He doesn't like beans on toast with cheese in it. Correct. That's correct. They were still careful not to hit the actual oil export infrastructure. That suggests fear of retaliation on Iran's part. Exactly, Garlo Mango. Again, this is why we're going to go through all this stuff as much as possible. But anyway, before we do any of that, right? I've satiated chat's fears. No one in chat is freaking out now. Yeah, everyone's calmed down. We're all good. Yeah. We're equipped with knowledge, which makes us calmer and feel more rational about the potential of the worst thing possible, right? Hexeth's press conference was cancelled this morning. Has he been seen in public? I think they fired him. No, I think he's just freaking out. I think that they're all just freaking out, Susie. I genuinely think that that's what's happened. I think that they've been being fed ridiculous information about this war and about stuff that's been happening in the war and whatnot. And I think that they've actually been delivered the real news that this operation that they did to try and get all of Iran's enriched uranium from Natanz in Isfahan at the weekend went very badly. And I think that they were not prepared for how badly this operation was going to go. And I think Trump and Hexeth are both pissed. I think Hexeth is probably having a couple of fucking Scoobies. And when I say Scoobies, I don't know. It's just sort of what my fucking, like, 69-year-old dad calls drinks. Scoops. A couple of scoops. You scoop the cup in the trough and you drink it. It's booze. I'm talking about booze. He's having a nice long chat with Mr. Booze. So, you know, I think that's what's happening. Well, there you go, Prince. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, this is what I'm saying. When we have to think about we Beverleys, when we think about Trump, yeah, when we think about Trump, we have to think about, like, what does he like the most, more than anything, except for being a pedophile, right? What does he like more than anything except for being a pedophile? He obviously likes being a pedophile more than anything, but what does he like second to that? He likes money. He loves money. He loves gold. He's a weird freak. He's a weird fucking chauvinist freak. Deals himself, McDonald's. This can all be exchanged with money, right? Golf, he needs money to be able to do that, I guess. I don't know. Look, it's his wealth. He loves his wealth, and he loves capitalism. He is the end point of capitalism. The reason that we have Trump is because of capitalism. The reason that we have capitalism is because of Trump. That's not true, but you know what I'm trying to say. At the end of the day, he knows that the Hormuz Strait is fucking things up for the world. It's fucking things up for capital worldwide. There might be some temporary gains, but there is going to be a big crash. People are warning him about it. He's probably going, I'm not worried about that. No, we can make a lot of money. No, it's fine. But in his private fucking room, he's going, shit, what am I going to do? I should sell some stocks. I should sell little bits of my stocks and then And then hopefully no one will notice. You know, it's stuff like that, right? That's what's going down. If he were to use a nuke in that region, there would just be... capitalism would probably be done, man. It would probably just be over. Right? The petrodollar would certainly be over. And that's a big part of it. Anyway, that's my take. That's my take. We'll go into it a little bit more, right? We'll go into it a little bit more. But for now, we are gonna... we're gonna check out some fun stuff. And no, Morrigan, I won't be sharing that. But I've seen it, and I suppose that's the whole point. I suppose that's the whole point. If you're in the Discord, you could go and look at what she was trying to share anyway. Can't you? You can all go ahead and do that. Listen, chat, it's the start of the stream, so I'm going to start the stream how I was going to start it if there wasn't some kind of, like, insane despot pedophile who was threatening to wipe out an entire civilization today. And I'm starting it with this. So good. This is so fucking good, dude. Okay, I really need to see this one bit again. There's like a bit in here. This one bit. It's so good. Just like a picture of him, just like... It says here, create a normal man. Savvy, normalness, grip, blue suit, rhetoric, business, red wall appeal, centrism. It's so good. Oh, chat, it's all gonna be worth it. Chat, it's all gonna be worth it in a month's time. Chat, the May elections are in a month. They're in a month. We can't be worried about nukes. Because Labour are gonna get nuked at the polls. Oh! You know? Think about that. Think about that. We gotta keep going for this, man. We gotta keep going for this. Imagine the humiliation. It's gonna be fucking amazing. You think that Gorton and Denton was good? Wait until Labour are humiliated. Wait until there are independence parties in charge of Scotland and Wales. And I don't know how it's gonna go in Ireland. I actually don't really have my finger on the pulse of the north of Ireland, but you know, I know in Scotland and Wales, I know what people are thinking there. So yeah, you know, that's going to be interesting. And don't forget, chat, I will be doing an all-night election stream for the May elections if and only if we hit the £700 dono goal for this stream. So if that's something that you want, Give me money. Give me tips. There you go. We got more stuff to look at. What's this? Iran embassy in Kenya posting a video here of Pete Hegseth, and they've just put the I don't know what the video is about. I'm not looking at the writing on the video or anything. It just says the strait is open, right? This is the Iranian embassy in Kenya. The strait is open. Let's have a look at this video. Don't look at the text on the screen. Just don't look at the text on the screen.
Good morning.
Chat, can we talk about how... Can we talk about how Iranian embassies are posting things you've never seen before? He tried to suck it back in? Like, seriously. Did I share this? Did I share this the other day? Chat, this is the Iranian embassy in Tunisia. They just posted a bunch of air pilots ejecting in the sky and just put chair force. This motherfucker just said chair force. These embassies are posting things you've never seen. You've literally never seen posting like this. Anyway, there you go. There's the... Chair Force 1 is Trump's toilet. Exactly. Memes of Iran's true weapons of mass destruction. Yes, absolutely. Now, I said to you before, didn't I, chat, that I watched Rob Rousseau's video, and Rob Rousseau's video made me a Rob Rousseau truther. I think that Rob is entirely correct. Like I said, there was obviously a failed operation that happened over the weekend to try and seize the nuclear material, Iran's nuclear material. And Iran have also released another Lego thing. They've released another Lego video. I say Iran. I'm doing it. Now I'm doing it. Right? I'm saying Iran are releasing these things. But it's not Iran. It's just people who are doing this, right? Anyway, listen. These could be people who know extra stuff that we don't know. But Rob was playing this video. Rob was playing this video at the end of his video, and I stopped watching it because I was like, I want to watch this on stream. I want everyone to see my live reaction, live mule reaction. Midwestern Cat Lady, hello. Someday children will be analyzing these memes in history class like political cartoons. 1,000%. 1,000%. Hey, Chief Indian, what's up? Georgia, like the state, the Iranian embassies are entirely staffed by shit posters, apparently. Yeah, it's crazy. This was prompted by the Ayatollah himself. Yeah, we have confirmation. Yeah, let's take a look at this one. So there you go. Here's the American troops. Bit loud, sorry. Whoa, that is what happened though. That's the thing. That is actually just what happened. The hand bandage is a fun note, yeah. And like, look, this is Chat, that's actually what happened though. That's just actually what happened. That's me. I was there. It's so silly, dude. Just a bunch of soldiers in the bin. Sick, mate. Praise be to Allah. Okay, this is how I know that the Iranian state didn't make this, because this is just based off what Trump said, right? That's how you know. That's how you know. Syed Mohammed Barandi here, our boy, you know, who often takes the piss out of Shayla Fogarty and a bunch of other Western imperialist liberal mouthpieces, sharing a video here saying this was not a rescue operation. It was a much larger botched operation that fell into an Iranian ambush. Watch Iranian armed forces engaging with one of the helicopters of the Trump regime. So remember yesterday when I was kind of haphazardly saying that they lost way more planes than they're letting on, and they lost way more troops than they're letting on. In this operation, I wasn't really able to communicate my point that well for unexplained reasons, but here we are today with a clearer mind, and yeah, this is kind of a bit of more evidence of that. Like, there are definitely there are reports that a couple of Black Hawks, not Black Hawk particularly, but like rescue copters that you know, would normally do rescue missions, were actually shot down, not just you know, like damaged or whatever, but they are actually just like you know, have been shot down and stuff. So there's reports of that, and also the 2 Hercules aircraft which have gone down, and also the fighter pilot. And I think that we could probably estimate that there's like another 7 aircraft that have gone down in this botched operation. But let's just take a look at this footage. It's pretty interesting. Let's have a look. So you can see the bottom left here is a guy on an anti-aircraft gun. And there is the low-flying aircraft. Can't tell if it's a helicopter or a plane. The shape kind of says it looks like a plane. Sorry, that's so fucking loud, dude. So this looks like it is probably another plane coming in, or another aircraft at least. Speed tells me plane, yeah. And then obviously here's some more angles of the wreckage that we've seen before. We saw this yesterday. What about the IKEA helicopters? Can helicopters go that fast? Yeah, helicopters can go pretty fast. I think that in certain wind conditions, helicopters can go faster than planes, no? But these planes are pretty fast. Now, this is fucking crazy, chat. Like, look at what they're doing. They're, like, going through, like, fucking documents that they're finding in the fucking plane. What the fuck does that say? State of what? State of Israel border control stay permit until 20th of June 2026. They've got American Express credit cards there. So this is an Israeli travel visa or some shit. And I don't know what this is. Credit cards, I guess. Some kind of paperwork. There's some missiles that have fallen off the aircraft or whatever. Bunch of ammunition that they've managed to seize, I guess. Hey, Crescent Moon and Star, what's up? Everybody go and show some love to Crescent Moon and Star. I don't quite know what these are, but are these dead bodies? No, they're not. No, this is like water that, like, in case they... Or like oxygen or some shit? I don't know. You don't have to shout me out every time. Yes, we do. We're gonna make you the next big streamer, the next big up and coming streamer on the small streamer circuit. That's what's gonna happen. So what are those zip ties that they found? Yeah, these are zip ties, so obviously they were looking to maybe take prisoners or whatever. Yeah, it could be fuel. Yeah, it could be fuel, Georgia. Yeah. Yeah. A whole bunch of stuff. Bunch of water for survival, I guess. If they were to crash in the desert like they did, but I guess they didn't survive because they didn't drink it. They didn't take it with them. There you go. There's that. So, yeah, all things kind of point into the fact that this was indeed a botched operation. And remember, chat, yesterday, you know, we watched the full thing of this yesterday. I did my best to try and analyze it, right? But here it is, you know, this account here saying what he said at some point during the fucking presser. He said the mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. Right? So whatever he's saying is just all over the place. It's nonsense. It's crazy fucking shit. You know? He wasn't speaking with any kind of coherent line to be like, yes, this is what happened. You don't need that many planes for like anything. Exactly. He's just completely... He was winging it yesterday. But I think that, like, you know, the way that liars often work is they will do things like either completely over-exaggerate or totally deny what happened, right? So you've got the total denial that anything happened is the fact that they're saying that we rescued a guy. Yeah? We rescued a guy, a pilot went down and we rescued a guy. Winging it, good one. I didn't even know! I didn't even know! That's the total denial. The over-exaggeration is when Trump forgets what he's supposed to be doing and he goes, yeah, 155 planes, 155 planes, 175 bombers, 85 tankers, 78 refueling strato tankers. Give me a heads up in chat if you recognize the reference, okay? I'm trying. Anyway. So here he is saying this shit. Anyway, let's have a little listen. Let's re-listen to this one bit. It's about 3 minutes long.
The second rescue mission involved,
yes, thank you, Georgia,
155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location, because they had a vast military force out there.
Again, it's like this whole bit, like, when you look at this through the lens of, like, you know, yesterday I was saying this quite a lot, I think. Can't really remember, but I was saying, when you look at it through the lens of they're just lying, it just all of a sudden it just breaks down and it becomes so obvious why they're doing it and how they're doing it. You know? It's just so completely fucking blatant that they're lying, they're chatting rubbish, they got absolutely humiliated, they're sat there like, nah, you know, we did fine, it's okay, we rescued a guy, you can make a movie about this in 10 years.
Thousands of people were looking, so we wanted them to look in different areas.
I thought the uranium extraction rumors were bollocks until I realized how close they were to the nuclear facility, just 20 miles. I'm still skeptical though. No, I think that that's what they tried to do. I think they tried to do something. It was either trying to extract the enriched uranium. You know, Trump has been mentioning this for the last week, right? The last 2 weeks, he's been talking about the nuclear dust, right? He's called it the nuclear dust. It's been his new thing, even though it's not dust. It's like a circular disc, right? It's like an ingot. But yeah, anyway, you know what I'm saying here. Like, he's been talking about that. He's been mentioning it a bunch. Whatever they did definitely failed. We know that for sure. But I think that it is probably likely that they tried to... Because, you know, they wanted this to be a quick regime change operation. That is absolutely certain from everything, every kind of bit of information that we had at the start of this, where we are now. They wanted to assassinate Khamenei and a bunch of people in the higher echelons of the Iranian government, and they didn't manage to do regime change. And that's why he's coping all the time, saying, like, if you think about it, we do have a regime change because people in the regime changed. It's a war of hubris. Hello, weirdo. Yeah, totally. And I think that they wanted to do this regime change, and because that didn't work, they're like, okay, we need to do another big thing that's quick. It's a quick fix. We get a quick victory. We could be like, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. Iran will never... Like, if you remember last year during the 12-day war, at the end of the 12-day war, Trump was like, we did it. We bombed the nuclear facility. It's completely destroyed. They'll never be able to have a nuclear weapon. Like, that's what he wanted to be able to say again this week. He wanted to be able to say that this week, and that's why he's fucking stressed and losing his mind. That's my take on it. It just made total sense. As soon as Rob gave me, the license to think that is a possibility, I was like, oh my God, that makes so much sense. So much sense. I've played enough Satisfactory to know that all nuclear material is in fact a green glowing goop that comes in a yellow barrel. That's true, actually. That's how that works. You're right. Your local grocery clerk could negotiate a better deal than the podcasting dementia regime for multiple reasons, yeah.
We were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here.
And again, like, when you listen to the way that he's talking about this thing, like what he was saying yesterday, he was like, yeah, we had like a group over here and a group over there and a group over there and a group over there, and it was to distract him so that they wouldn't know where the guy was. And it's like, brother, this is the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard in my entire life. No one does that. No one does this. I'm sorry, man, but if a guy went down in the fucking middle of Iran, the US Army would be saying, see you later, pal. Sorry, you took one from the team. You took one for the team. See you in, see you in the hostage negotiations, I guess, right? That's what they would be saying.
Amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing, and Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole...
Pete Hegseth's not a general.
Amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision...
People were saying this yesterday, Georgia, yeah.
America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy...
No, I don't know why the fuck he's called Raisin Kane. I don't know. Hey, DJ, what's up? This is the fantasy of a guy stuck in the 80s remembering action movies. It totally is, yeah.
Rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind.
His nickname, it's his nickname? Is that really what it is? It's crazy that that's his nickname. Why is he called that? Does he just not hydrate? Has he got dry, flaky skin? What's the crack? What's going on? Is he wrinkled? Is he old?
The heroic F-15 weapon system.
It's Dan Kane, right? It's Dan Kane that they're talking about. General Dan Kane, because he doesn't look...
Officer had evaded capture on the
He took the radiation drug from Fallout 4, yeah.
For almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes. It carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in...
No, you see, and this bit is like him being like, don't worry about what's in those planes, bro. It's just a lot of equipment. Exactly. You have to ask yourself this. Why would anyone explain in this much detail how their military rescues people, right? What do we know for certain? This is how Rob said it, right? This is how Rob said it. And when Rob explained it to me, I was like, thank God for Rob Rousseau. That's why we love Rob Rousseau. He explains things in a very calm manner. He's very intelligent. He said, what do we know to be true in this situation? Does the USA lie to people? Yes. Number 1, yes, they do. They lie to people. When the USA lies to people, they do it to hide the fact that they are in fact evil and bad and shit at everything. Yes, they do. That's two yeses. We know that these things are true. You know, do we know that the USA is currently fighting a losing battle? Yes, we do know this as well. Right? You know?
We needed to be able to scale mountains, and we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand.
This bit is so good. Like the fucking lie that he goes into, it's just like it's just the wet sand. Like everything makes sense. Everything makes sense when you look at this as like they lied to cover up the fact that they fucked up so badly with this mission to try and get all the enriched uranium. It just makes complete sense overnight. It's like, yeah, that's why he was making up the shit about we had IKEA flatback helicopters in the back of a plane, and we had like huge cargo planes. Don't worry about what was in the cargo planes. We had loads of equipment that we needed in those cargo planes in order to climb a mountain. No, actually, those fucking planes were full of fucking soldiers and they died, bro. That's what it is. That's what happened. And he's like, nah, bro, it was just climbing equipment. What do you mean, dog? This is what I was saying yesterday. Like, why? What do you mean? Like, what climbing gear are you like taking out of these massive fucking planes? It was the wet sand. The sand was too wet. It was too wet. You don't understand. It was wet sand. The sand was too wet. A nuclear slayer. Has anyone decompiled whatever their White House app is? I have been told to tell people to never, ever, ever download the White House app because it's got a ton of spyware in it. They took off from a wet farm, a wet sand farm. Yeah, that's what he was saying. It's nonsense.
So we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight.
Hey, Litty Bros, how you doing?
And then we also had all the men jumping.
People are talking about the raising Cain idiom. So it's to do with the Bible, right?
And they got pretty well bogged down, and we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable.
Bogged down is so funny.
Faster aircraft came in, and they took them out. We blew up the old planes.
Like this again, we blew up the old planes. No, you didn't, dude. They got shot. They got shot down.
We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that, frankly, we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile.
It's just so mad, dude.
Taking it off, so we didn't want anybody to have. We have the best
wet sand, nuclear dust
in the world. We didn't want anybody.
Iran has so much of it.
Anti-aircraft and other equipment.
Okay, so this is what we know. We know these things to be true. We're figuring this stuff out together. You know, what has Trump been doing in the meantime since yesterday's presser? Obviously, we know he did the evil tweet, the most evil post of all time that anyone could possibly do. What's going on here? These are the astronauts in the Artemis thing. Let's have a little look at this.
So proud to be a part of this program.
Well, I have to say I spoke to a very special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your prime minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But
the great one. He's talking about a bloodborne boss. He said the great one. Like a great old eldritch beast.
You have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
Hell yeah, dude. This is so good. Quality. Grandpa silence. None of them want to speak to him. Dude. Brother. What's happening? This is nuts.
Administrator Alex, I'm going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am. And you.
Amazing. Amazing. So good. Fucking devastated. So good. So anyway, this is another bizarre bit of footage. Trump was at some kind of like Easter Monday celebration at the White House. And, you know, normal stuff happened. Just like normal stuff. There's like kids there and stuff. Obviously, that's terrifying. Not a great thing to have to see him in the vicinity of any children, but, you know. Let's see what happens here.
Mr. President, how would it not be a war crime to strike Iran's bridges and power plants?
Because they killed 45,000 people in the last month, more than that.
And remember, chat, the people that Trump is saying that Iran killed, he admitted on the phone to Trey Yingst, apparently, that they gave the Iranian protesters weapons. That's been admitted now. This is the thing that all of us fucking tankies were saying to people for the last 3 months. There was clearly some kind of insurrection happening in Iran. It's not just that they decided to murder a bunch of peaceful protesters. If you're thinking that, it's because we've been conditioned over decades to think of scary Muslims as scary Muslims that would do that kind of thing, and Iran is the scariest Muslim of them all. And so he is predicating the idea that it wouldn't be a war crime. He said it's not a fucking war crime to bomb bridges and power plants in Iran. He's saying that, and he's like, well, it's because they murdered their own people. And by all measurement, the reason that they shot any of their own people at all is because he gave them guns to try and overthrow the government with. So he's like, we gave them guns to try and overthrow the government with, and then they shot those guys, and then because they did that, it means that we're allowed to bomb them. What that is, chat, what's happening here is consent manufacturing via, you know, CIA operations 101. That's how that happens. The CIA does stuff in other countries. It infiltrates other countries. It stirs up protest movements. It makes them violent. It makes them, you know, it agitates them. And then when the state cracks down on those protesters, the USA goes, this evil regime needs to be wiped out, right? You know? I really wish Iran had signed up to the Rome Statute in the ICC because it would have been impossible to arrest Trump and his genocidal regime, but it would have been proper dope, in my opinion, to have an arrest warrant out for Trump and his sycophantic enablers. This is clear language of intent to prove a litany of different war crimes and violations of international humanitarian law. Yeah, I think that sadly, the reality is that like Iran just knows that international humanitarian law only it serves white supremacy, right? I just think that it knows that. And when I say it, obviously I'm not what's the word? I'm not like saying the country is sentient. I mean like, you know, the administrations of Iran over the past 47 years have observed through, you know, intelligence, smart thinking, clear-mindedness, experiences with the USA that international humanitarian law is meaningless. They will have looked at the way, you know, the Iran-Iraq war happened, and you could argue that the US did war crimes there. They saw that straight away, and they were like, this doesn't mean anything, right? This doesn't mean anything. The USA gave this guy a bunch of chemical weapons. He started doing war crimes on his own people. There you go. That's it. That's it, you know? They just knew it was bullshit straight away. Anyway, let's continue with this. This is great stuff.
Could be as much as 60. They kill protesters. They're animals. And we have to stop them, and we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. They want a nuclear weapon. They've been trying for a long time. I stopped them with the Obama horrible Iran nuclear deal. I stopped them in a lot of different ways.
Cool. That's cool, isn't it? I just wanted to play this because this came up on the YouTube. when I was looking for some stuff for the stream today. This is... I don't know who these guys are. Lincoln Square Media. Are they libs? They're probably libs, right? With the name Lincoln in there. But it's quite funny here. Because there's this guy's a journalist and he's talking about how journalists can hear Trump yelling about stuff in the White House.
The fact is, you are extremely close to the Oval Office and you can hear when the president is yelling. I and many other reporters who covered him in the first administration I heard him screaming at rants previous about the temperature in the Oval, wanting him to turn down the thermostat or turn up the thermostat. So we heard him yell and go off the rails. They got rid of us this time because he's going off the rails more and more often. But some people very close to Trump who were there told me he was yelling and continued to yell. I think it was at Pam Bondi, and of course the one that they told me about was get him out. Now, who that was that he wanted to get out, we don't know, but reportedly it was Hegseth and Stephen Miller who were seen a few minutes later leave.
What he's talking about is one of the generals who said, you can't do this operation. That's absolutely what that was. The Oval Office isn't soundproofed. It's probably just more like... No president has ever yelled like this before. There's been no president who's yelled like Trump. You know what I mean? Why the hell is there not a thermostat in the Oval Office? It's again, this is probably just like a Trump thing. I'm being serious. Like I know that every American president has been evil. Every single one of them, without question, literally every single one of them. But these things are definitely just like only applicable to Trump. Hello, network. Also, yeah, there's a high likelihood that this could be dementia stuff as well. We don't know. Used to be a bowling alley in the White House. Yeah, but it was like the one in There Will Be Blood, right? You know that one? Like that scene at the end in There Will Be Blood where Daniel Day-Lewis kills the guy he's got like a bowling room in his big mansion, his big oil mansion, you know what I mean? You've not seen all of it yet. I'm sorry, he doesn't kill anyone in his big mansion at the end. It doesn't happen. I'd rather avoid a full-on debate of the efficacy of international law because it's mainly just going to be broad, sweeping generalizations from people that have already made their minds up, and that's okay, I suppose, but there's a reason why Netanyahu is avoiding numerous countries. It's not necessarily because they may arrest him, but it's because of the mass protests and outrage that would occur because the international law community considers him a war criminal. So, here's the thing. I think it's fine for us to have these sweeping generalizations about international law, and I think it's good because it makes people understand that there is an imbalance of power in the world that benefits white Western countries, right? So-called white Western countries. And that's why I refer to it in the way that I refer to it. And this isn't a debate, by the way. This is me agreeing with you per se. You will know I am a pragmatist, and you will know that I am someone who will engage in the idea of sharpening every single blade in the toolkit, you know, making sure that every tool is well oiled and maintained. You know, we are workers and therefore we use tools. Every tool has to be good for us to do a job, right? And if the job is revolution, international revolution, you know, completely upending the capitalist class so that there's a dictatorship of the proletariat and then better things can ensue from there, then yes, there has to be, you know, completely different angles that we could come at things with. And you're right, a legal argument to say that Trump has violated international law would be great. It would be another thing that you can use as rhetoric to be like, this guy is a war criminal. However, I think that we could just say that. Here's the great thing. I think we don't need the warrant. I think we could just say that he is. I think we can just look at what is supposed to be international law, which is don't bomb civilians if you can avoid it, right? And we can look at what Trump's done, and we could go, well, he's done that. So he is a war criminal. And it doesn't matter if Iran have signed up to any international humanitarian law things. We could just say that. He is a war criminal. These people are evil, genocidal bastards, right? To have legacy media saying it does help too. Oh, yeah, legacy media barely mentions Netanyahu. Come on, if you're going to use Netanyahu as the example here, right? Legacy media does not talk about Netanyahu's fucking arrest warrant for The Hague. When is the last time we heard about that in legacy? We watch legacy media all the time about Israel and the war and shit like that. They never fucking talk about it. They never fucking talk about that. It's pointless to appeal to these systems that are just simply built to uphold capital. Like that's why I don't bother, like, trying to appeal to him. You know what I mean? We just don't. I understand like why people think that we should, but I just don't. Anyway, let's take a look and see what the BBC. Speaking of legacy media, let's see what the BBC says with regards to Trump's post earlier today.
Revolutionary Guard Corps has warned they would retaliate beyond the Middle East and deprive Washington and its allies of oil and gas if the United States crossed what it called red lines. There is so much to dissect with our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, and Kazra Naji from BBC Persian. Kazra, really good to have you with us. Thank you for coming down and joining us. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Intense pressure from President Trump now. How does Iran tend to react to threats like this?
We will have to wait.
Right, now, remember, chat, this guy is just from BBC Persia. It doesn't necessarily mean he's an expert on the IRGC or the Iranian government or anything like that. So just take this with a grain of salt, whatever he's going to say.
To see this whole civilization is going to die. It's pretty sort of dramatic, this. And obviously, a lot of Iranians are very concerned that what might happen tonight after this deadline is over, praying that there will be some kind of a deal beforehand. There are signs that things might be
RT clearance.
There are Iranian ambassador in Islamabad has been tweeting positively, saying that these talks are at a critical and sensitive stage, as he puts it. So there are diplomatic efforts by the Pakistanis to mediate, and others, I must say. But for the moment, there seems to be something moving. Maybe, hopefully.
All of this is nonsense. I can't believe it. I was saying, like, take what this guy is saying with a grain of salt, but he's saying things like, Pakistani government is trying to make attempts to mediate and things are moving. It's like, no, dude, nothing is moving. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This entire narrative is only in line with what the West is saying.
Come out, and in fact what President Trump is saying is basically he's hoping that something will in fact happen on the diplomatic.
This is depraved, man. This is utterly depraved from the BBC, right? They're like trotting out this guy and be like, look, we got a guy from Iran and here's what he's saying. Here's our correspondent from BBC Persia. And they're just like, yeah, man, President Trump's just like really hoping that some diplomacy is going to happen. Like, get fucked, man. I'm sorry, but we're not the fucking little piggies that you think we are, ready to eat that slop. Well, the message what he actually means. No, it is a disgrace. It's completely insane.
In the next few hours before the 8 o'clock deadline that he has set.
Lise, your thoughts on this comment, a whole civilization will die tonight, and also the fact that he keeps talking, President Trump, about what he calls a complete and total regime change, which is not the case in Iran.
President Trump keeps ramping up the rhetoric. It's seeming to confirm that he has this idea that if he scares Iran enough in its leadership, if the threats get louder and louder, that Iran will eventually buckle. He doesn't seem to have anyone around him. Which
She's from Minnesota. Sorry, I couldn't help it. The accent is so good, dude. I love it.
Which makes it clear that Iran will not buckle under these threats. It's watching this as the world is shocked by some of his statements, which, if at the very least, they're violations of international humanitarian law, and if carried out, are are possible war crimes. Those more experienced negotiators would say that if he really did want to make progress in negotiations, if he was really serious about it, he would quietly move away military assets away from the region.
He is this person is giving the best analysis so far. Oh no, I know about that debt away. Yeah, thank you for bringing it to my attention anyway, because I did almost forget to talk about this. Yeah, speaking of the BBC, and this is, you know, I know that some people take umbrage with Squirrel. Squirrel can get a little bit mental sometimes, a total campist, you know. Make of that what you will. Critical support to the Squirrel. He does a lot of very good stuff, very good reporting in that, but I get a little bit sick to death of his puritanical rants personally. Squirrel, come on the djmuel show and I'll debate you about how you're wrong about Owen Wilson, but anyway, let's go on. This is just like widely known stuff at this point. The BBC had an article out earlier written by this correspondent from, again, BBC News Persian, Gonche Habibiyazad. Radin, also in his 20s and living in Tehran, about them hitting energy infrastructure, using an atomic bomb, or leveling Iran. My honest reaction is that I'm okay with all of these. Right? So that's what was published in the BBC earlier today. And then they retracted and they updated this article. It says, quote, if attacking targets in the country brings down the Islamic Republic, I'm fine with that. Because if the Islamic Republic survives this war, it will stay stay forever. End quote. Now that's vastly different, isn't it? Now that's vastly different to what he said earlier. Yeah? Update 7th of April. This article originally included a longer quote from Radin, in quotes. And again, the BBC loves to present personality-protected people, like identity-protected people, when they interview Iranians, because they're like, these people could be murdered by the regime if they're ever found to be speaking to BBC Persia. It's nonsense. It's totally nonsense. Completely fucking nonsense. But, you know, they're doing this, Radin, in which he spoke about the attacks on Iranian energy infrastructure, referred to the levels of destruction which he suggested would be personally acceptable to him to bring down the Islamic Republic. Radin's comments were made directly to the BBC and were initially included in full to illustrate the strength of feeling of some of those who oppose the country's leadership. However, after further review, this part of the quote was removed from the article due to concerns over the way in which the speaker expressed his views. No! You removed it because it was nonsense! Because you're just making up what a guy is saying. You've made up a guy in Iran who isn't real. And you've also made up what he said. You made up a guy and you've made up a thing that a guy would say. And that's the end of it. This is nonsense. It's insane reporting. And this reporter, Gonchi Habibiyazad, has blocked every single person on Twitter who has called her out for this, which is actually against the BBC's social media policy. Now, I don't know if the BBC's social media policy applies to all branches of the BBC, including BBC Persia. I don't know if it applies to all of them, but maybe it does. I would assume it does, because the BBC tends to have a pretty broad, you know, way of, you know, doing these things. Even if you were real, how does it justify anything? Correct? So if I go on the BBC and I say I'm okay with Russia nuking London, does that mean war crimes against the UK would be okay now? Right, exactly. Exactly, that's the point they're trying to say. They'd have to retract, that's a crazy take. Yeah, no, exactly. I can't imagine being okay with any nuclear weapon being used anywhere on Earth. It's just not the kind of thing that would ever be a thing that anyone would say. Forget the government, someone saying some shit like that, he might be dragged into the street by his neighbors. Yeah, like, for real, like, actually, if we were getting bombed by the USA and I found out that the fucking guy next door was saying, yeah, it'd be fine if they fucking nuked us, I'm sorry, man, I would be pissed with that guy. I would leave him an angry letter, that's for sure. Come on, man. If China invaded America right now, I don't know if I should say how I would react. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you would say you would. Listen, let's be serious about this. If China invaded America, right, and it was something that you were like, actually, this could be good, you wouldn't be saying as long as they get the job done. As long as they get the job done, they could nuke us. You wouldn't say this. You might say ni hao, comrades. You might say these kinds of things, but you would not say, damn, even if they need to drop a nuke on us, whatever it takes, bro. No, man, no one would say that. No one in their right mind would say that. Nobody. Madness. Yes, exactly. You would not want to be nuked. No one would say it's fine if they nuke our country. It's just not a thing that a person would say. Certainly not a person that's in the country right now. If the only goal is to destroy Iran, any course of action is acceptable to do that. Why don't we just blow up the whole fucking planet? Right, exactly. It's so dumb. You know? Anyway, let's carry on with the BBC report.
To send a signal to Iran that he wants serious negotiations and that he's not really bent on escalation and using this all as a subterfuge, as he did in June 2025 and as he did in February. There are other ways that President Trump could act as the US president and commander-in-chief.
Thanks for the follow.
To get Iran to change its behavior, to get Iran to try to show flexibility on its side. But by using the language of surrender and by giving documents the 15-point plan, which is akin to a surrender document, that's not the way to negotiate. Well, President Trump was asked about his deal yesterday. What did he say? I want a deal that's acceptable to me. That is never going to work as a negotiating stance, and it just underlines not just his fundamental misunderstanding of Iran, but never mind that he wrote a book, The Art of the Deal, that a fundamental misunderstanding of how to conduct negotiations.
I've just...
This lady cooked him a little bit. I'm quite happy that there was someone like this on a BBC News program. There's a little bit of sense being made here, you know?
Been sent a tweet from...
That was ghostwritten. What this lady said?
Mr. Pezeshkian, the president. More than 14 million proud Iranians have so far registered to sacrifice their lives to defend Iran. I too have been, am, and will remain devoted to giving my life.
Oh, The Art of the Deal. He didn't write the book? Right. Yeah, no, there's no way. He can't... Chat, we saw his writing on the fucking Oval Office desk last week. Do you remember when I was trying to, like, you know, do the thing and figure out what he writ backwards and stuff?
Iran. So, Kasra, that's the first bit of official response we've had, I think, to what President Trump has had to say.
Yes, and obviously the Iranians think that they have the upper hand in this war.
Because of the Strait of Hormuz.
Because of the Strait of Hormuz and the fact that they can inflict a serious damage.
Hello, it's Chits McGee. I tried to raid, but Switch wouldn't let me for some reason. Don't worry about it. Thanks for trying to raid. How are you doing?
And that is
welcome in.
Is up to a point is correct in a sense that for the moment the strait is closed, and Iran has still the capability to attack these targets, economic targets, anywhere they want in the region. And that is a serious threat, and I would have thought President Trump and his advisors are pretty much aware.
Always looking for like-minded communities. Well, I hope you find one here.
A huge campaign of attack on critical infrastructure in Iran, then Iran does have the capability to attack critical infrastructure in the Gulf countries. And that is going to be uppermost in the minds of many people, not just in Iran, but in the Gulf countries tonight and today. That all this might sort of lead to a huge escalation that they...
This is also true. This part is also true. This guy is now actually saying some sense. He's saying, yeah, man, like, everyone in the Gulf is freaking out because if the USA does this, their supposed allies in the Gulf are going to get fucking dumped on, like absolutely shat on. Iran is going to be shitting missiles at them for fucking days. Like, yeah, this is true. This is actually true. Yeah, you're right. It's stupid that the president of the USA is doing this. But guess what? To anyone who hates empire, it's extremely funny, actually.
This tweet from Mr. Pezeshkian doesn't suggest, though, that, you know, he's prepared.
Counterpoint. Have you considered that it's very funny that the USA is losing this war very badly?
Anyway, to compromise and responding.
Iranians think they have the upper hand in this war on account of all the advantages they have and the fact that they do indeed have the upper hand. Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
President Trump's comment saying more than 14 million proud Iranians have so far registered to sacrifice their lives.
No, they should. This is the thing, Val. This would be the only correct move for any of the Gulf nations right now would be to start getting closer with China. Absolutely. It is up to them. It is up to them now. I do think that what Rabi was saying the other day is true. I think that Qatar is going to be the first state to do it. They're going to be like, right, there is no more US bases in Qatar. We're going to start negotiating with Iran, and we're going to start negotiating with other Gulf countries to talk about an independent, sovereign Arabian Gulf, right? That's what's going to happen. I feel like it's coming. And I also think that Lebanon is going to be one of the first sort of like turncoat vassal governments to turn around and go, you know what, we actually just can't work with Israel. Like they're fucking genociding us. We can't fucking do it. There's going to be some kind of a coup, I think, in Lebanon, probably. Maybe by Hezbollah, maybe by the Lebanese military, who are all just like ideologically fucking furious with the inaction of the government. I think that that's the way that that's going to go. Iraq has already been like the first to just be like, you know what? We just support Iran. Like, you can shoot. Hey, listen, Popular Mobilization Forces, you can shoot back at the Americans. Don't worry about it. They attack you, shoot back. You know, this is the only way to be. This is the only way to fucking be.
I too have been, am, and will remain devoted to giving my life for Iran. For a moment, just if we think about this deadline, Lise, there are some people saying, well, he has deflected before, President Trump. He's extended these deadlines. He's done it quite a few times since the conflict started. Maybe that will happen again. But I know, Khazra, you've been, hearing from people inside Iran. It's so desperate there. They're filling up water cans with water. They're worried about the infrastructure being attacked. Some people have tried to leave their homes. And even people going to pharmacies looking for iodine in case there's...
Yes, I find this
leak.
Pretty sort of surreal, actually. When I read the report yesterday in one of the local newspapers in Bushehr in southern Iran, 10 kilometers away from this city of 300,000 is Iran's only nuclear power plant that was built by the Russians there on the shore of the Persian Gulf. And the report, the local newspaper report, was saying that the people pharmacies are inundated by people rushing for iodine tablets because they fear that there may be some radioactive spread of radioactive radiation there.
Radioactive radiation
on that power plant.
This guy's first language might not be English, so that might not be entirely fair, but you know.
And that power plant came on the fourth time. It was the fourth attack in the last 5 weeks in Iran. So, and the Russians, who have a lot of technicians and staff there, they the other day they pulled out 200.
You know what? You're right. That's me being stupid. There is non-radioactive radiation. You're correct. That's right. Like microwaves. Yes. Or like, would that just be non-harmful radiation?
The power plant, saying that
he's also been instructed to repeatedly connect Iran to the words nuclear. Yeah, that's going to be that as well.
Around the power plant,
non-ionizing. There you go.
Attacked 4 times.
Non-ionizing radiation.
4 or 5 weeks was and in there was aligned with the worst case scenario. So things are really sort of, scary, actually, in many respects. And people are obviously, not just in Bushehr and other places, are pretty scared, pretty stressed, pretty angry, and they don't know what they have done to deserve all this.
Liz, you get the sense, of course, that we are counting down to this deadline tonight. So what's happening? Because in terms of diplomacy in capitals all over the world.
So it's been 8 p.m. in Iran for some time. I think it's more like, what time is it in Tehran now? Tehran time. Right, it's like 10:30 in Iran now. Yeah. And in the UK, it's 8 p.m. It's literally 8 p.m. now. Yeah, they're going to be talking about 8 p.m. Eastern US Coast time, right? That's going to be his deadline. Chat, do you think he's going to extend the deadline? So in 5 hours. Now, I'm not going to be streaming in 5 hours time, I don't think. I'm pretty sure I won't be. No, I'm not. I'm not going to be doing that. Let's do a gamba. I would have to give you the points tomorrow because I'm going to be in bed by the time that happens. Yeah, 1 a.m. in the UK, yeah. About 4 a.m. Iran time, yeah. Better check with the Baileys first. Let's get libbed up, chat. Let's get libbed up. We're calling this poll Taco Trump. Wait, is it poll or gamble? Wait, it's prediction, isn't it? You do prediction. Prediction, right? Okay, prediction thing. Okay. Taco Trump. Taco Trump? Yes or no? So, there you go. Submission period, 30 minutes. Yeah. There you go. It's at the top of the chat. Predictions started. Answer yes in the prediction poll if you think he will chicken out and he will extend the deadline. And answer no if you think he won't. Yeah? If you think he's serious and he's gonna do the... Yeah? Is that real? Have people all... people are already doing so much gamba on yes. Will he chicken out? Yes. 4,700, 4,800. So many channel points being put into yes. All in, dealer. Okay, all right. It's good. It's fun. It's fun. You can redeem so many blue fellas with what you win. Yeah? What would Taco even look like? No nuke, no unconventional weapons. No, I just mean he pushes the deadline back. I mean he does a new deadline. He says something, it'll get to like towards 8 o'clock and he'll say something like, if Iran doesn't do something by this time tomorrow, we're gonna blow them up forever. Hey Alyssa, how you doing? Blue fella cancellation. I mean, I don't have the blue fella out. I don't have him out. So there you go. Hey Squapes. Hey Jenny, I think he really will commit those war crimes. He's done it before. I mean, this isn't about whether... Look, like, again, you know, to be clear... Let me be clear. There you go. There's a blue fella cancellation. Sorry, Alyssa. The war crimes have already been happening, right? The war crimes have already been happening. He's not threatening anything else that he hasn't threatened before, that they haven't already kind of done and shit like that, right? It's also possible that Iran gives Trump an off-ramp. No, they will not. No, Iran is in this for the long haul. They are decolonizing the entire region. That's the plan. That's what you need to know with Iran. Iran are not going to stop until the USA is completely gone from the region. They are prepared for a years-long war in this situation. They've also prepared for being nuked. I guarantee it. I guarantee it, chat. They have prepared for being nuked. You know? If Iran doesn't open the strait, I'm gonna nuke another wing of the White House. So I think that's the thing. He's gonna do the war crimes regardless. The question is, will he extend the deadline, the pretend deadline? The deadline doesn't even really matter, right?
There will be the sense of urgency, particularly now we've had these comments from...
I don't know, I don't think I'm thinking clearly now. It's not whether people are thinking clearly, Val. It's just Iran have said that they will not stop. You know, that's the answer to that. Iran will not give him an off-ramp because they have said that they will not stop. And that's the end of it. Like, we can only go off what they're saying. They've been the most trustworthy party so far in this current geopolitical situation. They have made good on all of their promises. Do you remember when it was me, the Donkus Jonkus streamer, that said before this war that Iran would retaliate by attacking all the US bases in the region, hitting various different oil supply chain routes, blocking off the Strait of Hormuz, all this stuff? Where do you think I got all that information? The Iranian government just said to me that they were going to do it, chat. They told us they were going to do it, and they just did it. It's just... You know?
But take us to Pakistan and what exactly we know, because that seems to be the best chance at the moment of something being agreed.
I just saw the opinion of the average voter, and it made me laugh. Yeah, go on, Georgia.
With us for the past hour when we saw JD Vance at this press conference with Viktor Orban in Hungary, and he teases the journalist there. He takes out of his pocket on live television and says, "Oh, I've just received a text from Steve Witkoff," which of course is about what's happening in the negotiations. He says, "What time is it in America?" And of course, you could smile at that, but the fact of the matter is that, as we discussed before, the Iranians made it clear that the channel with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for them was burnt. They see it as a Trojan horse when they were involved in negotiations in June of 2025, in February of this year. Both times the diplomacy, the progress in the talks was shattered by American-backed Israeli attacks. So they see Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner as too close to Israel.
You think this guy's the average voter, Ed fucking Krasenstein? Okay, first of all, Ed Krasenstein is not this guy, he's not the average voter. This guy is a total, ideological fucking piece of shit. Just, horrific Zionist, That's who this is. You're looking at the opinion of a Zionist. That's who this is, okay? Just to be clear, right? He's like, I am Jewish. I'm American. I have family in Israel. I support Israel's right to exist. That's all you got to read, right? That's all you got to read. I do not support this war. I do not support Netanyahu. This is just Bernie shit. It's just Bernie shit, right? The average voter does not believe... The average voter does not believe in these bits, right? These bits. The average voter is a Zionist from my experience. You got a limited experience. The average voter is not a Zionist. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not for a long time now. Yeah. But here you go. Here's Ed Krass's opinion on the whole thing. Thank you very much. The most centrist to ever mount a fence. Yeah.
So they had asked for JD Vance to become involved. And we hear this from Pakistan, from Pakistani officials who, as you say, have become the main channel of mediation.
You see, the what I will say to you about, average voter, the idea of the average voter, the idea of the average voter is fed to us by think tanks, right? It's fed to us by consultancy firms that politicians use that think that win them elections. They think that these firms win them elections and stuff, right? And so, when we're talking about the average voter, we're literally just talking about a guy you would just see fucking like riding the tube or some shit, like riding the subway, you know, whatever. There's all kinds of people. People think all kinds of things about all kinds of different, you know, things that happen. And that's the reality about the so-called average voter, right? The politics is about shaping public opinion, not just bowing to reactionaries. Yeah. The average voter is the Baileys. Yeah. That's it. Exactly. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. It's the people, the made-up people that Chuck Schumer says are totally fucking like supportive of his politics and what he wants to do. You know? The average voter is a more useful concept than a strict two-party. Yes, it's an entirely political center sort of like framing of things, framing of the political landscape. It only benefits the center. Absolutely. Support for Israel is only at 36% in the United States. Yes, absolutely. And even within that 36%, there is a sort of like, you know, a fluctuating amount of opinions within that 36% as well. So that's important to remember. Anyway, going back to this. Iran doesn't just see Witkoff and Kushner as too close to Israel. They also see them as the most unreliable negotiating team currently in existence. Yes, absolutely.
Egypt and Turkey are also involved, Oman to a certain extent, and that J.D. Vance is involved in these indirect talks. If so, as the clock ticks down, what is he doing in Hungary? That doesn't seem to send a signal that he is as focused on what is happening and the need to make quick progress. But we do know, we heard that statement when the first reports came through of a proposal from the mediators for a 45-day ceasefire and then a move to a permanent end to the war between 10 to 15 days. Iran rejected it, doesn't want a ceasefire. It had a ceasefire last year. It just was a precursor to yet another war. But the reports which came out said that the Pakistanis had been up all night talking with J.D. Vance, talking with Kushner, talking to the Iranians, trying to push this forward. And we have to underline is we're not really completely clear what is the situation in Iran, where some of the negotiators we understand include.
Here's what I want to know, chat. How many Pakistani government officials are saying that they're involved in these talks? Is it, you know, by the way, we're just like, there's so many shades of like Orientalism and racism and just like insanity that goes on in terms of like the way that the media broadcasts things in the imperial core. Yeah. And so like we're just supposed to believe that Pakistani government officials, diplomats, I guess, would be the right people in the government to be doing that. They're just doing this. And there's no need to check with them. There's no need to check with them if they're saying it or not. We're just supposed to believe that that's happening. And it's like, what you want about? Has there been have we seen anything? Are these people saying that this is real or what? Like actually people in Pakistan, actually people in the Pakistani government. Is this, what the fuck are they talking about, dog? You know, yeah, there's a fucking diverse kind of racism that happens in this kind of reporting. It's just like so vast, right? It's completely vast.
The Speaker of Parliament, including the President, Masoud Pezeshkian, who you just quoted from, that they've been given immunity from assassination, Foreign Minister Arakchi as well, so that they can continue the talks, but they can't meet in these kinds of circumstances.
The guy that mops the floors of the municipal hospital in Karachi is involved in the negotiations.
Is being made up as they go along now.
Lise, thank you for that. And Kasra, just before we let you go, of course, the strikes have continued. Iran striking as well as many.
This lady's analysis was quite refreshing for a BBC roundtable discussion, actually.
Strikes from the IDF today as well inside Iran. But what are you hearing from Saudi Arabia? Because there are some reports on Fars, the Iranian news agency, that a huge petrochemical plant has been hit there, which would be very significant.
Yes, that's what I saw on the internet, on Twitter, actually, a few moments ago before I came here. There were reports that the biggest petrochemical complex in Saudi Arabia, it's one of the biggest in the world, has come under attack. Part of it is on fire, and that is along basically what we expected, in a sense that Iranians had said that if our infrastructure comes under attack, we will attack other people's infrastructure in the region, America's, the US's allies in the region. But as I say, all this...
Not sure about this report in chat. All I'm seeing so far is Reuters and Turkish news. That's it. Who are reporting on this. And the Times of Israel, which is always a good sign, isn't it? It's always a good sign when the only people that are reporting on this are Reuters, the Times of Israel, and TRT World. They're just saying that the IRGC have said this. And it's like, have they? Have they said this? I don't fucking believe Reuters at all. I certainly don't believe the Times of Israel.
But at the same time, I'm just saying that, as J.D. Vance has been saying, that we feel confident we can get a response.
These are the most reliable sources, actually, yeah.
Tonight. So he is expecting, or he's hopeful, that the diplomatic efforts that Liz was talking about might come to some kind of a fruition, but...
It is crazy that a BBC reporter is saying, oh yeah, I just saw this on Twitter. I assume that's a different TRT from like the other thing. What's the other TRT? I don't know what the testosterone replacement theory. Testosterone replacement theory. I'm learning new things every day. Hey Nasli, what's going on? What did I miss? We just did the whole analysis of the Trump tweet, and we were, you know, I came to the conclusion that actually it's probably unlikely that he's going to do a nuke. And the only reason that people are saying that he's going to do a nuke is because liberals have been shocked into, you know, being aware of the war again. They're stealing the frog's teeth. Testosterone replacement therapy. I'm with you. Okay. Yeah. All the liberals were like, oh no, this might affect me. I might have to think about this. I might have to see this. Like, you know, I hate that she comes up so much, but like, no, do you know what? I'm not even going to tell you who it is, but you're going to know who it is just because I said her pronouns. And she's the kind of person who would just say this. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but I saw someone the other day, and if you follow me on Twitter, you'll know who it is. I saw someone the other day who said something to the effect of, you could have had healthcare, but look, you just wanted an abusive man to come into the room and do things right. And I was just like, I've said it before, and I'll say it again, dude. Like, there are liberals who are just like, absolutely fine with atrocities happening as long as they don't have to be reminded of them. That's all it is. And the only difference between Trump and the Democrats is that Trump reminds them that these things are happening. They're completely fucking fine with genocides going on under Joe Biden because they don't have to think about it. And when the Palestinian protesters are making a big noise about it, they just say to him, oh, you don't even understand Israel. It's a complex issue. You don't know anything about it. You're just a silly Billy idiot. Queers for Palestine, that's like KFC, chicken for KFC. You know? And it's just like, it just fucks me up so much, honestly. It fucks me up so much.
We just have to wait and see, really.
Kamala said Iran was America's greatest adversary. Exactly. Kamala would have fucking gone to war with Iran just in a different way. A different fucking way. You know? Israel would have started attacking Iran last year, and the Democrats would have been helping, but not making announcements about it. That's all that would have happened.
It doesn't look like it.
Well, I have to just say, we've just got a senior source close to Reuters. It's just come through in the past 10 seconds or so, saying there are no negotiations with the US. This is a senior Iranian source. No negotiations with the US, which wants Iran to surrender under pressure. So
Great work, BBC. Okay, here we go. This is some interesting stuff. I'm just going to go through some developments in the war so far. So, what do we got here? Dropsite News reporting on opening strikes in the US-Israeli bombing campaign targeted the heart of Iran's pistachio trade. Now, this is fucking interesting, chat. Iran was once the world's leading pistachio producer. Today, USDA data shows the US, led by California, accounts for roughly 65% of global output, while Iran's share has fallen to 18%. In the first week of the war, reports and geolocated satellite imagery indicated strikes in and around Rafsanjan, the heart of Iran's pistachio sector, including apparent damage to pistachio warehouse facilities near the airport. The Resnick family, owners of the Wonderful Company and dominant players in California's pistachio industry, have used political influence to secure vast water rights in drought-stricken regions at the expense of local communities. The 2025 documentary Pistachio Wars examines their long-standing backing of pro-Israel lobbying groups, arguing that hawkish policies towards Iran align with their commercial interests as weakening a key global competitor benefits their bottom line. I hate the pistachio industry in California. The Resnicks own almost all the water in California. There you go. There you go. Chat, this war is all about capital. It has got capital all over it. It's all about capitalism. It's capitalism, it's imperialism, it's all wrapped into one. There is no one big reason. There is no piss tape. The piss tape does exist. It's already out there. The DOJ released the piss tape. It's just that Trump knows that he is completely immune to any kind of repercussions from him being a pedophile and consorting with the world's biggest pedophile ring of all time. There is simply another pedophile island that he goes to now instead of Jeffrey Epstein. So, that's the end of that. Anyway, what else has happened? So that was something about a revelation from the start of the war that we didn't know about. So from last month, they hit the pistachio production in Iran. This is something that happened, I think, last night. Treat a Parsi here, talking about this. Members of the Iranian Jewish community inspect what is left of their synagogue in Tehran after Israel bombed it on fucking Passover, dude. On fucking Passover. Yeah, but don't forget, chat, you have to support this war, otherwise you're anti-Semitic. You have to support Israel, otherwise you're anti-Semitic. That's the thing to remember. You actually just hate Jews if you don't full-throatedly support this war. You know? Like, again, chat, one of the reasons that I am so fucking vocal about Israel and the reality of what it is because not just of what is happening to the, you know, Palestinians in Palestine. That was the first reason that I am obviously, you know, completely opposed and have been ideologically opposed to Israel for a long time, but also because of the way that they completely appropriate Jewishness, the way in which they actually make the world completely unsafe for Jewish people while claiming to make it safe for Jewish people. It is one of the most depraved crimes against humanity of all time. Hello, conserve liberalism. They are our strongest ally. That's what I've heard. So there you go. Let's take a look at this. So a Jewish Iranian woman interviewed this morning outside the synagogue Israel destroyed in Iran. Let's see what she has to say. So the interviewer says, Mrs. Yashaye, we are now next to the Rafinia Church, one of the sacred places of Iran's Kalamiyas, which was destroyed in an air attack. I have a question for you as an active member of the Iranian Kalamia Society. Why do you like Iran? Why haven't you left Iran yet? Kalamias have been in Iran for more than 2,500 years. We, along with our fellow citizens, have gone through a lot of historical events. This country has entered our flesh and blood. What I see here is true that I have a personal relationship with it, but it has no connection with any of the other countries in the country. I don't know what she means by that. I don't know what she means by that, but yeah, you know, so there you go. There's you know, I don't know much about that, but I just know that the Holocaust was bad. Wait, are you being serious? Are you being serious when you say they are our strongest? I mean, your name is Conserve Liberalism. How's that going, by the way, buddy? How's that going? How's liberalism going? Because I don't know about you, man, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. At least you know. Listen, I got. There's an issue that some liberals, you know, we've said this for some time, right? You know, those of us on the left have said this for some time. Is that you have to pick a side. You actually have to pick a side. Yeah, I'm sorry, but the time has come where you do have to pick a side. I'm sorry, we've told you for many, many decades that one day it's going to be socialism or fascism, and you're going to have to pick a side. You're going to have to pick a side. I'm sorry to say it, and you're not going to be able to get away with just saying, both are as bad as each other, I don't pick, because guess what? One side is going to win. You're going to have to pick a side. You're going to have to pick a side. That's the reality. I'm sorry, my friend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We did try and warn you, but you didn't listen. You simply didn't listen. All right, let's take a look at the news. This is the reports that Karg Island has been hit in attacks today. I imagine that this is actually, you know, what is, you know. Are you a joke account? This is trolling. This is complete fucking trolling. You have the name Conserve Liberalism, and you're like, the fence is comfortable. This is rage bait. This is rage bait. It's happening. I'm being rage baited. It's not going to work. 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 You already got me. Shame on me. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 3 times, won't get fooled again. Anyway, let's have a look here. This is the news. This is probably what Trump was talking about when he said we're going to destroy an entire civilization today. He is talking about the fact that they were going to hit Karg Island, right? Trump wants to do an invasion on Karg Island, yeah? So that's probably what's going to happen. That's probably what he's threatening. And he is probably also going to be hitting some other civilian infrastructure and civilians. Unfortunately, that is probably the reality of it. Will it break Iran? Probably not. Let's have a look at this report from Sky News.
If Karg Island is being struck heavily, and it sounds as if it might be being, then that's
several strikes.
Yeah, I mean that immediately puts Iran into a deep crisis because, as you said, it accounts for 90% of all.
Yeah, you're right. Hunter Biden's bathroom. Yeah, just going back to the Israel and Jewish thing. Jewish people have the right to be safe in their homes where they live now, in Iran, in Europe, in the Americas, wherever they and their families live, pushing the idea that they should have to exterminate an entire country is inhuman for multiple reasons, yeah.
Transit. So everything goes, 90% of it goes to and from Karg Island. We've got all the, you can see on the map there, it's not far offshore. No. It's basically...
Asmold is banned for a week?
Effect.
No. How did he get banned? Yo, that's fucking crazy, bro.
There's 2 jetties on either side.
Exactly, yeah. And when you look at it,
that's crazy.
Photographs, it's all refined.
They finally banned him. What the fuck? Bringing people out of lurk. Hey, hippie marshmallow. That's nutty, dude.
It's not refined. It's all tanks. It's all storage tanks and jetties. And so the tankers...
By being a racist piece of shit, he's been doing that for years and he wasn't banned. No, sorry. Because someone in chat gave me context on the Taco Trump poll. You're making a prediction. If you click on that, I'm inviting you to gamble your channel points on whether you think Trump is going to move the deadline back or not. If you think he's going to move the deadline back, he's Taco Trump. So Taco Trump, question mark? Yes, you would answer yes. And if you think he's not going to push the thingy back, then you do know. He got banned for 2 weeks for inciting genocide last year. I didn't know that happened, actually. He has been calling for mass murder for months. He has just been doing that. But like, I want to know what like the straw that broke the camel's back, as it were, was for Twitch. The straw that broke the incredibly racist company's back. He said he doesn't give a fuck about the opinions of illiterate third worlders. That's it. That was what did it. That's crazy that it was that, and it wasn't like him saying we should murder migrants and throw them in cages and shit. And I don't like, bro, what? That's mad that was the reason. He said that on Twitter afterwards. That's wild. That's wild. Twitch is fucking crazy, man. He says, yes, he says things that go way beyond that. Multiple times a day. And people often clip him saying it and they fucking tag Dan Clancy and they go, do something about this cunt. According to Al Jazeera, the Rafinia synagogue in Iran has been completely destroyed by US-Israeli strikes. Yeah, we just went over that. Yeah, we literally just covered that, yeah.
And there's
a
short pipeline from Cargill into the mainland.
I'm going to make the inverse rumble for leftists. Yeah, that would be good.
Iranians. And the United States had said, when they first targeted Cargill Island, they've been thinking about this for a long time. And, you know, President Trump has been talking
it's who's paying attention on what day. That's right, yeah.
Iran in his sights for lots of reasons, going back to 1979. And the number of times he's talked about...
He prefers the opinions of illiterate first worlders.
That he's a card player, he's a gambler, and that the Cargill Island is a high-value card. So if you either destroy what's on Cargill Island, then the Iranian economy will shudder to a halt in the sense that it won't be able to export oil.
That's the reason. Oh, that's only the reason he was banned, according to him, right?
Or B, if you capture Cargill Island and hold on to it, then you have the same effect. Now, the American attack on Cargill Island early on, I think it was on the second week of March, if I remember rightly, really attacked the air defense elements because the IRGC had certainly protected Cargill Island. And so the Americans attacked it fairly extensively to make it indefensible for the Iranians, but didn't touch the oil facilities. Somebody, the Americans or the Israelis, we would assume, have now attacked the oil facilities.
We're just seeing the Israeli military, this is Reuters saying this, the Israeli...
Twitch doesn't ever publicly announce the reason, but often the stream that happens before you are banned, the thing that happened that got you banned is in that stream. So like the last stream that he did, whatever is in there, it will be something in there. They sometimes will communicate it if you have a good partner manager, which Asmongold probably does, right? Just in case you aren't aware, by the way, Asmund literally had a WoW character named in honor of the Norwegian neo-Nazi mass shooter Anders Breivik. Yeah. No, I know. I've heard of that. Yeah. I know about that. No, he shouldn't be on Twitch. There's plenty of people who shouldn't be on Twitch, though. You know what I mean? And it takes ages. It takes fucking ages to get him off Twitch. Epstein was another one. Epstein was on Twitch for fucking ages, and then finally they got rid of him. You know, after fucking years and years and years and years and years of people being like, yo, this guy is completely fucked. He's completely racist. He is saying some completely deranged things. He's completely radicalized. He's one of the most fucking radical liberals you could possibly imagine. They let Aiden Ross back on, and then he got banned again. Fuck yeah, dude. It's so good. It's so good, dude.
The military says it's...
Being against Iran being bombed gets people permanently banned for inciting terrorism, but you can be racist and wish all of Iran dead, and that's fine according to Twitch, yeah.
Why?
Now, I've heard some mad things. Like, I've known some mad reasons that people have got banned. You know?
...of attacks across Iran. We know that it had warned online civilians not to use trains. Worth remembering, of course, there is a state-imposed internet blackout by the Iranians on Iran when it comes to the internet. So those warnings won't have been heard by the general population. But
Sky News is so fucked, bro. Like, they got this demon twink on here being like, yeah, man, the Iranians have just, like, stopped the internet. They've stopped the internet, so Iranians won't have been able to hear the warnings that, you know, the IRGC said they put the warnings out, but, you know, they also killed the internet, so there's no way that they could. Bro, they have internal internet. What are you talking about?
Israel was warning about trains. We don't know whether it's Israel or the United States that's targeted Karg. There are also housing developments on Karg Island. There's also an airfield on Karg Island. There is other infrastructure alongside.
There is. Well, people work there.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of workers have to operate.
So we're unclear as to exactly what's been targeted. But
remember yesterday, the Israelis attacked the South Pars gas field in Iran. And the last time they did
I'm going to pretend that taking Karg Island wouldn't be bad, but the idea that Iran wouldn't at some point be able to move its infrastructure so they could export their oil fires to some other location is insane. No, Emily, we've already been through this. We've already been through this. All you have to do is, like, Google fucking Iran oil terminals. Someone sent me, like, an image of it or at some point. It's just on, it's like on fucking Instagram, man. There's like little fucking like shitty little fucking like infographics on fucking Instagram. And it's just like, oh, what's that, dude? They have all of these fucking like these like little orange circles of terminals. And it's like they got one there, one there, one there, one there, one there. Oh, one there. What's that? On another fucking island, dude. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, and another one on another island here. Like, Karg Island is just like, it's like a fantasy. It's an imperialist fantasy. It doesn't mean a thing. Doesn't mean a thing. The C-word one was the most insane. Hassan got banned for it right when I first started watching him. I saw people on Reddit freaking out about it, and I literally thought he said the slur for Chinese people. And I was going to stop watching, and when I found out it was cracker, I died. Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy. The stream's been going on long enough to make chicken stock for anyone else making that. Thanks for letting everyone know. 2.5 hours. That's how you make chicken stock. There you go. Thank you, Layla.
On the 18th of March, the Iranians responded by attacking the Qatari side of the gas field, which is the North Dome gas field.
No, it is crazy that they're talking about the internet in terms of like, yeah, the internet's just been turned off. Like, it's just, what are you talking about? It's like the scene from the fucking IT Crowd. Fuck Graham Linehan, right? But like, you know, there's literally a joke in the IT Crowd where they're like, yeah, man, we got to turn the internet off, and they bring it in and it's like a little box. That's a joke. That's a joke.
And the Ras Laffan LNG refinery, which is 20% of world's LNG supplies, and the cost of LNG shot up as a result.
I don't think I'll be staying up for the final countdown, Crescent Moon and Stars. Sorry about that.
He told them, don't attack the South Pars gas field. And yesterday, the Israelis did it anyway. Now, so far, the Iranians have not reacted to that.
Too late for me.
President Trump hasn't said anything about it. But if the Israelis have now attacked Karg Island, I've no idea if this is true. I mean, somebody's attacked it. But if it turns out to be the Israelis, it would be part of the pattern that they're trying to push the Americans into this overall attack.
They hit the switch button from Mario, yeah. Yeah. Cool analysis from Sky News there. Definitely not like a total waste of time. Definitely not something that they could pay me to do for a fraction of the cost. And I will be eternally grateful and give them way more better fucking analysis than what they're fucking looking at, which is crazy considering I'm a simpleton from Manchester! Oh, chat, I'm in stream. I shouldn't be getting mad at that. What I should be doing is I should be asking you to give me money. That's the way that I redirect that anger. Please consider giving me money. I need to be earning £1,700 by October. Otherwise, Universal Credit are just going to stop, because Universal Credit are just going to stop topping up my fucking money in October. So please consider tipping the stream. If everybody who is here right now tipped £2, we would get very close to like the middle of the month goal, and that would be very good, wouldn't it? So think about that. Also, it means that we could turn on CatCam if we get £25 in donations. So if you are dealing with the horrors badly and you want a small furry man to look at, You can have that if we get 10 subs or £25. There you go. There's your incentives for today. And don't forget, if we hit the £700 donor goal for the end of the month, I will be doing a all night long May elections, UK May council elections stream. So there you go. There's your incentive for this month.
Carg Island. This
Sawyer, enjoy it.
Thanks for the money.
Thank you for the £6.66. Let's fucking go.
Congratulations, it's a money.
Congratulations, it's a money. Thank you for the £6.66. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Let's go.
Handles almost all of Iran's oil exports, about 90%. If you look at that map, it's actually, you can see it all the way up there at the top of the Persian Gulf. They're just off the coast.
I've seen people memeing about how Iran can technically hit Gloucester if they wanted.
To bomb or see.
Chat, Iran has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever, dude. The funniest thing ever.
The island, and there have been strikes before. Oil prices have been spiking.
Guardian and BBC live feeds are reporting that Pakistan is asking for a 2-week extension on the deadline. Oh! It's not even real. That's how you know he's going to do it. He's going to attack out. Chat, get your fucking money. Get that. Vagina. Johnny?
But Mule, we can already see your beard. Oh, you meant Melpit.
Thanks for the 20 quid, dude. All right, there you go. £25. Catcom unlocked. Where is he? He's not on the thing at the moment. He's not on the thing at the moment. So I'll go and get him, and then I'll turn on the cat cam. But thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you, Johnny. And thank you as well to Sawyer Enjoyer. My precious channel points wasted. Get your prediction in right now. You might as well. Get your prediction in. The Taco Trump is gonna happen, chat. It's gonna happen. That's my take. That's my take. You can take it to the bank. Quite literally with channel points. 2-week break so the Americans can resupply. They're desperate for a ceasefire. They're not gonna get one, right? Oh, it's closed now? Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. Anyway, listen. Most people knew I was saying this. Most people knew I was saying this. Yeah, nothing ever happens reigns supreme. But like also things are happening and things are gonna continue to happen. Morgan with the 1312. Let's go. Come on, chat. Morgan, thank you so much for the 1312. All cops are bastards.
Are you, your number one barbecue baked bean with cheese lover coming in to say, donate to DJ Mule? Just type, ! tip.
And look who's here! Oh, he's there! Just in time. Aren't you? He jumped right up and he yelled at me. There you go. Mule, quick, what's the original story here? I need to know the original clip. It's the student protests in 2012 or something. No, 2016. Or maybe 2018. I can't remember. It's student protests. Student protests. That's what the clip is from. There he is. Live Melpit reaction. And Melp is never early or late. He arrives precisely when he means to. It's true. Okay, chat. Well, you've got Melpit. I'm going to leave you with the CNN Carg Island stuff. I'm going to go reheat some Scran for me.
Over the last few minutes.
And I will hydrate. Thank you, Crescent Moon and Star.
Coming in of these strikes, up about 2 to 3% in the numbers that I've seen. Again, now over 3% there in some cases. Brent crude up more than 1%. Let's get right to CNN's Jim Sciutto, who's in Tel Aviv, monitoring the situation. Jim, what are you learning about this?
Yeah. John, I just spoke to a U.S. official who confirms to CNN that the U.S. struck targets on Carg Island overnight. To be clear, this U.S. official says these targets were military targets on Karg Island, not oil facilities. To your point in the introduction, John, the U.S. has previously struck military targets on Karg Island going back to the middle of March, and that appears to be what they've done again this time. And that's an important distinction, of course, because, yes, the president has held out the possibility of striking oil facilities there, which would have an impact far beyond Karg Island, given that this is where more than 90% of Iran's oil exports come out of. But again, the U.S. official confirming strikes, but making clear that those strikes are solely on military targets on Karg Island.
Again, the reason we're distinguishing those two, because the president has said by tonight, and we have a countdown clock actually over in the corner right there, by 8 o'clock Eastern time tonight, which is now 11 hours, 56 minutes and 54 seconds, the president has said if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, if there is no deal reached, he will hit all bridges and all power plants. All, he says, in the nation of Iran. Again, so we're monitoring the situation very closely. New word of these strikes on Karg Island. Jim Sciutto in Tel Aviv, thank you for bringing us up to speed there. Kate?
All right, joining us now to talk about this, CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier, retired Army Brigadier General Steve Anderson. General, let me just ask you about this breaking news. As Jim Sciutto is reporting, a U.S. official confirms that there were U.S. strikes on targets on Karg Island overnight. Military targets, Jim is told, not oil facilities, not some of those key energy facilities that have been now clearly threatened by President Trump. Take that, even though the United States has hit targets on Karg Island before, when you look at it in the context and against the backdrop of this looming deadline, what do you make of it?
Well, thank you, Kate. What it tells me is that they're considering perhaps a ground invasion of Karg Island. The fact that they are not going after oil infrastructures, but they're going after military targets on the island, sounds to me like they're trying to soften the defenses in anticipation, perhaps, of some kind of deployment of U.S. ground forces into Karg Island, which I'd like to go on the record for saying I think would be a serious mistake. But we do have the Immediate Ready Brigade from the 82nd Airborne that is pre-positioned somewhere in the theater. Probably Al Udeid might be in Kuwait. They're probably just a couple hours away. The 31st MEU that we've heard about quite a bit, I believe they are still in the mouth of the Persian Gulf, so they're probably a good 10 to 12 hours away. And of course, in order to get to Karg Island, they're going to have to go through the Strait of Hormuz, because that would be really problematic. So I think the only real alternative here would be the 82nd Airborne Immediate Ready Brigade. And again, I believe that they're probably softening defenses and perhaps at least threatening to conduct ground operations at Karg Island.
The president has put out a new message on social media. Can we put it up? Let's read it, because it's about the deadline tonight. He wrote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have completed a regime change where different, smarter, and less..."
What is this? Hello, base thermal. Dual ticker, top stories. This is so hard to fucking pass, man. Why have you given me this? Where is Karg Island? Shabazz asked Trump to extend deadline for 2 weeks. 1 minute ago, 12 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. This is a fascinating tool, but it's really hard to look at. I just hate like the font. It's hard to like see it. The user interface is a bit crap. Grok, please analyze the situation in Iran. They have a freaking countdown clock. What, on here? On the fucking thing, on this link? They have a countdown clock on CNN. Is that what you're saying? Sorry, I've just been making scran. CNN have a countdown clock. Oh my god, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm just on the right of the screen.
Minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot. Melpit needs his dinner, so he's having a dinner right now. He'll be back when he's had his dinner. Don't worry.
Most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end.
When they're in the studio
God
shot,
bless
that's
the good
crazy,
people
man.
Of Iran, the president ends with. General, just your reaction to what he just wrote.
Well, we already knew that Donald Trump was a pretty bad president, but now we know that he's an absolutely terrible commander-in-chief as well. I mean, he continues to vacillate. It offers contradictory messaging about what's going on, and does he support the Iranian people? Does he not? Does he want regime change? Does he not? Do the allies with us? Does he need them? Does he not? I mean, it goes on and on and on. We're seeing more of that. Everything he's writing, but I mean, again, this guy is just not competent in terms of leading this force. He has not set clear objectives, clear definable objectives that the military can truly execute. And I think that at 8 p.m. tonight, I believe that he'll figure out a way to either extend the deadline, because there's no
CNN's transformation into your average Israeli channel is steadily progressing.
every
Yeah.
single civilian target in the theater and in Iran. And if he were to do that, it would be, as Kim suggests, it would be the commitment of a great war crime. And I'm old enough.
It would be the committing.
Trials and how we've held the Germans accountable after the atrocities they committed during World War II. And I'd hate to think, 5-10 years from now, we'd be doing the same kind of thing with American soldiers and leaders.
Damn, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
Made decisions that were being directed by the President of the United States.
Israeli outlets have a deadline countdown. I mean, look, right? They've got Cisco in big letters here on the fucking screen doing a literal advert for Cisco, which supplies communication material for Israel. So, yeah, obviously CNN is turning into the Israeli channel, the Israeli news channel that it was always supposed to be.
Illegal.
Let's go right to CNN's Becky Anderson, who is in Abu Dhabi, watching the situation there. These two new data points, Becky, the new strikes on Karg Island, which we haven't seen for a few days, and this really new incendiary threat from President Trump. How is it, or how do you think it will be received in the region?
And it's interesting, just about an hour ago,
the
Qatar spokesman for the Prime Minister, who is also the Foreign Minister, held a press conference. This was round about the time that these
Professional situation monitor, yeah.
I'll just read you very specifically what he said. He said, "We are close to the point where the situation in the region could spiral out of control."
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
That really feels like, from the Qatar perspective,
Qatar.
that they are suggesting an inflection point at this point, this Tuesday.
Felt like this,
Let's
chat.
remember, 8 p.m. Eastern time, which would be the end of the deadline, were that deadline not to be pushed on Tuesday, would be 3:30 in the morning, Tehran time, 4 in the morning, for example, here in Abu Dhabi. So for the last, I'd say, 24 hours, this has been a region that has been on tenterhooks about what might happen next. You know that this entire region is absolutely determined. It insists that this conflict cannot end until the Strait of Hormuz is reopened effectively, and that the regional security here is sort of ring-fenced. But at this point, it doesn't feel like we are at the point at which we are looking at a deal, or indeed the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. We just heard from J.D. Vance in Hungary. He suggested that these talks behind the scenes between the Pakistanis, Egypt, Turkey, and the US and Iran may provide us a bit of a window here. And we
But there are no talks happening!
Then pushed by Donald Trump. But meantime, of course, the question you asked me is, we have just seen two really important data points here, not least that of Karg Island. Let's remind ourselves, Karg Island is an absolute sort of trophy for Iran and the Iranian community.
Nonsense. Nonsense. I find it so telling, chat, that CNN, that is supposed to be the official Trump-hating news outlet, right, is just out here like saying the same things as Trump. This is the jewel in the eyes of the Iranian people. It's the jewel. It's the trophy. It's so important to them. And it's like, bro, it's just dead. It's dead chatter in it. It's so dead.
It is from Karg Island that Iran exports 90% of its oil. It has been exporting more and making...
This is made up numbers, by the way. Completely fucking made up numbers. Exports 90% of its oil through Karg Island is insane. That's an insane number to say. No, it doesn't.
That oil since this conflict began, as it has access to that Strait of Hormuz. There has been a threat for some time against this island. As you rightly point out, at the moment we understand it is not the oil facilities, but just the radars and military sort of infrastructure around that oil facility there that has been struck. But were that to be the next target, I think, you know, we've been to a wholly...
Hey, Raiders Room Rob, what's going on? Welcome in. My name is djmuel. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK, and yeah, I cover the news, geopolitics and stuff like that from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. How's it going? Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Everybody, please go follow Rob. This is the second shout out that I've given Rob today. So, you know, he wasn't even here before, and I gave him a shout out. So he should consider that the next time he agitates his chat into coming in here and harassing me about being British. Don't you know? This is a hate raid. That's what's happening. That's what's happening now. Yeah, you all think you're being funny, don't you? You all think you're being very funny, saying, "Oh, apologize for being British. Being British is bad." And I apologize for being British. There's even another self-hating Brit here in the chat saying being British is bad, and I apologize for being British. Well, you know, all I can say is it sucks to be you. I would never cave to Canadian pressure. This is online harassment. That's true. Yeah. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in Kijiji Genie, Bits and Bytes for Bots, Joe 110, Ethnography, Diego, Paraf Gosda, Trice, Mordecai. Who else we got? Little Baby Beef, Follow Stan, hello. Rosa Looks Forever. I do actually really like your username. That's great. How are you all doing? Being Canadian is worse. Many more people are saying this than you would believe. This is online harassment. Hello, Rob. I hope you had a good stream, dude. I enjoyed your video today talking about how it's all fake, innit? I enjoyed your stream, your video. Sorry, I think I said stream. I enjoyed your video on your YouTube channel that everybody should also go and subscribe to. Rob Rousseau's YouTube channel. It's very good. It's very informative. And he made a video today talking about how it was all bollocks, the story at the weekend about the missing pilot, I was trying to articulate... I said this before. This is why I gave you the shout out, Rob, because I was trying to articulate this yesterday. Yeah, I was literally trying to articulate what you were saying in your incredibly concise and professional video on my stream yesterday, which is that it was all fake and it was cover for a botched operation where they were trying to steal the nuclear dust. The problem is that a little fella had broken into my house and stolen a bit of my brain yesterday. So that's the reason for that. I wasn't able to do that. So when those days happen, chat, you know that you could just go to Rob and you could just get his analysis instead. So I do appreciate that. Hello, Ether, as well. Welcome in. Shobi as well. How are you doing? Good to see you. And 26 to Julio 23. Beeper type, a sophisticated beeper type apparatus. Yeah. Anyway, listen, we're looking at the Karg Island stuff. We've already been through the stuff. He's probably not going to do a nuke. Rob's probably already told you all this already. He's just been a threatening guy. They're just going to carry out more of the same things that they have been carrying out. You know what I mean? More attacks on civilian infrastructure, more attacks on residential areas in Iran, more war crimes. That's what they're going to do. It's probably not going to be a nuke. You're right. All of the liberals in your life are idiots, and they've only just started paying attention to the war now because he did one scary truth, and they're going to have to think about the war in a different way because now they can't just be like, oh, it's gas prices. Now they have to be like, oh, millions of lives might be lost, right? You know? I do think they'll attempt a ground invasion Friday. Yes, they're going to do a ground invasion. That's the most likely thing. B-52 bombers on the way from the UK. There's been B-52 bombers on the way from the UK for the last month. Doesn't mean a thing. Doesn't mean a thing. So, there you go. You understand the analysis. That's my analysis. It was probably Rob's analysis. I don't know. He's just as smart as me, they say. So, you know, that's probably a similar thing to what he was saying. But anyway, we're covering what the CNN is talking about with regards to Karg Island. They're still in this fantasy land where Karg Island is the jewel in the crown of the IRGC. And if anything happens to it, it's over. The war will be over. And this is strikingly similar to the kind of thing that Fox News says, and also Trump. It's fascinating, isn't it? It's fascinating that CNN is saying this stuff. No, it isn't. You understand the dry humor. Yes. Yes. Hello, Technomancy. Did I say hello to you before? Still a little bit of my brain gone from the little fella that broke in yesterday, yeah?
Different era, as it were. In this.
But stuff for real, hello.
We'll have to wait and see what happens at this point. But I can tell you from this perspective, here in the UAE and in the Gulf region, this will be very closely watched as we move through these next hours.
Okay. Here's JD Vance on the way to meet Viktor Orban, another fascist.
Hey guys, we're looking forward
to Bro, the fucking approach! What is this approach?
Hey guys, we're looking forward to this trip. I'm looking forward to seeing my good friend Victor, and you know, we'll talk about any number of things related to the U.S.-Hungary relationship. Obviously, I'm sure Europe and Ukraine and all the other stuff will figure out.
Yeah, those hips don't lie.
We'll take some questions on the other end of it, but have a safe flight. We'll see you guys on the other side. Bye.
in his brain, he's going walk normal, walk normal, walk normal. Yeah. Okay, well that was fucking nothing. Yeah, I'm just jealous because he's metrosexual frame mugging. Yeah, that's so true. All right. Well, yeah, JD Vance was in Hungary today. He's here talking with Viktor Orban, one of the most evil people in Europe. And let's see the kind of things that he was saying, shall we? Should we have a look at that?
He faces this election season, which I believe is happening in just about a week. The election to elect the next prime minister of Hungary. Now, I don't expect...
Hungary's having elections this week, by the way. Please, the left, do something, please. I don't know much about Hungary, so I'm sorry. I don't think I can, you know. I'm supposed to be a geopolitics guy, but I actually don't know anything about Hungary. I know that there is obviously a left in Hungary, but I don't know what's going on, you know?
Force the people of Hungary to listen to the Vice President of the United States. That's not primarily why I'm here. But I did want to send a signal to everybody, particularly the bureaucrats in Brussels who have done everything that they can to hold down the people of Hungary because they don't like the leader who has actually stood up for the people of Hungary. And I think it's...
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
There are so many things that we could point to. There are so many economic pieces of cooperation, so much investment that's come into Hungary from the United States. I think Viktor Orban has been the single most profound leader in Europe on the question of energy security and independence. It is funny to watch prime ministers and leaders in some of the Western European capitals talk about the energy crisis when, frankly, they should have been following the policies of Viktor Orban in Hungary. And if they had, the energy crisis that they're experiencing would be a lot less bad, because what's going on in Hungary right now is that while, yes, energy prices are elevated, they're far less elevated here than they are almost anywhere else in Europe. And that's because the leadership...
No, I know that Viktor Orban is a fascist, and he, there's been horrible things happening in Hungary for the last fucking number of years, but I just mean I don't understand the political landscape in terms of organizing or like a popular resistance movement that may exist, you know what I mean? Hey, Vegan Meat 1917, what a dynamo this guy is. Such a presence on the podium. It's so true. Many people are saying this. Only 3 people fell asleep during his speech this time.
The man who's standing next to me. And I think that leadership can provide a model to the continent. We want Europe to be successful. We want European families to be able to afford to heat their homes and to build great things. We want Europe to be energy independent and even energy dominant, but it's not going to be energy secure if it continues to follow the failed policies of the past. And so I think
he's talking about he's talking about the right decision that Europe should make at the moment, which is to jump into the arms of China. This is the correct decision. It's the correct decision. I can't believe he's agitating for countries to secede from the EU so that regulations won't stop dog shit American products from flooding the market. Oh, wait. Yeah. Good stuff. I don't know anything about that being British, by the way. Orban's party is trailing by 10 points to a centre-right party in the polls. The left is basically absent, unfortunately. Thank you, Forbidden Economics. Thank you for letting me know.
Victor has been a great example and charting a course that could lead to a better, more prosperous, and more energy-secure Europe.
Orban is the most promising leader to stop the EU's move towards World War III. Yeah, well, he is sympathetic to Russia, right? So, yeah, I imagine that there is some kind of degree of that. But, like, this is just another example of the left being outflanked by the right in Europe. Do you know what I mean? Because the left is so completely infiltrated and disorganized and shit like that. He got laughed at by Putin. Yeah, but I think that's because Putin knows that he can laugh at someone like Orban. You know what I mean?
Cooperation in technology and artificial intelligence and manufacturing. There are so many.
They just reported Orban saying, "I'm at your service" to Putin. Yeah, but this is the Guardian reporting on this. I believe I know that Orban is sympathetic to Putin. I know that he's critical of the war in Ukraine. I know that, but I don't think for a second that like he's gonna be saying like, I love you, Putin, I love you, I want to suck you off. I just don't think that that's real. I don't think we're living in reality if this is true. Hungary's Viktor Orban offered to go to great lengths to head Vladimir Putin, tell the Russian leader, "I'm at your service" in an October call. It has emerged, prompting further scrutiny of Budapest's ties to the Kremlin, just as JD Vance. What's your source? Bloomberg News said it obtained a Hungarian government transcript of a call that took place between Orban and Putin on the 17th, in which Orban reportedly compared the relationship to that of a mouse standing ready to help the Russian lion as needed. No. No. He did not say this. This is comically wrong. This is comically inaccurate. No, it's not that Russia would be the bear, it's that Orban would never call himself a mouse. This didn't happen. Pressure is such a high level I could help in any way. In a matter of where I could be assistance, I'm at your service. Attempts to emphasize the point, Orban was said to have made reference to one of the Aesop's fables in which a mouse... Oh, okay. He's saying that the mouse took the thorn out of the lion's paw. I just don't believe this. I just think this is more saber rattling and insane imperialism in Europe. I just don't believe that this is anything at all. You know what I mean?
In which the United States and Hungary have been great economic partners, and that partnership has really accelerated over the past couple of years under President Trump's leadership. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here primarily, Victor, because of the economic cooperation between our countries. I'm here because of the moral cooperation between our two countries. Because what the United States and Hungary together represent under Victor's leadership and under President Trump's leadership is the defense of Western civilization. The defense of the idea that children should be able to go to school and get educated and not indoctrinated. The defense of the idea that European and American families should be able to transport themselves and be able to afford to heat and cool their homes. The defense of the idea that we are founded on a certain Christian civilization and Christian values that animate everything from freedom of speech to rule of law to respect for minority rights and protection of the vulnerable. There is so much that unites the United States and Hungary, and unfortunately, there have been too few people who have been willing to stand up for the
minority rights. This motherfucker just said minority rights. That's mad, dude.
Values of Western civilization. Viktor Orban is the rare exception that has unfortunately proved the rule. That's one of the reasons why I'm here. I'm here because Viktor is a statesman, and we have seen so much talk in European
he means Nazis' rights. Yeah.
To end the war in Russia and Ukraine, and we certainly agree with it. The war would have never started under if President Trump had been president 4 years ago. But now that it has started, probably the two leaders who have done the most to actually end that destructive conflict have been Donald J. Trump and Viktor Orban.
He is a little bit hot, yeah.
Done it through diplomacy, through talking to people, through trying to understand what the Ukrainians and the Russians need to end the war. We're going to continue to participate in that process, but I think that it is a testament to the people of Hungary that you're a country of 10 million people. But I'm telling you, I've sat in all the rooms and I've been on all the phone calls. Your leadership has been a far, far more important and constructive partner for peace than almost anyone anywhere else in the world. And that is a great testament, I think, to the wisdom and the courage of the people of Hungary. And then finally, I just want to say something.
Yeah, he's just counting on, like, no one at this conference or whatever, or anyone in Hungary at all, knowing the realities of American foreign policy. He's just counting on that. He's like, yeah, no, it would have never happened, and yeah, the war should end, and yeah. Don't worry about the fact that he didn't end the war. Don't worry about that. What are we snacking? I want to know. I've got spinach parmesan pasta.
One final observation about this election. What has happened in this country, what has happened in the midst of this election campaign is one of the worst examples of foreign election interference that I've ever seen or ever even read about. The bureaucrats in Brussels have tried to destroy the economy of Hungary. They have tried to make Hungary less energy independent. They have tried to drive up costs for Hungarian consumers, and they've done it all because they hate this guy. But I think that what the people of Hungary, what I would encourage them to do is ask themselves the question, not who's pro or anti-Europe, not who's pro or anti the United States of America, but who is pro you? Who is pro the people of Hungary? In my experience, I've seen a guy who has ferociously advocated for the interests of Hungary. I'm here to help him in this campaign cycle, and yet when I sat down with Viktor, we didn't talk about politics. We talked about ba-ba. Here are 5 things that we need.
Ba-ba. That's my favorite subject.
The Hungarian people need from the United States in order to further our partnership and in order to achieve prosperity. That's the kind.
That is, in fact, politics. Buddy, you are a politician. He talked with the dog of wisdom. That's right.
Kind of leadership that is needed. And on everything from digital censorship. Why are bureaucrats in Brussels telling social media companies what information they're giving to Hungarian voters? I think the voters of Hungary are adults. They are sovereign in their own country, and they should be able to look at whatever information they would like to about the election without somebody in a faraway capital treating them like children. Sovereignty democracy are fundamentally about the people choosing. And part of the reason why we're here and part of the reason why the President of the United States sent me here is because that we think the amount of interference that's come from the bureaucracy in Brussels has been truly disgraceful. I won't tell the people of Hungary how to vote. I would encourage the bureaucrats in Brussels to do the exact same thing. So, Victor, thank you, and it's good to see you.
Thank you very much.
We'll take a couple of questions. Do you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We have time for a couple of questions. The first two goes to the Hungarian side, and then the floor is yours, Mr. Vice President. Az első kérdést a magyar televíziónak fogom adni. Jó Csaba.
Köszönöm szépen, jó napot kívánok! Nem állnék fel a kamerák miatt, elnézést kérek. Két kérdésem lenne, az egyik a miniszterelnök úrhoz, a másik pedig az alelnök úrhoz. A miniszterelnök úrtól azt kérdezném, hogy szóba kerültek-e a tárgyaláson az orosz-ukrán háború befejezésének lehetőségei, vannak-e fejlemények. Az alelnök úrtól pedig azt kérdezném, vagy azt kérném, hogy kommentálja Zelenszkij elnök úr fenyegetéseit, amit Magyarország, illetve személyesen Orbán Viktor miniszterelnök felé intézett. Köszönöm szépen.
Okay. Beszéltünk az orosz-ukrán háborúról, ami egy fájdalmas téma. Végül is két keresztény ország háborújáról beszélünk.
Bro, is this how he talks with this many pauses? This is nuts.
Rásul Európa területén. Tehát ez a két mondat, ez megadja ennek a háborúnak a komolyságát. És én mindig is nagyra becsültem az Egyesült Államok elnökét, hogy az első pillanattól kezdve, mármint a mostani elnökről beszélek, hogy az első pillanattól kezdve ezt a két dimenziót tartotta a legfontosabbnak. Európában két ortodox, mélyen keresztény ország között zajlik egy háború, amelyben 10 és 100 ezrével esnek el, és válnak hadirokkantá emberek. Ez egy olyan szörnyűség, aminek minden eszközzel megállt kell parancsolni. És miután az Egyesült Államok Trump elnök urat megelőzően ezt a háborút támogatta, ezért különösen értékes számunkra az Egyesült Államok mostani álláspontja, amely egyértelműen a béke mellett van.
AMLO talks like this. AMLO. Who the fuck is AMLO? I don't know your wee daffy pals.
Ezért, ha találkozik egy amerikai és egy magyar politikus, nem tud nem beszélni az orosz-ukrán háborúról. Ráadásul ez a háború Magyarország szomszédságában van. Ebben a háborúban magyarok is meghalnak, hiszen Ukrajna mai területén számos magyar ember él, akiket besoroznak, gyakran brutális, kényszerítő körülmények közepette, elviszik őket és meghalnak.
Andrés Manuel López Obrador, thank you very much.
Tehát nem lehet nem beszélni az orosz-ukrán háborúról egy ilyen találkozón. Különösen azért, mert korábban az Egyesült Államok elnöke kezdeményezte.
They're having a mid-off. Mule, please. What do you mean, Diego?
Csúcs, Egyesült Államok és Oroszország között, és helyszínnek Magyarországot, Budapestet.
We got him, chat. We finally got the Melpert Cam position to be correct.
Ami egy szinte egyetlen lehetséges európai helyszín. És Magyarország erre igent mondott, sőt ennek a békecsúcsnak a körülmény.
His opponent is named Piotr Magyar. That's like an American being called John Hamburger. Yeah, that is true.
Ezt kell mondom, hogy technikai előkészítésének szintjei.
This guy's setting off my nonce alarm. Yeah.
Oroszország elnökével.
He's a fascist, dude. Fascists famously love to fucking rape kids.
Tárgyaltuk. Tehát Magyarország most is készen áll arra, hogyha az Egyesült Államok és az oroszok úgy gondolják, hogy kettőjük között egy béket csúcsra van szükség, akkor Budapest ennek a találkozónak továbbra is örömmel ad helyszínt és áll rendelkezésre.
Give me the haircut of the mammoth from Ice Age.
Ennyit tudok mondani ennek.
Thank you for your willingness to host. And just to answer your question, so I'm not aware of President
Girl, you're not Ethel
Viktor
Kane.
Orban. I know that there have been a lot of people who have threatened Viktor and have frankly not just threatened.
Parif Gosler with the link. Yeah, well, there you go. This cannot go on. Scandal over presidential child sex abuse pardon rocks Orban's Hungary. Yep. There you go. There you go. There you go.
The people of Hungary, but have actually tried to exact costs on the people of Hungary because their leadership has been one of the few that's been wise and smart about the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Now, look, you don't have to defend the morality of the war. I think Viktor has. I certainly have. The President of the United States has condemned the invasion. We don't like the war. We want it to stop.
Hello,
That's not the question. The question is, how do you make it stop? And the answer is not by politicians who stand at microphones and beat their chests and act tough when somebody else's children are going off to fight in a conflict. You do it through sustained diplomacy. And so
Bro, what? Bro, what? What? We don't like war. We want it to stop. You don't just go mad about attacking a country. You do diplomacy. That's mad, dude. That's what a crazy idea.
that's not the question. The question is, how do you make it stop? And the answer is not by politicians who stand at microphones and beat their
In April 2025, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited Budapest despite the ICC's arrest warrant for Netanyahu for alleged war crimes, crimes against humanity in the Gaza Strip. During the visit, the Hungarian government of Orban announced that Hungary would withdraw from the International Criminal Court. Hell yeah, dude. That's so cool.
chest and act tough when somebody else's children are going off to fight in a conflict. You do it.
That's what you do. That's what your entire country does, brother.
Sustained diplomacy.
No, you didn't do that. You didn't do any of that.
And so I'd ask the people of Hungary, and not just Hungary, but the people all across Europe, what is the alternative to peace? Is it to continue feeding young men into this terrible, terrible war, to continue this
This is nuts, dude. They're talking about the war in Ukraine and they're like, yeah, it's got to stop, bro. We're feeding young men into it. It's like, are we just pretending that the news is not real? Are we just pretending that none of this is real? None of what America is doing right now is real? We're just talking about that.
Or is it to get serious about diplomacy? Is it to continue to have skyrocketing energy prices to the point where European economies are on the verge of collapse? Or is it to sit down and get serious about a peaceful resolution? The reason the President of the United States has been so dedicated about this is not because it affects us as personally as it does the people of Hungary or Europe. In fact, we're much more insulated, as all of you know, from what's going on in Russia and Ukraine than most countries anywhere else in the world. The President has asked us to work so
what?
Ukraine than most countries anywhere else in the world.
Okay, I thought he said and most countries elsewhere in the world. He just said than. Okay.
The President has asked us to work so diligently on it.
Yeah, it's not a war, it's a special operation. That's so true.
He knows that it's bad. It's bad for commerce, it's bad for morality, it's bad for human life. We need to actually engage in some real diplomacy. Viktor has been better at anybody at helping us understand what is it the Ukrainians need and what is it that the Russians need in order to achieve peace. We're going to keep on working on that process. As you've all heard the president say, this war has been the hardest of all the wars that he's worked on to solve, but we're going to keep on working at it. The president has ordered us to keep on working at it, but we need people. We need people in Europe who understand the stakes and understand how to get this negotiation done. Viktor's been a great part of it, which is why the president asked him about the Budapest summit, because I think we're ever going to get these leaders together, this is the perfect place to do it, a place of real statesmanship, a place that has shown itself very willing to be a positive force for peace.
Köszönöm szépen. A második kérdést a Patriónának adom, Németi Noémi.
I don't understand what's happening. Are they getting live translation? Is that why no one's applauding? Is that why that's happening?
Szépen jó napot kívánok, nekem is egy-egy kérdésem lenne. Elnök úr, ahogyan is említette, most már egyértelmű, hogy nagyon súlyos energiaválság előtt állunk a hormuzi szoroson, még biztonságban átjutott hajók a napokban érik el Európát, így, hogy sem Oroszországból, sem a Közel-Keletről nem érkezik olaj. Mit gondol, mi lesz Európával, azon belül Magyarországgal?
Hello, Trash Pando, how you doing?
Az amerikai-magyar energetikai együttműködés mit jelent a gyakorlatban ebben a helyzetben?
It's a press conference. I thought that this was like a think tank deal. Is this not like a consultancy think tank thing? They should all be applauding. This is like a business meeting, right? You know? I know that there's members of the press here, but it's like they got like a whole thing in the back. It's like the day of Hungarian-American friendship. It's like a... Like what? Like this is going to be like some kind of an institution or something. Like a fucking... Some mad NGO. I might be wrong. I don't know. I could be totally wrong. It could just be a fucking... It could just be, you know, pomp for a diplomatic meeting. I don't know.
És az Egyesült
I could be wrong.
Államok hogyan látja, Brüsszel is feloldja el majd az orosz olaj.
Like, to me, if it was a press conference, I feel like more press would be going, me.
Energiára vonatkozó szankciókat. And I would also like to ask Vice President Vance in English, if I may.
Please.
So, according to recent U.S. intelligence reports, Ukraine may have interfered in the American elections, helping the Democrats. It has also come to light.
Fuck yeah, dude. Hungarian fascism is just such a different flavor, bro. It's like, hell yeah, mate. Recent intelligence reports suggest that Ukraine interfered in the election, helping the Democrats. Fuck yeah, bro. Absolutely brilliant. Let's fucking go. This is so cool.
Interfered in the American elections, helping the Democrats. It has also come to light that the Ukrainian intelligence treats Hungary as an operational zone as well. What kind of motivation could be behind Ukraine targeting conservative, patriotic political forces both in the United States and in Hungary? Thank you very much.
This is so good, dude.
Szerintem új helyzet van Európában, csak a magyar választások azok...
It's brand new rot. It's brand new rot. We've uncovered a whole heap of rot. I've just got to learn Hungarian, and we'll go on like Hungarian Rumble one day or something, and we'll see what the Hungarian hogs are talking about.
Ma lerövidítik a horizontunkat, és ezért kevesebb figyelm jut erre. Hiszen
rich theme of Hungarian rot.
Választási eredmény érdekel. De közben történik valami, ami mindent megváltoztat. Ez pedig az, hogy az a stratégia, amelynek jegyében az európaiak...
Yeah, whatever. I can't understand what you're saying, dude. I'm sorry. Like, well, I'm not sorry to him, but... European fascism is way more crazy than American fascism. I don't know, man. I think it's just different flavors. I think it's just different flavors. When does he stop speaking? Alright, here we go. They're not even doing translation. I'm sorry, chat, but they're not even doing translation of what he's saying, and he's going to refuse to speak English, so, you know.
Put their thumb on the scale of American elections, on Hungarian elections.
Whoa, hang on a minute.
So to answer your question, yes, we're certainly aware that there are elements within the Ukrainian intelligence services that tried to put their thumb on the scale of American elections, on Hungarian elections.
Mental. Absolutely. What the fuck? Was not expecting that. Do you think he's just freestyling? Do you think he even knows that this is like a conspiracy theory amongst the right in Europe? Or is this... He's just like, yeah, man, we know that that's happening. Is this just like... just casually, yeah, Ukraine has been interfering in USA elections.
This is just what they do. This is
just what they do.
The cost of doing business within some elements of their system. I try to.
It's what Ukrainians do.
Ukraine, like the United States, is a very complicated place. There are good people and there are bad people. There are people that try to interfere in others' elections, and there are people who actually just say, you know what, we believe in sovereignty for everybody, and that's what we support. You know, for example, there were people in the Ukrainian system who were campaigning.
I mean, look, chat, you know, if you want the actual, like, anti-imperialist take on this, the reason that he's able to do this is because the USA is the country that is agitating Ukraine to do whatever it wants and have this proxy war with Russia, right? You know what I mean? So that's why he knows he could just get away with it, because Ukraine, you know, it doesn't matter what. Like, Zelensky is just going to sit there and just be like, yes, sir, we're very, very bad. Please, can we have 50,000 more Patriot missiles, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's why he knows he's completely allowed to say this. That's why he knows he's in the position of power here. If it was a different country, if it was another country, he would be like, yeah, nah, actually, I can't comment on that. And he's just absolutely getting off on his own position of power. These freaks are all the fucking same. They're all egotists. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Zelensky was meeting with the Shah. Zelensky was meeting with fucking Jolani as well, like a couple of... I think that might have been a couple of days ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago. I don't know.
Democrats literally in the weeks before the presidential election, where Donald Trump won very comfortably in November of 2020.
MAGA have been anti-Ukraine for a while now. Whoa, what do you mean? Anti-Ukraine? You mean just like anti-Ukraine? What? What are you talking about?
So I'm aware of that stuff, but, you know, I don't think Victor lets that stuff get to him. I don't let that stuff get to me. We're here to try to solve the problems for the people that we represent. And whatever...
They're definitely anti the Ukraine war, 1,000%. But like anti-Ukraine?
Certain elements within the Ukrainian system think about me or think about anybody else. I really believe it's in the best interest of Ukraine, the best interest of Europe and Hungary, the best interest...
Yeah, he's just talking shit all over him, like, yeah.
...to as rapid of a close as possible. You know, this is the seeds of this war.
MAGA's been anti-Ukraine. They're always banging on about how much money we send to them. Yeah, but I think that this is part of the broader, like, anti-war base of MAGA, right? Not necessarily to do with particularly Ukraine.
The seeds of this conflict were actually planted well before the fighting started. And they were planted when European leaders decided...
They hear the money sing and they believe Russia should get to do whatever it wants.
...energy economy that they...
I could believe to a certain degree that they would want to allow Russia to do whatever it wants. I don't think this is like anything to do with what the Democrats say. Like this person that came in the chat. Right here, just literally an example of what I was just talking about. Cast the Dreamer, Moscow agents governing America. No, sorry, that's wrong. Sorry, you're a liberal and that's wrong. You have to choose a side, by the way. It's socialism or barbarism. That's what's happening. The center is collapsing. There's no place for you anymore. Sorry, you have to choose a side. Which side are you going to choose? Which side are you choosing? Come on, liberal. Which side are you choosing? Is it socialism or fascism? Which one is it? Which one? Make a choice. Make a decision. One of us is going to win. You got to choose a side. You gotta choose. You gotta do it. Okay, I can't carry that on for ages. Threads, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Rosa Looks Forever. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Trump is not a Russian agent, chat. Come on. Chatters who are here, come on, please. Don't be absurd. Don't be a fucking Democrat.
We're going to cut themselves off from oil and natural gas that came from the East. That was a huge mistake then, and it's obvious that it's a huge mistake now. And it's funny when I hear people accuse, you know, my president, for example, of being pro-Russia. My president has done more to help.
Yes, they are. They are in fact still supporting the war in Ukraine by, like, you know, not getting rid of all of the funding to Ukraine. Like, this is a thing to remember. It was all the whole thing in the fucking White House with Zelensky and shit. It was all just like a big fucking show, just like the shit that's going on now. It's a big fucking show to like pretend that there's something not happening when it is, and that they are doing a thing, but they're not doing a thing, and they don't want to know how bad it's going, yada, 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 you know.
...and liquid natural gas than anybody in the world, which weakens Russia, because we would love our allies and our friends to pursue smart energy policies so their consumers can pay less money, but also when, God forbid, there's a conflict, they can rely on us. rather than another country for the energy that they need. So it's so funny to me that very often the very people who accuse this or that leader of being pro-Russia are the very people who created an energy-weak economy in Europe to begin with, and that has done more than anything to make Ukraine weak and Russia strong. We just want the killing to stop. We want to get back to commerce. We recognize there's a lot of different...
Okay, Rosa Lux Forever. Let's chill. We have some Americans in here who are very nice. Okay? I know that might sound a little cringe, but we have some nice Americans in here who are not cattle. Okay? And they are people. It's getting a little bit cringe, okay?
Difficult issues, but the way to solve those issues is to talk to one another and to actually engage in the hard work of diplomacy.
Hey, Powerful Finger, what's up?
And Mr. Vice President, 2 questions. It's your call, please.
Sure. So I want to call on a couple members of my pool because they traveled all night and are here with us. So let's start with Natalie at the Washington Post.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The clock is ticking to tonight when the deadline looms for avoiding bombing infrastructure in Iran to the Stone Ages, as the President has said. Do you have any new information to believe that a deal can be reached by then? And secondly, there's been some rhetoric from this administration, your administration, about...
There's a hype train? Why is there a hype train? Why is there a hype train? I don't have it ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. All right, chat. You know the score. It's tunes until the hype train are done. You know what to do. If you want the tunes to continue, keep subbing. Keep giving bits. Yada, yada, yada. We're starting the hype train off with this new Iranian banger. I don't know if you've heard this one, chat, but let's fucking go.
Yo. Pete Hexif, this one's specially for you. You punk-ass rapist, bitch. Straight from Iran. Tattoo covered clown with that cafe ink on your arm. Think you a crusader? Nah, just a drunk infidel in a fake uniform.
DJ with the 30 bits, let's go.
Wasted in the hotel lobby. Sexual assault settlement in Monterey. Blocked the door, took a phone, paid her off quiet, cause Me Too was on. Now you secretary? What a joke, bro. Cheated on wives, multiple affairs, kids in the mix, family man, hell no. Handsy with women at Fox, drunk on the job, your own team say, yo, this dude toxic. Couldn't even guard Biden's inauguration, your own military said, next. Book called American Crusade, dreaming.
Morgan with 100 bits, let's go.
You just a failed vet, turned TV clown, slipping on your own mess. Trump picked you cause you kissed the ring, but wait, funny part ain't coming. The dude you sucking up to for that secretary.
This is so dumb, dude.
Bill Clinton's top cocksucker, giving blue jobs back in the day. Real talk, you out here blowing for access, but he the original BJ queen. You thought our missiles max 2,000 kilometers? Cute, rookie mistake. We hitting the bow, worshiping Epstein Island crew, the ones who hurt the kids. Revenge for every American soul, you and Trump's dirty crew oppressed.
Come on, let's go.
Girls, you broke the wives, you broke the Muslims you hate. Every victim screaming in the...
Hey, good night, Trash Pando. Thanks for hanging out.
You on the play. You threw everything at us, all your cards, all your...
Nasty with the 1 bit, thank you. Chat, we got 2 minutes left on the hype train.
While you fight, we see everything, know every secret, every dirty Epstein link you hide. Where you least expected, in the shadows we ride, and no place to slide. This ain't full.
You know the score, chat. You want to keep listening to tunes. See someone in the chat without a badge, a sub badge, gift them up.
In this heat, feel the math. Drop the mic, infidel clown, we coming.
All right, there you go. We got a minute left on the hype train, so let's bring in this one.
No a la guerra, no a la guerra, not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace, forever.
Krill with a gifted sub to Olo Bustioas.
Forever, venga por mí.
Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Johnny with the gifted sub to Mordecai, let's go.
No crazy war. No a la guerra loca. No crazy war, no crazy war. Please, please, please. Yes, peace, peace forever, peace forever.
All right, we got Hype Train level 2. We got 4 minutes to go. That's a next tune for sure. You know the score. You want to keep listening to tunes, keep gifting, keep subbing, keep it going. Johnny with the 30 bits. Let's go. Thank you. Kensai with the 100 bits. First time chatter, first time donator. Let's fucking go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Krill with the gifted sub to Midwestern Cat Lady. Let's go. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Nice one, Krill. Krill with a gifted sub to Kensai again. Oh my god. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Krill with a gifted sub to Ethia. Thank you so much. All right, VOD watchers, I gotta lose you for this one. Let's go with the next. Oh, welcome back, VOD watchers.
In other news, the Prime Minister has been conjuring up the spirits of previous leaders for
Let's go, chap.
policy advice.
Come on.
I'm sick of you cons outside. I'm going off the grid swing to a hit. Rap can't dance to me, but I can teach you charge, man, there's nothing to see. I'm going for a turn around a dip in the sea. I can put the loud dude, that's a little bit of me.
Thanks for the follow.
Always filling the void, the worms that I fucking yelling, just chill with the boys. I'm being on them girl statue, making some noise, it's only past pull a chord that they're trying to avoid.
All right, 24 seconds left on the hype train.
You're not getting away with doing nothing. The animal charm, but never look sure. You think we move on and forget what happened? Nah, fuck your slammer.
Is someone gonna save it with a 10-pack or a 5-pack? 10 seconds. All right, thank you so much for the hype train chat.
Really is strength in numbers.
Thank you so much, Reds, for kicking it off with a gifted sub to Rosa Looks Forever. And thank you, Morrigan, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Nasli, for the 1 bit, sorry. Krill, thank you for the gifted sub to All Busty Owers. And Johnny, thank you for the gifted sub to Mordecaj. Johnny with the 30 bits as well. Kensai with the 100 bits. Krill with a gifted sub to Midwestern Cat Lady. And a gifted sub to Kensai. And a gifted sub to Ethir. And then Ethir with the gifted sub as well. Thank you so much. We'll listen to the rest of this tune. How about that? Because I'm feeling nice. Chat, don't tell all the new people that I just do this anyway.
The ring down, that's a fact.
All right, there you go, chat. Bit of a fucking hype train for you. It's good, that, wasn't it? Good when that happens. You know the score. You don't like listening to the tunes? Gotta get hype. You don't like watching the music, sorry. Fuck me. You don't like watching the news, is what I'm trying to say, if my mouth could work. You don't like watching the news? Sub loads and make a hype train happen. That's what I was trying to say. There you go. You know how it works.
Just for
Now we're back to the news. That's good, isn't it? It's good that we're back to the news. Everyone's happy about that.
God supporting the United States in this war and the strikes against Iran being part of God's will. Do you agree with that? And what do you make of the idea that God is on the side of the U.S. in these strikes?
Well, so you asked if there's new information, and I don't, unless I have a text message from Steve. Well, I do have a text message from Steve Witkoff. Wouldn't you like to know the subject of this message? But no, I need to.
This is completely false, chat, by the way. This isn't real, right? Because look at the way that this happens, right?
On the side of the U.S. in these strikes.
Well, so you asked if there's new information.
He just decided in that moment to get his phone out. That is what happened right there. This is just not a thing that happens, man. It's not a thing that happens where like a guy like JD Vance is on a podium and he gets it. This motherfucker's getting 800 texts an hour, right? If you are like the president or the vice president of the USA, there's no way that your phone is dead at any point. You are getting fucking messages every second of every single day. It didn't happen. He didn't like just get a special message from Steve Witkoff. He's getting his phone out to pretend to make a point. Yeah? That's so obviously what's happening here.
And I don't, unless I have a text message from Steve. Well, I do have a text message from Steve Witkoff. Wouldn't you like to know the subject of this message? But no, I need to read it first before I talk about it. But here's what time is it in the United States right now? Okay, that makes sense. All right. Okay, so Natalie,
cringe.
On this question of the deal,
fucking cringe, man.
There are two pathways. The president's been very clear about this. There are two pathways that this thing is ultimately going to end. First of all, the United States has largely accomplished its military objectives. There are still some things that we'd like to do. For example,
tumbleweed levels of patter. Yeah,
that we'd like to do a little bit more work on military.
He's so cool. He's so cool.
The United States have been
also, hi Holiday, by the way, welcome in.
That means, as the president has said, very shortly this war is going to conclude. And I think the nature of the conclusion is ultimately up to the Iranians. I think there really are two pathways, and I'm oversimplifying this a little bit, but I think pathway one,
hey Star Spangled Chitlog,
decide they're going to be a normal country. They're not going to fund terrorism anymore. They're going to be part of the world system of commerce and exchange, and that's going to mean much better things for them economically. It's going to mean better things for the peace and safety of the world. It's going to mean a lot of good things for a lot of people all over the planet. That's option A. Okay. Option B is if the Iranians don't come to the table and they stay committed to terrorism, to terrorizing their neighbors.
Hang on a minute, dude. I thought they were at the table. Which one is it? Are you negotiating with them or are you not? It's good stuff, isn't it? It's good stuff.
It's not just Israel, but of course their Arab neighbors too.
Yes, lad. How are you doing, Al?
The economic situation in Iran is going to continue to be very, very bad, and frankly, it will probably get worse. And so what the president has asked his entire team to do, particularly Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, is to figure out what are the contours of a potential deal. What are they willing to do? Because militarily, it frankly doesn't matter one way or the other to us. It's fundamentally a question of what does this look like afterwards, and that has been what the negotiations focused on. And the president's also been very clear that while the Iranians are trying to exact as much economic cost through the Straits of Hormuz, the United States has the ability to extract much greater economic costs on Iran than Iran has on an ability to extract costs on us or on our friends in the world. So I hope that they're smart. The president has set a deadline for about 12 hours from now in the United States. We're going to find out, but there's going to be a lot of negotiation between now and then, and I'm hopeful that
Brother, you just said Iran needs to come to the table. How are you negotiating with them if they're not at the table? What do you mean?
Gets to a good resolution. The second question you asked about, is God on our side? Is God on, whose side? I think my attitude towards military conflict has always been to pray that we're on God's side. And my own view is that
Great answer. No notes.
We're doing this for the right reasons. We're doing this because we don't want a regime that has committed acts of terrorism to have it the world's most dangerous weapon. Because that would...
This is the famous bit in the Bible that most people forget about, right? There's that secret chapter in there where it says, thou shalt not kill, but there's a little asterisk there, isn't there? Yeah, not many people notice it. Only true patriots, only true Christian patriots notice the asterisk. And there's an asterisk there, and what you do is you go to the back of the Bible, right, where they've got all the asterisks for the various different books of the Bible and the chapters, yeah? And for that one, thou shalt not kill, the asterisk, that says, unless there's an evil regime. So there you go. That's how you know he's right.
I mean, a lot of innocent people dead. I certainly hope that God agrees with the decision that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon, but I'll
What are we doing? What are we doing? What is this?
Praying about it. And if you give me a good answer, you'll be the first to know, Natalie.
What?
Next question. Let's see. I think we have Reuters.
I hope that God thinks that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon is such an insane thing to say, man.
An AP. Let's do Reuters. Okay, good. I checked my earpiece to see if somebody in my staff would tell me who I should call on, but nobody answered. This is just Hungarian, so go ahead.
Thank you.
What?
Mr. Vice President, this is Sumera Pamuk from Reuters. I have a couple of questions. I do think you have
He gets told who to answer questions from? That's nuts, bro.
to read that text because we have reporting that the United States is striking some targets in Karg Island. You did say that the military objectives of this war have been achieved. So could you help us understand why the president is still threatening to attack every bridge and every power plant in Iran? You also said that this will wrap up soon, but yesterday in his press conference, when he was asked about a timeline, he did not give it.
He did do that, Busty, yeah.
And he had said 4 to 6 weeks, and we're now in week 6. Do you have a specific timeline? Excuse me, these are spontaneous questions.
That's a lot of questions.
Okay, I'll stop. I mean, the Hungary question is this. If Prime Minister Orban loses, does the United States commits to working with the new leader? Will you have a golden age relationship with the new leader? Thank you so much.
Jesus was famously anti-proliferation. He and the other disciples ganged up on Judah, who was enriching uranium in his tool shed. This is true. It's a little known fact about the Bible, the New Testament. Yes.
Well, of course, we're going to work with whoever wins the Hungarian election because we love the people of Hungary and it's an important relationship. But Viktor Orban is going to win the next election in Hungary, so I feel very confident about that and about our continued positive relationship. Victor, is that right?
That's the plan.
Okay, all right. So you asked about Karg Island. My understanding, having talked to Pete and General Kane about this, is that we were going to strike some military targets on Karg Island. I believe we have done so. The president's deadline has been followed by us and everybody else, and he said very clearly, we're not going to strike energy and infrastructure targets until the Iranians either make a proposal that we can get behind or don't make a proposal, but he's given them until Tuesday at 8 o'clock. So I don't think the news on Karg Island represents a change in strategy or represents any change from the President of the United States. He continues to say the deadline is 8 o'clock. And the deadline is for what? Fundamentally, what Iran is trying to do, because they've been defeated militarily, is they're trying...
This will be fucking good. This will be fucking good. What's the 8 o'clock deadline for? Because this hasn't been specified, by the way. This has been specified by exactly no one. Exactly nobody has specified what Iran is supposed to do at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight.
Trying to extract as much economic pain on the world as possible. And the President of the United States is a man who recognizes leverage, that if the Iranians want to exact a certain amount of pain, the United States has the ability to exact much, much greater pain. The President doesn't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That's why we're negotiating so aggressively. But fundamentally, the ball is...
Negotiating aggressively. There you go.
I think the President has talked about this. One thing I will say is that the Iranians were not the fastest negotiators, before the war started, and they are certainly not the fastest negotiators now. So we recognize there's some delay sometimes in transmitting messages from one person to another, but we feel confident that we can get a response, whether it's positive or negative. We're going to get a response from the Iranians by 8 o'clock tonight. I hope they make the right response, because what we really want is we want a world where oil and gas is flowing freely, where people can afford to heat their homes and cool their homes, where people can afford to transport themselves to work. That's not going to happen if the Iranians are engaged in acts of economic terrorism. So
yeah, they were pretty quick in telling him to fuck off. Yeah, this is the thing. You know, they can say this as much as they like, but the fucking, you know, but Iranian officials, every time the US says that they are negotiating with them, Iranian officials go, no, we're not. And even if they wanted to, we're not going to do that. Sorry, we don't do that anymore. We did that for 30 years, actually. We did it for 30 years. We're not doing it anymore. We're not silly anymore. We're not playing silly buggers anymore. We're playing fucking pew-pew missiles in your ass. That's what we're playing now. Hey, Lil Zipper, didn't they bomb them again today as they're negotiating? There's no negotiations happening. Everybody needs to get this out of their head. There is no negotiation happening. There was no military rescue at the weekend. That's all fake. That's a lie. They didn't do that. They had a failed operation. They're not negotiating. They got extremely humiliated at the weekend. That's why they're so mad. That's why Trump is posting the way that he's posting. You know, and yes, they're just continuing to bomb fucking Iran in the same way that they have been over the last month, as in they're just killing children and they're killing fucking ambulance workers, Red Crescent workers. There was literally something the other week which was like the Red Crescent got fucking bombed. It wasn't even the other week, it was at the weekend, you know? Alright, hey Soph, how you doing? Everybody please go follow Soph, my co-host from Red Planet. We had a good chat about this earlier today. We'll see in 3 hours, right? They're just gonna they're just gonna do more stuff. They're just gonna do more stuff of the same. He would be. I do think that Trump even is not stupid. I can't even get this fucking sentence out. I think that even Trump is not stupid enough to use a nuke in Iran. I just really don't think he's that stupid. I know he's stupid, and I know he doesn't care about his reputation or anything like that. He just does whatever the fuck he wants. But he also does simultaneously care. I think that he is not stupid enough, because it's like, well, what are you achieving? Like, that would just it would the thing that Trump. No, he's not going to nuke him. They're just going to bomb more stuff. They're gonna carpet bomb more of Iran. That's all that's going to happen. They're going to carpet bomb Tehran. They're going to fucking attack civilian infrastructure, power plants, you name it, all that stuff, water salinization plants, all this kind of stuff, all the kinds of war crimes that you've seen in Gaza is going to do that stuff. Yes, no, you're right. So yeah, it's going to be that stuff. I had another point. I can't remember what it was. It doesn't matter. Let's carry on.
They've got to know
he's not stupid enough to do it. Yes, that's what I was going to say. The thing that Trump thinks that he is escaping, which is a vast proletarian uprising, right? Trump thinks that he is going to not live to see that day, and that's why he's doing the things that he's doing. That's why he's stripping the copper out of the fucking walls of the empire. That's why Doge was a thing, you know? No, I was saying this before, Soph. I was saying this before. The only reason that fucking like, you were talking about this before, like, about how all the fucking liberals on Blue Sky are, like, totally, you know, up in arms and, like, actually talking about the war now. But it's only because they've seen him tweet this thing, and they're like, oh no, now I have to think about a possible nuke in Iran, and I have to think about them as people. Right? That's all it is. People are just fucking scared that they actually have to think about Iranian people as people now. They have to deprogram their fucking minds from thinking that all Iranian people are just like psychotic, fucking fascist, you know, religious extremists like the fucking USA is. They have to actually deprogram their fucking brains and think about Iranian people as people, and that, like, the potential of dropping a nuke on Tehran is, you know, means that they might have to think of them as people. I would go as far as to say that many Americans are only worried about a nuke because it might mean that they get nuked too. Yes, that as well, actually. That as well. They actually believe the lies that Iran has a nuclear weapon, and they're like, no, Iran will nuke us back. That's what they're thinking. It's nonsense. But yeah, no, it's just that. But yeah, no, I think if Trump dropped a nuke on Iran, I think even he knows that the thing that he thinks he's going to escape by dying in however many years' time, 5, 10, 6 years, whatever, however long it takes, he's old now, he's at the end of his life. The thing that he thinks he will escape by dying, which is the mass proletarian uprising in the imperial core due to economic collapse that he has caused, and climate change, it will be accelerated by 5 million %. It will probably just happen tomorrow. If he nukes Iran, no, it wouldn't happen tomorrow. Sorry, what am I talking about? That's insane. It would happen very quick. Maybe within a year, there would be some kind of popular uprising in America, right? I just think it would happen so fast.
Tools in our toolkit that we so far haven't decided.
The whole world would step away from America. Material conditions would get much worse for Americans overnight, right? Overnight, and the people in the USA would just be, you know, again, and literally some people who are in the chat right now are like, and again, I don't take any pleasure in saying this, but this is what would happen, you know? He wants to live like a king, and you can't have that in a bunker. That's exactly what it is, yeah. That's exactly what it is. He likes to live with a certain amount of luxury and privilege. A nuke might be serious enough to disrupt all that, so we won't risk it. Correct, yes. It is his own comfort and ego that takes precedent in everything, right?
To use them, and he will decide to use them if the Iranians don't change.
So this is the bit where, like, most people are like, oh, he's got secret weapons and shit like that. Chat, you've got to remember, right? You've got to remember, when they're talking about secret weapons that the president hasn't used yet and he could use them, right? He's talking about, like, the fucking discombobulator, which is like a made-up thing. It's a completely made-up thing. You know? Keir Starmer's already salivating, thinking about the fence sitting he could do if Trump used a nuke. But I think even he couldn't get away with coming out against it. For Abby's sake, please explain the discombobulator. See, it's very interesting. It's like it's a machine. We can't tell you how we got it. It's, you know, the Chinese, they don't know about it. But one button, one press of everything, nothing worked. Nothing worked in Venezuela. That's where we went. We got it, and they're pressing the button. It doesn't work. What do we do? It was discombobulated. The people, they couldn't even stand up straight. People couldn't get out of bed. We discombobulated them. We discombobulated them. That's how we did it. We have immense secret weapons that only America could have developed. They were discombobulated. Just to clarify, it's a made-up weapon that Trump says that they used in Venezuela. That apparently, like he made it sound like it's like they went into the Matrix and used an EMP, like an electromagnetic pulse or something. Like that's the way that he made it sound. But also it had effects on like people's brains and stuff. And I don't know. I feel like they just told him about Havana syndrome, and he was like, we could just say that we did that. You know?
Happen if the Iranians are engaged in acts of economic terrorism. So they've got to know we've got tools in our toolkit that we so far haven't decided to use. The President of the United States can decide to use them, and he will decide to use them if the Iranians don't change their course of conduct. I think that's it.
Mr. Vice President.
Okay.
Hell yeah, dude. Okay, that's great. Anyway, let's move on. What do we got here? So there's some base stuff going on. So in the UK at the moment, there is a group that I do want to give a shout out to. This is the Lakenheath Alliance for Peace. I've seen them, who are protesting at US bases in the UK. So we got here 7 arrests were made during Lakenheath Peace Camp when a group of protesters stood wearing tabards saying, "We oppose genocide, we support Palestine action." More info to follow. So this was actually on Sunday, and Defend Our Juries are also onto this. So this is one action that they did at the weekend. But the Canary were actually outside RAF Lakenheath today as groups of protesters have blocked 2 entrances to the base over its complicity with the US and UK war crimes in Gaza, Iran, Lebanon, and beyond. Let's have a quick look at this video, and let's see what's going down.
You're committing war crimes! You're committing war crimes! You're committing war crimes! Laken Heath, shame on you! Laken Heath, shame on you! Laken Heath, shame on you! Laken Heath, shame on you!
All right, so that is the one of the blockades. Seems to be a fucking sizable amount of people there, which is pretty fucking good. Legendary shit. And there is more updates about this. So this was from today as well. First arrest at RAF Lakenheath main gates. The main gate and the second gate have been shut down by peace protesters since 6 a.m. Stop the US fighter jets. Stop the genocide in Gaza. No nukes at Lakenheath or anywhere else. You can see that you got a red cap copper here. These are kind of like a special brand of copper that they bring out for national security type stuff. Like, for example, I think they have some of them at Downing Street. I don't know. I think maybe the people in London know a bit more about this. Are these the cunts with guns? I can't remember. These like firearm fucking authorized officers or some shit. I don't know, but I know that the red caps come out when it's like serious business. Yeah, so these will be at like prisons. If there was ever like a prison escape or something like that, they would hire they would send in these fucking red cap freaks to do some enforcement, some state fucking thug enforcement shit. Red Hats are squad commanders. They're in charge of a unit of 7 people. There you go. Thanks, Soph. Here we go. Let's have a little look at this. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love it when fucking cops manhandle nanas. Keir Starmer's Britain is so good, chat. Chat, I've seen so many nanas manhandled by coppers over the last fucking 2 years. I actually can't believe it's real. It's fucking insane, dude. Hell yeah, man. That's so sick. I love it when cops injure nanas. Yeah, sick. Yeah, that's so sick, mate. Arrested for what, by the way? You know that they're gonna like have all kinds of fucking trumped up charges, particularly for this. Okay, so some more news about UK involvement in Iran. Let's take a look at this. This is Politics UK with apparently a report from the Mail. So I'm just going to double check this. Crescent Moon and Star dropped this in the Discord earlier, so I'm just going to double check this. Yeah, this is... this is the news that the HMS Dragon, which is the warship that we sent to Cyprus in order to protect Akuratiri from potential Iran attacks, potential Hezbollah and Yemen attacks, has had to dock after a, quote, minor technical issue. Wow. I saw it on Twitter before I started streaming. It must be true. Yeah, got a small case of the Hezbollah. Yeah, exactly. Someone forgot to clean the lint trap back to path. This is the issue. Let's have a look at this reporting. HMS Dragon, a destroyer sent to defend British air bases in Cyprus after a missile attack, will be docked after experiencing a minor technical issue, the Ministry of Defense has said. Now, chat, right? If we're thinking about the way that the USA broadcasted the insane story that they did yesterday, we know that this is a symptom of a broader issue, which is that the US constantly lies to people about things that it is doing, right? Now, let me ask you this, chat. Do you think that the UK also tells the truth all the time about what is happening with their military? Do you think that they tell the truth more than America, less than America, or about the same? Because remember what I'm asking you here. Remember what I'm asking you here. Do they tell the truth more or less or the same? It's a difficult question. I've worded it in a silly way. You think that they tell the truth less than America? Yeah, it's entirely true. It's probably the same amount. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I would have come for, but like, yeah, some people are more cynical than me. The ship arrived recently in the Eastern Mediterranean, but we're going in support for a routine logistics stop and a short maintenance period. Why do they have to announce this, dude? Like, here's the question that you should ask yourself, right? Here's the question that we should all ask ourselves as people who are purveyors of information, right? Chat, I don't know about you, but I love information. I love receiving information. As a person, it's one of my favorite things about reality and existence. As purveyors of information, what we have to think about is, why is this news? If this is just a routine logistics stop for a short maintenance period, why does it need to be announced? Why is that? Why does it need to be announced? What's the importance? Why is it news? Why is it new information that these things happen? Very important. I love to make a news article about a routine stop. I'm always doing this. I think it all depends on the topic. Sometimes the US is pretty on the nose with its honesty on war crimes and imperialism. No, of course. I'm being hyperbolic, right? Starmer felt left out. That's why. A problem with the ship's onboard water system. Damn! Damn, dude, what? That's crazy. I've never heard of any kind of an issue like that before. Will need to be repaired. It is understood, but the destroyer will remain at high readiness during this time. This is so sick. How can it be at high readiness when they're repairing the water? Crew members, of which there are about 200 on board, have been able to access water and catering and take showers despite the issue. So it sounds like there isn't a water issue. An MOD spokesperson said, HMS Dragon has undertaken a routine logistics stop at a short maintenance period in the Eastern Mediterranean, allowing the ship to take on board provisions, optimize systems, and conduct maintenance. HMS Dragon will remain at a very high level of readiness during this period. What is it? Are they just saying this to be like, don't attack us again? High readiness, like those ships docked at Pearl Harbor, exactly. It's, what do you mean? What's happening? Destroyer left Portsmouth on the 10th of March, 7 days after Sir Keir Starmer announced the decision to deploy the warship. Sent with the aim of protecting RAF Akrotiri on Cyprus, which was hit with an Iranian-made drone earlier that month. HMS Dragon is one of the Royal Navy's 6 Type 45 air destroyers purpose-built for anti-aircraft and anti-missile warfare, and is one of Britain's most advanced warships. Okay, so I think there's two things that's happened, right? There's two things that could have possibly happened here, just sort of like reading between the lines. What is the Empire currently running out of? Anti-aircraft and anti-missile warfare. That's what they're running out of, right? Famously, they're running out of that shit. Why is it there? It's there to do anti-aircraft and anti-missile warfare. They've run out of missiles. That's what's happened. They've run out of missiles. The HMS Dragon has run out of missiles, and they're trying to get more missiles. It's probably something like that. They probably tried to shoot down a bunch of fucking Iranian missiles at the port of Haifa, because if you look on a map, just for the Americans who might not have looked at a map, yeah. Sorry to pick on you. I know there's a bunch of British people who don't look at maps as well. I'm just being... I'm being unapologetically British tonight after the Rob raid and what they were saying. So, you know... There's a reason that Israelis have tried to colonize Cyprus in recent years, and it's because it's so fucking close to what they call Israel, the land known as Israel, occupied Palestine. Haifa is just there. You know, it is not a stretch to say that Akrotiri, which is about here, could, you know, have a... The HMS Dragon could have a little excursion down to Haifa and help them with some anti-air, anti-missile warfare, yeah? It's not out of the realms of imagination, so entirely possible. It could also be providing support to the Israeli war against the people of Lebanon, right? Here. And if that's the case, it's entirely possible that Hezbollah hit the HMS Dragon with a missile or a rocket. It's entirely possible that that could have happened. So, you know, let's not rule out any of the possible You know, things that could have happened. Things that could have happened. Let's take a little bit more of a read and see if there's anything else that we can learn. The issue with the HMS Dragon comes after the UK government faced accusations of not responding to the crisis in the Middle East quickly enough. At the White House Easter lunch last week, Trump told guests he asked the UK to send 2 old, broken-down aircraft carriers to the Middle East, saying Starmer responded, saying he would have to ask his team. Sir Keir said he will not allow the UK to get dragged into the war. Wrong. Wrong. We're involved. We're absolutely involved. The Conservative Party leader, Kemi Badenoch, also criticised the Prime Minister. Yeah, whatever, dude. Anything else? Nothing else interesting. Nothing else interesting, it appears. Okay, so there you go. There's the news about the HMS Dragon. Chat, it's our favourite time of the stream. What are we watching now? I had a thing before that I wanted to look at real quick before we got onto John Elmer. Where did that go? I guess I lost it. Did I lose it? No, I didn't. Here it is. Let's take a look at this, chat. So we're going to be watching John Elmer on Electronic Intifada to get an update on the Resistance Report. It's your favorite part of the stream, you know it. But before we do that, let's have a quick look at this fascinating drone footage from Hezbollah. So Hezbollah have been using these FPV drones where it records the progress of the drone until it reaches its explosion target, explosion point. And let's have a look at where this drone goes, shall we? Coming up on a Merkava tank there. And, oh, the door's open. Oh, look at that there. It's coming up on a Merkava tank. It's getting pretty close. Yeah, it looks like the door's open in the back and the drone's going right in. What's this? They're coming up on a building that's being used, I think, by the IOF in southern Lebanon. And let's see where the drone goes here. Oh, look at that. It's just straight in the door, bro. Straight in the door, bro. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. They just went straight in the door, bro. Cheeks out. Chat, you're all laughing, but that Merkava had its cheeks out. That Merkava had its cheeks out, and you're laughing. Anyway, chat, it's John Elmer with the Resistance Report. Remember, this is the Resistance Report from last week, so that's what we are looking at here. There is going to be stuff that has happened since then that we are going to be covering next week with Electronic Intifada. And, yeah, we're a week late on this, but I think it's completely good and fine to analyze this kind of military stuff, in with regards to actually analyzing it properly and taking some time to think about what it is. And John Elmer obviously does that. So yeah, it's important that we, endeavor to go slow in this world that moves far too fast. But yeah, let's crack on. I'll play this. I'm just going to run to the bathroom real quick.
This is the Resistance Report for day 909 of genocide in Gaza. It's day 34 of the U.S. And Israeli war with Iran, day 31 of the IDF's attempt to annex South Lebanon, all of which I will be covering on this week's Resistance Report. We'll cover all those fronts and week 5 of the war. Let's get right into it and look at the Strait of Hormuz here, where Trump told everybody yesterday that we have nothing to do with this. So there doesn't appear to be an American plan to run a suicide gauntlet through this area. So for now, anyway, they don't appear to be interested in that. And because of that, the Strait of Hormuz is now essentially a toll booth taking rials Iranian currency for their crude, which is undermining the sanctions regime, and just another element of Iran turning the U.S. strategy on its head here. According to the Israelis, they've dropped 16,000 bombs on Iran. The U.S. says 12,000 targets, which means many more than 16,000 bombs. And of course, their targets, like all wars, the ICRC spoke this week and said that 295 health, medical, and emergency centers have been targeted, 600 schools, 17 Red Crescent medical centers, 48 civil defense vehicles, 46 Red Crescent ambulances have been destroyed, and 3 medevac helicopters destroyed. And of course, the Americans are now starting to target key infrastructure, destroying critical bridges, and a vaccine medical science factory just before we were coming on air. But again, this satellite image of the topography of the strait, of the Iranian mainland that we're looking at in the north, high hills, much overwatch, very difficult for any enemy warship to run that gauntlet. And the American military appears to have convinced Trump that that is simply not going to happen. Let's look at the next slide, because we showed this last week as well, but it's a good...
This is so interesting watching this in hindsight, knowing what happened at the weekend, right?
Way to see the size of the strait. Iran's National Security Committee has approved a bill that would impose fees on ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. The official Fars news agency reported citing...
Damn, sounds like they had a regime change. That sounds like the regime change is going really well, and they're going to be way more pliant when it comes to negotiating with the USA, which is clearly definitely really happening.
In Denver, the bill, when it becomes law, would impose a toll in rials, which would reverse the currency collapse that the United States imposed upon Iran earlier this year in the lead up to the war. It would ban the passage of U.S. and Israeli vessels through the strait and assert Iran's sovereignty over the strategic waterway, and ban any country that imposes unilateral sanctions against Iran. The Economist had a banger headline this week: how Iran is making a mint out of Donald Trump's war. So the premier capitalist newspaper and oldest, how Iran is making a mint from Donald Trump's war. Iran is richer. They're exporting more oil. They're exporting it at a higher price. They're trading in Iranian currency.
John started the update by saying that Trump said he wasn't going to have anything to do with the Strait of Hormuz anymore. Yeah, it's so good. It's so fucking good.
Through the Hormuz toll booth. All of these things are positives for Iran amidst this war and overthrowing the American strategic objectives in this war. Let's take a look at the next map, because this week also the Yemeni armed forces joined the war and proposed the closing of the Bab el-Mandeb, which you can see on this map is in the bottom left corner there. That is the choke point off the Yemeni coast running up through the Red Sea, which would effectively cut off the Suez Canal and force all traffic around Africa, which it actually already is because of the insurance rates from the previous Yemeni battle in the Red Sea with the U.S. when the U.S. fled and didn't want any part of that. Shipping has largely moved out and around Africa instead of sailing through this, although you can see the tanker. This is as of last week, the tanker buildup at Yanbu, which is the Saudi port on the Red Sea. And let's take a look at Yahya Sari from the Yemeni Armed Forces announcing this on the weekend. He said that the implementation of what was stated in the previous statement of the Yemeni Armed Forces regarding the direct military intervention in support of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the resistance fronts in Lebanon, Iraq, and Palestine, and in the view of the continued military escalation, the targeting of infrastructure, and the commission of crimes and massacres against our brothers in Lebanon, Iran, Iraq, and Palestine, the Yemeni armed forces have carried out their first military operation with a batch of ballistic missiles which targeted sensitive sites in the Israeli enemy's heartland. This operation...
Oh, Emily, sorry I missed your chat message. Yeah. There is another flotilla happening in, well, literally right now. There's a bunch of boats setting off, and I think the Global Samud Flotilla. Let's have a look and see where I got to. Greenpeace is joining it this time. Direct calls. I think mission goals: break the siege, life-saving aid, People's Sea Corridor, supporting reconstruction, confronting complicity. Yeah, so they're not just planning on delivering aid this time. They're planning on literally being in Gaza and rebuilding and helping rebuild infrastructure and stuff like that, which is just dope. Again, you know, I'll say what I said yesterday. Did I talk about this yesterday? I think I spoke about this yesterday, which is the likelihood, the most likely time for Israel to do a bombing of a activist ship is pretty much now, when it is being threatened existentially by a war on three fronts, and the IOF is literally admitting that it's falling apart and stuff. So I think it's incredibly important. I think people are distracted and not going to be paying attention to this, and we need to be paying attention to this for that reason. You know, is it the most likely time that they could bomb a civilian activist boat? Yes. Is it also the least likely time that they could bomb or intercept or do anything about a civilian activist boat? Yeah, I think that both things are true. I think that, like, it's possible that this could go very badly. It's also possibly that it could go very, very well, because, you know, there is simply nothing to say that the IOF is going to be able to spare troops at the moment, right, to, like, intercept a boat. But then again, you know, one plane that drops a bomb on it is going to be, you know, something that they probably could spare. I don't know. It frightens the shit out of me, which is why I think everyone needs to be, like, fully on it in terms of, like, observing and making sure that we're looking at it and we're amplifying the movement, as it says here, follow and amplify the movement, right? If I remember correctly, there were reports of Merkava tanks experiencing ventilation system failures, leading soldiers to leave the hatches open, which is why the Qassam Brigade specialized in slam-dunking explosive devices. No, that's not why that is. The reason that the IOF fucking diaper brigade leaves the hatches of their tanks open is because they are terrified of a situation where they get trapped in the tank and then taken prisoner by surrounding forces. So they always leave the tank door open so that if they see Al-Qassam so-called terrorists running at them, they can try and jump out of the tank and run away. There are stupid reasons for everything. It's nothing to do with the aircon systems. It's nothing to do with that. It's just, they're just stupid and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And it's all about not being taken prisoner and shit like that. It's all about that kind of shit. I think the things about the ventilation system failures was being peddled by the Israeli media to be like, this is why these things are happening. But I don't think the IOF ever said that was true. And I know that the IOF can't be trusted, but, you know. No, they're not a real army. This is the thing. Like, and also, the whole thing, right? The whole thing about Al-Qassam, is that they don't need a tank hatch to be open to fucking take it out, because there is that infamous clip of an Al-Qassam fighter running up to a closed hatch tank, putting one rocket at a surgical point, like a weak point of where the, John Elmer went through all of it, run up to it on foot, put one rocket there, just like a stationary rocket, placed it on the tank, ran back, grabbed his Yasin rocket launcher, hit the fucking rocket launcher, hit it with another rocket, and it blew the fuck out of it, right? They don't need the fucking hatches to be open to do that shit. Al-Qassam are far more experienced and brave than literally any fucking guerrilla force in human memory, you know? It's absolutely mad. Yeah, let's carry on with this.
Added with the heroic operations.
Yeah, they're literally just trained in killing children. That's all their training is.
Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the operation successfully achieved its goals. Our operations will continue until the announced goals are achieved, as stated in the previous statement by the Yemeni armed forces, until the aggression on all resistance fronts ceases. And that
Nemesis
operation on the weekend was multiple Yafa drones, long-range drones, cruise missiles, and a couple of Palestine 2 ballistic missiles, which are Khyber Sheikh Khan, that the Iranians as well use. Let's take a look at some of the assets that the U.S. has lost. We covered this last week with the air defenses, but Reuters did a nice little graphical picture of what the U.S. has lost. The F-15 Strike Eagles, 3 of those were shot down by Kuwaiti fighter pilots, friendly fire. One of them was clipped by Iranian air defense.
Okay, chat, we've got a bit of an update on this Pakistan Prime Minister thing. So Ryan Graham has posted on Twitter, Shahbaz Sharif. So, this guy posted this, right? It's actually a bit fucking mental. It's actually a bit mental. The posting history on X says this. Draft. Pakistan's PM message on X. Diplomatic efforts for peaceful settlement on the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, strongly and powerfully, with the potential to lead to substantive results in the near future. To allow diplomacy to run its course, I earnestly request President Trump to extend the deadline for 2 weeks. Pakistan, in all sincerity, requests the Iranian brothers to open Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. We also urge all warring parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks to allow diplomacy to achieve conclusive termination of war in the interest of long-term peace and stability in the region. This is so funny, dude. Draft Pakistan's PM message on X. This was written by an American. They delivered this and were like, just post this, bro. Just post this, please. And he was like, okay. And so he posted all of it. This is the body of the text is the same. Oh, that's absolutely mad, dude. They've tagged everyone in it. He's tagged everyone in it. He's tagged Trump in it. And JD Vance and Secretary of Arabia. This is crazy, dude. The US told him to ask the US to extend the deadline. And now watch chat. Trump is going to be like, after the reasonable request of our colleague in Pakistan, we've decided to extend the deadline by 2 weeks. It's going to be, we hope Iran will open the Strait of Hormuz for us in the same time period. I hope they do the right thing. Bro, this is nutty. Absolutely fucking nutty, mate.
The F-35A that
my 35,000 channel points.
It was clipped as well. The first time the F-35 has been clipped in battle, it had to do
this is mad
landing, and the pilot was wounded by shrapnel.
What is 2 weeks going to change about the situation? Okay, there's two things that could possibly be the case here. My most cynical take is what I just said, which is that message was given to him by Pete Hegseth or Steve Witkoff or someone, right? That's my most cynical take, and the reason that they're doing that is because Trump has chickened out on so many deadlines and extended so many deadlines, right? That's my most cynical take. The other take that I have is that the president of Pakistan woke up one morning this weekend and his fucking admin guy or his aide, one of his aides said, Mr. Prime Minister, sir, it turns out that Donald Trump is saying that you're holding negotiation talks for him in Iran. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan, which is a total vassal to the United States, most people who understand Pakistani politics will tell you that the current administration is entirely USA vassal pilled. That's what they are. That's what they're up to. That's their whole shtick. It's entirely likely that the Prime Minister of Pakistan will have gone, fucking hell, I've got to sort something out. I've got to do something. Shit, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Let's ask him for 2 more weeks. Please, Mr. President, extend the deadline for 2 weeks so that you know this doesn't happen. I'm doing everything that I can, like literally panicking. That people are panicking, right? Everyone is fucking panicking. Yeah, he's like, shit, it's due tomorrow. Like that's another possibility here. Because what we do know is that there's no negotiations happening. So it's either this like comedy of errors where the US has been like, yo, by the way, you're negotiating for us, and he's gone, what? Or the USA, he's known this for a while, and the US has just gone, don't worry about it, bro. Just post this. You know? Hey, Yui, how's it going? There's a dang Cheeto in the White House. Yeah, you can never forget this. I'm not proud of being a soldier for Empire, but some deep indoctrinated part of me is disgusted by the IDF's lack of discipline and situational awareness. Well, yeah, because, you know, they have the goal to call themselves a military, right? And it is embarrassing because they're not a military. They're just, yeah. They're just fucking, you know. It's the diaper brigade. They're just baby killers. That's it. Just unlimited baby murder.
And we have another near miss this week. We've got audio in on this. This is an F-18 that is strafing the eastern shoreline of Iran. And you're going to hear the fighter jet strafe. And then you're going to see...
how do you find wet sand in a desert? You see what happened? Oh my God, Audra! Audra, thank you so much for blessing me with your raid. Thank you so much. Everybody, please go show some love to Audra Reigns. If you don't know her, you will love her. I promise. You can have the DJ Mule guarantee. You like my politics, you'll love her politics. And she does all kinds of streams. Gaming streams, politics streams. You were just streaming A Rat's Quest The Way Back Home. That sounds very, very cute, actually. And like a game that I would like to watch you play. But welcome in. I hope you had a great stream, Audra. How's it going? Don't worry if you, you know, need to chill out and look after yourself and whatnot. My name is DJ Mule. If you don't know me from the UK, I am a leftist political streamer from Manchester, and I am currently covering the Iran news updates, Iran war updates. This is actually from last week. We're watching the Resistance Report with Electronic Intifada. John Elmer, he's talking about all of the updates from last week. And earlier in the stream, we were obviously covering the insanity from earlier today to do with Trump doing the post that he did and talking about that and the various different news reporting across the globe that has been happening as a result. So that's what we've been covering. Welcome in. I really appreciate all the follows. And hello, everyone from Audra Rain Stream. Undateable Black Girl, hello. Audra herself, hello. We also got Misguided Penguin and Yannick Pro. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, enjoy your lurk. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, let's crack on with this. Well, Nemesis Warlock was just asking, how do you find wet sand in a desert? The wet sand that meant that the plane couldn't take back off again. You see, this is what happens when 200 American soldiers crash land in Iran and piss themselves. And just like soak the ground with piss. That's how that happened. Just so you know, that's how that happened.
Anti-aircraft, man-portable anti-aircraft system fired at it. So 5B here.
Also, hey, Gummy Mama.
Doesn't get much closer than that. So almost had an FA-18 lost, and you could see that strafing run when it's firing for its cannon along the shoreline. That becomes a predictable route. And in guerrilla,
now, chat, remember, Iran before the war, after the 12-day war last year, they got new air defenses from China. This is a reported on thing that I covered here on the DJ Mule broadcast. Next month's news yesterday. That's what we call it here. Yeah, that's our version of the InfoWars thing. it will have taken them some time to get used to using these new air defense systems, right? We're about a month in. They've had hundreds of planes probably flying over the country. They've already hit a couple of planes, right? I would argue probably more than a couple. They probably hit like, you know, a decent number. And what is happening is they are just getting better at, you know, hitting these planes. Like, that is what is happening. Heading out to buy wisdom teeth extraction follow-up. See you later, Morgan. Thanks so much for hanging out. So, you know, remember, this footage is from a week before the botched operation on the weekend where they lost multiple aircraft. So, again, an entirely predictable result that is probably what the generals that Pete Hegseth fired last week, that he said was about DEI. This is entirely the reason why Pete Hegseth said he fired those generals, by the way, because they were saying that, you know, I don't know, like, just people who look different to him can do stuff in the military, I guess, right? That's why he said he fired them. But it's also likely, I think, while I think that is likely, I also think that it is also likely that he fired generals for saying, you can't do this. You know? 2 hours for Trump's countdown to nothing ever happens, right? Yeah. And the Pakistani Prime Minister is already saying, please give us a 2-week extension. DEI being their advice. Don't engage, idiot. Yeah, exactly. That's what that meant. Replacing DEI with DUI. There you go. The chat doesn't stop with the bangers. Hey, Parkos Language, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, let's crack on.
When you're setting up air defense ambushes, that's the way that you can make them possible. When you are on a predictive route, if you're running that low-level strafing raid that's happening here along the coastline, the jets are in predictable position, and that allows the integrated air defense systems to set up ambushes in a particular targeted zone, rather than the umbrella defense that we are familiar with the Americans and the Israelis. And so far, it's been pretty effective. At least it's shown that it can be effective. I'm not sure we're going to hear it when fighter jets are dropped from the sky. The Americans lying, CENTCOM's lying in this war has been really remarkable, even for somebody who covers military lies for a living. It's remarkable.
Yeah, like what you got to remember, chat, is that this is not just some rhetorical tool that John is using in a sensationalist video. John Elmer is one of the biggest ammosexuals you will ever meet on the planet. He's incredibly good at military analysis. He literally has covered the IOF lying for the last 2 years about how well they're doing in Gaza, right? So he knows what he's talking about when he's talking about fucking lying military spokespeople.
Let's take a look at the next one, because we know that they've lost a number of these KC-135 Stratotankers. These are strategic aerial refueling tankers. There was 7 of them before this week, and a couple more were clipped on the runway at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi just the other day. And we know at the bottom there, you can see the Reaper drones. The U.S. has admitted to a couple of dozen Reapers shot down. One Reaper kill was on the tarmac at Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base in Jordan. I think the numbers are higher. The Israelis admit to losing 20 drones so far. So we're talking several dozen at least from the Americans, and from the Iranian side, they put that number significantly higher, up around 100. So we'll see when the accounting all gets made, because we know that these numbers are being covered up. And let's take a look at the next video, because you can see a couple of those interceptions of MQ-9 Reapers that look a lot like the 358 weapon that was being used in Yemen to take down 24 of them. There's a pair of Reapers from this week that you see being hit by the integrated air defense system. So that is the Iranian army as well as the IRGC. You can take a look at the next one. You can see a few $1 billion in radars. that have been destroyed. You can see the massive top one for that's part of the THAAD system, and an early warning radar in at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. It was $1 billion. The bottom one that you see there, and the top one's $500,000. Multiple. They
can't turn. What is that? The drone's nemesis?
Suggests as many 10 of these serious advanced warning radars have been knocked out. That just puts holes in the aerial defense system. It doesn't break the system entirely. The U.S. still tracks with satellites a lot of the launches, but they use these stronger radars in the early warning stage to set up the knock-on radars, the small.
I think they'll probably lose. I think they probably already lost a lot of drones. Yeah.
Capacity. If these early warning radars give them a proper location,
it's just old equipment. We wanted it blown up. We didn't care about it.
Able to intercept. If they don't get the early warning.
Okay, chat. I'm seeing multiple reports of protesters in Basra in Iraq have taken down Kuwait's flag at the Kuwaiti consulate.
Accurate than the smaller radars closer to the ground. They're not able
which is fucking crazy, by the way. Which is fucking crazy. I'm gonna fucking I might have like an existential crisis if Iraq invades Kuwait, or if like Iranian aligned militias invade Kuwait. This fucking war, dude. I might lose my fucking mind. I'm not sure I'll be able to handle it.
To react in time. And I think we're seeing some of that both in the shortness of sirens before the missiles arrive in Israel, and just straight up the number of missiles that are hitting. Israel talks about 95% interception rate, and it's clearly not even close to that. If it is half, I think I would be surprised at even that number, based on the number of missiles
Iraq War, the threequel, yeah.
Israel, and the number of that we are seeing hit. Again, those numbers are unclear. We will track those whenever we can to get those figures more solid. And let's take a look at number 10, because this week's major hit was the U.S. IWACS, the Advanced Early Warning Airborne and Control airplanes, and you can see them there. This is from the Prince Sultan Air Base, and I told you before the war started that the U.S. had concentrated their forces onto 3 key bases: Prince Sultan here in Saudi Arabia, Muwafaq al-Salti in Jordan, and also in Ben Gurion, and presumably on air bases in Israel.
Oh my god, chat, she's still posting. I can't believe it. Okay, I wasn't going to mention who this was, who I was talking about before. Oh my fucking god, I can't believe she's fucking doing this. ContraPoints is just posting some of the most offensive liberal shit that I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I just can't, like, it's just ridiculous. I just can't take this woman seriously. It's just so bad. She's just such a fucking liberal. Basically, that thing that I said before was her that said it. The whole thing about, like, oh, we could have had healthcare, but all of you wanted... Basically, what she said was, you all wanted daddy to come home and take off his belt. That's what she said, right? And, yeah, she's just been posting through it since then, it seems. And now we've got to the point where she's saying things like, seriously, though, where are the revolutionaries? Are they at brunch? And she's just, like, blocking people who are, like, saying that she's a liberal. It's just fucking mental. It's so mental.
As well. If you look at the front, if you follow from the top left, follow the runway down to the bottom right, the last ones you see there are the E3 Sentries, and these are the airborne.
Is it all Hassan's fault? Yeah.
Man, these are very important.
It's all simultaneously Hassan's fault, and also like just anyone else that she that she doesn't happen to like as well.
Aircrafts for monitoring the entire battlefield. The U.S.
We're literally all frustrated that more isn't happening. That's what I mean. It's so annoying. Like, come on, please. Just be a normal person.
Has 16 of these in total, but they only have 8 that are working.
She's not. I don't think she is. Well, I don't think she is
on the runway there. In one airbase, they have 6 of them. Well, this week, let's take a look at one in flight, and this is actually literally, this isn't on the airbase at Muwafaq Al Salti. You can see the massive radar system there, and here it is flying in.
Accounting Crow says it's his fault and he has no motion. Wait, what?
Footage of the plane that was hit. This is done by airplane spotters in the U.S. That tracked.
What are you talking about, Doug? What are you on about? Hassan, it's his fault? Wait, what? What's happening? What are you doing here? What are you doing? What are you on about? Are you joining in on the sarcasm? It's hard to tell.
This was landing at Tinker Air Base. I think it's in Arizona. And so they tracked this.
It was a joke. Okay. All right. Good. Yeah. Okay.
And if we look on the next slide, this is the same.
Welcome to the stream, new chatter. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Airplane.
Should have voted for Hillary, you cooks.
This is the launch by the IRGC of the drones.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
On airbase, I got ahead of myself there a little bit, but you can see here the multi-launch of the Shahed drones. Very accurate, very difficult to shoot down. Launched here in a clear swarm. We're seeing rail launchers. Looks like.
Why was that plane built like a Star Trek ship? Wait, which one? You mean the drone? The Shahed drone? No, you mean this one. You mean this one. You know, it's so that Americans don't have healthcare. That's why it's built like that. They were like, Mr. Northrop Grumman, we need more excuses to not let Americans have healthcare. And he was like, I got you, fam. We built a plane and we stuck a fucking table on it.
They tracked this airplane, and if we look on the next slide, this is the same airplane.
This would have happened 8 years ago if you'd have just voted for Hillary. It's so true. Yeah, it's a little table for tea. You can have a cuppa on it.
This is the launch by the IRGC of the drones targeting Prince Sultan Air Base. I got ahead of myself there a little bit, but you can see here the multi-launch of the Shahed drones. Very accurate, very difficult to shoot down. Launched here in a clear swarm. We're seeing rail launchers, looks like 6 or 8 deep here, launching a massive barrage targeting.
The table is a sensor array. Oh, is it actually?
This is part of the.
So it's actually more like Star Trek than I was giving it credit for, actually.
4th wave, and they said they destroyed anti-missile systems and the penetration of solid and liquid.
It's built like it's going to be transporting a comically large roasted turkey. Yeah.
Karj base, the Prince Sultan Air Base. In the location of fuel.
The roasted turkey compartment.
Aerial support targeted with a barrage of.
Number 1, shit my pants.
Missiles and drones. So those are the drones. Now let's take.
Number 1, we're engaging in negotiations with Iran. An incredibly courteous and truthful country. What should we do?
Take a look at the next slide, and you can see how that plane that you just saw flying into its airbase at home, not in very good shape. And you can see directly hit on the radar of the plane. CENTCOM said that planes were, quote unquote, damaged. They were damaged on the runway. And we know the last time they said that, Trump went out and said they're back up in the air. So this is damaged. This is significantly more than damaged. And it's also...
All the drone rail launchers have wheels on the bottom, so Iran can move them easily. It's something that I don't think the US has accounted for at all. You're telling me that the USA, the CIA, they don't know stuff? They're not getting things right? Oh my God, what? I'm just learning this now.
Hit on the radar, which is just shows that they know. And you can see here from a different angle, basically cutting the plane in half. These are really old these are really old planes. They use old engines. They are more than 50 years old, and they do not have a deep stock of these. Like I said, they have 18 total that they cannibalize for parts for the other 8 to 9 that are operational. In this attack, it's believed that a second one was hit as well, along with several KC-135
You can't park there, mate.
tankers. Is this 15? Are we on 15? Yeah. So very valuable asset, multi-billion-dollar assets. Difficult to put a price on the AWACS because they have been maintained to stay in the air for so long, 50 years. So it's long past their price point, but it's more than $1 billion to replace for sure. And so again, taking a significant toll on U.S. military assets in a way that we have not seen in a war since, presumably since the Second World War. I don't know where you can take out these multi-billion-dollar assets in previous wars, even Vietnam or maybe Korea. But we're talking going back multiple generations before we can find.
Oh, Chad, this is making me so sad. I wish he'd stop saying things that are making me really sad and not happy.
Losses like this. And as Trump likes to say,
you're telling me that the U.S. Army is never going to be able to recover? Oh, no.
No one's ever seen it before. Okay, let's take a look at the map and targets again. Same map as always. Again, we're looking key targets, Bahrain, 5th Fleet, the Naval Command for CENTCOM that you can see there.
Hey, Gobs, how you doing? Good to see you. Everybody, please go follow Goblin Hugger.
Is taking the most attacks, UAE number
another
one
great streamer
ally with Israel. Qatar's Al Udeid Air Base, that is the CENTCOM's key air base. Muwafaq Al Salti in Jordan that you can see. That's the one dead center in the middle of Jordan on the map there in the upper left corner. We're looking at a map of the region for people listening. And of course, Prince Sultan Air Base, you can see it there. Just
don't worry, Trump is axing everything in the budget and giving it to the military. You know what? That's probably way closer to the truth than anything that we've heard.
In Saudi
That's
Arabia,
probably just entirely what's going to happen.
Hammered.
He's just going to be a warlord now. Like, the US is getting relegated to the level of, like, you know, like what Syria is now in terms of like global standing. It's just like a fucking country that is run by a warlord. And that's it. The entire military, the entire budget just goes to the military.
So much that all of the red circles can't fit in Kuwait. There's a number of US bases that were used as hubs during the global war on terror and the war on Iraq that started in the 1990s. Those bases have been hammered and are largely not functioning. Of course, we know that the soldiers have been hid in hotels. And the New York Times had a banger headline the other day that said, placing U.S. troops in Middle Eastern hotels may violate laws of war. So they think that might be a violation to use human shields intentionally to hide your soldiers who are supposed to be on military bases, but instead are in 5-star hotels in the Gulf. So all that has been consistent. And on our next slide, we're going to show you, I did a mix for you of all of the launches, daytime launches by the IRGC in week 5. In this past week since you last saw me. So let's go to that 17. So a pair of Sigils there. There's a Fatah.
It's not aerodynamic at all. It's a Boeing 707 wearing a big stupid hat. It's a metaphor for the American Empire. Hey, Avi.
D going off.
Are the factions in Iraq that try and liberate Iraq? So Helgina, Iraq is basically at that kind of point already. Like when I was talking before, I don't know if you heard me saying before that Qatar, seems to be the first Gulf state that is going to throw off the shackles of U.S. vassalhood. Iraq is already way ahead, like in terms of like leaps and bounds ahead of it. the presence of US bases in Iraq is now a question mark because Iran-aligned Shia militias it's wrong to even call them militias because these are paramilitary groups that are waging successful war operations on the US Embassy in Iraq, on Erbil Base, which is a base used by both the Zionist entity known as Israel and also the USA in northeastern Iraq. It's where they trained Kurds to, be betrayed by them and shit like that. These Iranian-aligned militias are essentially doing the job of decolonizing Iraq. The Iraqi Prime Minister, I reported on this 2 weeks ago, basically said Popular Mobilization Forces, which is a military group which is part of the Iraqi military, are authorized to respond to US troops that may be bombing their positions, because US troops have been bombing Popular Mobilization Forces positions in Iraq. And so even the fucking Prime Minister was literally just like, you are allowed to fight back. You're allowed to fight back. And this is how bad it's going for the USA. Like these are the little bits of details that are extremely important when it comes to looking at the way, like, we can get really distracted with all the bluster and the spectacle of what Trump is doing, and he's going like, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna bomb them all, the nuclear test, we want the nuclear test. 5 planes we sent in, 2 only came back. We had IKEA flat pack helicopters. We could get really distracted by all that. And that's the reason for all that. That's why he does all that. Going to war in Iran wasn't a distraction from the Epstein files. It was just a very bad decision that they made. And, the ramifications of this, are so bad that actually they need distractions from how bad this is and how humiliating this is for the USA in the region. Like it is at this point, I would probably say 75% likely that the region will just have nothing to do with the USA after this. It is the tower of bad decisions. 1,000%. 1,000%.
That's God.
I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the stream, Abby.
Submunition warhead.
And also, hi, Blue Terry Teddy. All the US social security systems, few as they are, will collapse. They're headed for Dickens' novel level of poverty for most people, I think. Well, there's a lot of people who are already there. I think it's important to remember that. And I think it's important to remember that, there are a lot of Americans in our chat who are, like, worried about that stuff. And again, it comes back to the same thing that I always say, chat. You know what I'm going to say. It's in the emotes. djmuel 1, djmuel 2, djmuel 3. They all spell out organize. Meet your neighbors. Go to a tenants union meeting, go to a trade union meeting if you are in a trade union, if you're in a union role, go to a community meetup, like just a local community meetup, even if it's just like in a community center or something. Join like a fucking food not bombs thing. They're not like counted as terrorists or anything, are they? I'm not like breaking the law by saying that. Meet your neighbors, go to a nice community defense thing. You can find these things. You just got to go out and find them, and it's important that you do this because it's important for people to do this all over the world. We will survive by being together. You know what I mean? As far as I know, not yet. Okay, it's hard to know. It's hard to know. It's hard to know.
And there's some more Fatahs being launched.
It's wild how we're getting all this info out of Iran, even despite the internet being completely and totally out. Those carrier pigeons are working overtime. No, exactly. That's the other thing about like the Western narrative about this stuff. It's like, the internet's been shut down in Iran. It's like, no, it isn't like that. They just have access to internal internet. That's all it is. And that's been the case in Iran for such a long fucking time. Like it's deeply frustrating.
And again,
hey Vod, how you doing?
RGC talked this week multiple times about the Lebanese
Fatah. Isn't it pronounced fatwa? No, he's talking about the type of missile. It's a fatah.
Resistance in Iraq and
the fatwa is a religious doctrine, but the fatah is a type of missile. Hello, how are you doing?
XO.
Sean, thank you so much for the 7 months of Prime. And welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Yemen carried out more than 120 successful and effective operations in recent hours against the northern and southern regions of the occupied Palestinian territories and deployed and the deployment and hideout headquarters of American commanders in central and northern Iraq, dealing attrition-inducing blows to the exhausted body of the aggressor armies. And you can see in these launches that Iran puts out all the time. They don't see every single launch, but it gives you a sense of what it looks like, about all of it puts lie to everything basically Trump said in his speech. And the Israelis they say that they've knocked out 95% of these, but every day we see them launched from various locations. We see the fighters there. There's a good shot of an Imad with a maneuverable re-entry vehicle on those. There's another Fatah. That could be a Khyber Sheikhan, solid fuel. Either way, they're both solid fuel. And there's another Ghadar, and they have the multiple warheads. So they're using these missiles. These would be considered old stock missiles. We're still not seeing the Hajj Qasim. We're not seeing.
It's really important to remember, chat, that like Iran has successfully, hit a lot of its strategic targets. These are all with old fucking missiles at this point. Like there have been hypersonic missiles used in this war already for particular operations, but in terms of the high grade bad boy, top of the range shit has not been used yet. And there are probably some absolutely fucking nutty things that we're going to see happen. Well, yeah, I was going to say if, but like, no, we're just going to see these things happen because there is no de-escalation from the US. There is only escalation from the US and the Zionist entity known as Israel. So we are going to see some nutty things happen. We are going to see some absolutely fucking insane missile strikes happen. Probably on the fucking Abraham Lincoln or some shit, or on the fucking USS George, whatever the fuck it is. What do they say in America? It's the USS? USS Gerald Ford, USS, Mainline TV news journalists are the people who will go, well, a guy said it was going to rain and other people said it wasn't. Well, we've told you what people are saying. We did journalism good. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good stuff. And Trouble and Hexeth are going to shit fart themselves stupid when they see what happens the next time they send troops into the grinder. Yeah. Yeah. The USS Poop Swamp. We got our own now. We got the HMS Poop Swamp. Never forget, chat. We got the HMS Poop Swamp. Where is it? The HMS Dragon. Yo, another raid. A raid from Kev. Yo, nice one, dude. Yes, big up, Kev. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please go and show some love to Kevin Logan, another fellow left-wing streamer from the UK. How are you doing today, pal? I hope you're doing good. I hope your stream was good. Did you see that we've got our own USS Gerald R. Ford? Did you see? The HMS Dragon. It's our very own USS Gerald R. Ford. Had to be repaired at the port after experiencing issues with its freshwater supplies. It's really good. It's really good stuff. Welcome in, Raiders, from Kevin Logan, by the way. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at the news and geopolitics from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. We're currently obviously looking at the Iran war. That's what's happening. So we've covered a whole bunch of stuff. We've covered the big Trump Truth social post where he was like, I'm gonna kill everyone in Iran. And we disseminated that and made our assumptions, and we don't think he's going to use a nuke. Well, I don't speak for the rest of the chat, but me personally, that's just my take. I don't think he's going to use a nuke. I think he cares too much about money to use a nuke. That's my abridged take, okay? But yeah, please go follow Kevin, everybody. He is another great streamer. If you like my politics, you'll love his politics. He's actually far better at doing electoral politics analysis than me. So if you want some high-grade electoral politics, whenever I fucking watch Kev, I just, like, learn something new about, like, a kind of prime minister that we had once. So I would say it's very important that you go watch Kevin Logan. Keir's officially been outflanked by Alex Jones. Sorry, Duck Authority. Let me take a look at that. I got the link anyway. It's just that my bot will clap you. Alex Jones has outflanked Keir Starmer. Nah, what? No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. War crime alert. Trump on Iran. A whole civilization will die tonight. Never to be brought back again. The definition of genocide is destroying an entire civilization of people. Trump literally sounds like an unhinged supervillain from a Marvel comic movie. This is not what we voted for. That's fucking crazy, man. That is actually mental. Oh my god, he's in the car. He's in the car. He's done a fucking car thing. Sorry. Sorry to derail. Sorry to derail. But he's done a car video about this. He's done a car video about it.
A whole civilization will die tonight. Never to be brought back again. That is the definition of genocide. Not a war, not a defensive war, but a literal bombardment, like Martians, attack us and we don't have a defense.
Fuck yeah, I'm not regretting clicking on this one bit.
And I want to be clear, I am proud I backed Trump the last 10 years. So much good happened. Globalism
Like what, dude?
was absolutely discredited and dismantled. It's part of a larger wave worldwide. But this new Trump really started when Elon Musk got run out of there. In the last 8 months is a disaster.
Hey, Fighter Jet, how you doing?
I abhor the Democrats. I absolutely know they're global.
Stone Cold Steve Austin really let himself go. Yeah, he did.
But currently, Trump, with this Iran war and the energy crisis and the PR disaster, I mean, the North Korean dictator doesn't talk like this.
He's driving so fast. Chat, look how fast he's going.
A supervillain from a Marvel comic. And, oh, they love the bombs. Oh, yeah, they love it when that bridge blew up and everybody was camping under it, running, screaming.
What is it with Americans when they do this fucking car video shit? I was watching Hassan's stream the other week or something, and he was watching Kyle Kalinske, and Kyle Kalinske was flying around town in his car, driving, making a video. Yeah, doing like one hand holding fucking selfie video. It's fucking nuts, dude. What's going on? I know, it's 75 miles an hour. It's fucking crazy.
For terrorizing those people. Now he's just going to hit their water plants, all their electricity, and all their bridges. Those are quotes. That is a war crime under the Geneva Convention that we are a signatory.
Hey, Magic Dealer. Hey, Probably Chaos.
And it's not how America operates. It's not how we roll.
I don't think it's just Texas drivers. I think it's fucking every driver in the U.S. Like, everyone that has a car in the U.S. is just utterly mental.
I can tell you, as I told you months ago, people inside the White House are horrified. The majority of them are. But no one will tell him to his face. Susie Wiles was in the news last week saying, I'm asking the cabinet staff to tell Trump the truth about the war. Told you all that before it came out. Even Susie
Hey,
Wiles.
Sweet Beat. How's it going? Everybody also go follow Sweet Beat.
He's trying to put the brakes on this. We're now 38, 39 days into it.
Another incredible streamer.
It doesn't care if the strait's closed. But
I was really enjoying watching her play Esoteric Ebb the other day. Very good.
better open it or I'll effing destroy you.
Gringos drive like they have death on their heels.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene joined me this morning.
ADSA House. We like to drive and do things we're not supposed to do while driving. That's the issue, yeah.
And yeah, we don't have the votes in the Senate and all the rest of it. And I don't think his cabinet's going to turn.
Who is this and why does he talk like that? Oh, bless you. Chatter, bless you for not knowing who Alex Jones is. That's so funny. Imagine being so blessed to not know who this fucker is. This guy, Chatter, do you know what a gammon is? Chat, are you British? Do you know what a gammon is? Do you know what gammons are? Like, Alex Jones is an American gammon. He kissed the frog and it made him gay. Hey, Barack. American injury risking like they have socialized healthcare, yeah. I just learned what a gammon is. My dad's a gammon. Americans realizing that they can use gammon as a slur against hogs it's a great day. It's a great day for transatlantic relations between leftists. He's a proper piece of shit. He's just a horrible conspiracy wanker. He's a piece of shit. It would be so hard to go into it, but the reason that I'm playing this is because it is fascinating that this guy of all guys, like, you can hear the way he's glazing Trump. He's talking about Trump as like a good guy. Like, I'm not afraid. I voted for Trump. It was a great idea. Yeah, you know, like all that stuff. It's meaningful that he has said, I can't believe this president is going to do a genocide, right? Like, it's meaningful, right? I just looked up what gammon is. Yeah, it's meat. It's meat. It's men that look like meat, and they're racist. And they look like meat because they're racist often.
But the point is,
Alex Jones Sheararg, yeah, he's being driven into the bosom of Iran.
Stop it. Israel is a rogue state, most unpopular in the world. We're now following them in the poll numbers.
This is crazy, man.
Think of us. Communist China's more popular in America now.
Yes! Yes! Yes, it is!
Inflation is exploding. Energy prices are exploding again. That will derail all of Trump's plan, economists warned before he did it. And it's a fact. This is a disaster. And the cherry on top is there's no...
It's mad that he said it.
All of Trump's old enemies that said F Trump, never Trump, the Mark Levins, the Ben Shapiro's, all of them. All the neocons. They love him now. And all the real patriots, the 1776ers that MAGA rode in on, we're persona non grata. Well, good.
He's talking about libertarians. That's the flavor of the MAGA base that hates Trump doing any kind of war, and now they're like, oh my god, he's also doing a mega war, he's doing a genocide. This is fascinating, man. Fascinating.
I don't want to be at the megalomaniac table, you know, in junior high. I don't want to be at the cool, drooling warmonger table. You know, I've backed Trump as he started going sideways the last 8 months.
They're the wet sand part of the cult, yeah.
Essential threat to literally the world existing on the extreme end and on the...
Is it all legal to do this with a phone in the USA? I don't know.
Where it's credited worldwide. It's just too dangerous. It's too existential.
He's got an AI tracking camera. No, Blue Rose Moon, he's just doing it with his hand. He just does this all the time. I'm being so serious. He does it all the fucking time. He's just there like that. That's all he's doing. He's literally just doing it like that, and he's just swapping his hands as he's driving and shit. I know it sounds mental, but that is what is happening. It is illegal, but good luck getting a cop to care. There you go, yeah.
So, I saw these idiots over the years say, oh, you know, Jones isn't bashing...
He's moving it, like, chat, by the way, he's moving his camera from left to right because what he's doing is he's driving with one fucking hand. He's probably got, like, a bit of his forearm on the fucking wheel, maybe. Probably not, actually. And what he's doing is he's having to do, like, a big turn. And, like, that's when he, like, passes his phone. He goes to do a big turn, and he goes like that. He's got the phone there. He goes like this, and then he passes the phone there, and he does the turn with the other hand. That's what's happening.
Access. Access to what? Access. I talk to whoever I want to. Got all these sources, but what is that?
Yeah, he ain't steering with his knees driving this fast. It's fucking insane.
I'm here in Austin, Texas, where I'm from. Being independent. And that's what I stand for.
Hey, Apple Chips, your friend drives with his knees?
Post this morning. Oh, wire hits your account? No, you're the ones, like Salem Radio, openly owned by the Israeli government. That's in the public filings. I mean, just crazy town. I'm funded by listeners buying supplements and t-shirts and knives and stuff at thealexjonestore.com. Great. You want to fund what we're doing? Go there. What I stand for is on my sleeve.
He got an ad reading in the fucking video in the car, dude.
And I'm sure as hell not for the way it's being carried out. For the first time in 32 years on air, said it's dangerous, but it could work, and it's in our hemisphere, and China's manipulating Cuba through Venezuela, through Mexico, controlling our elections. They can get Maduro out, do a regime change, and actually let him have an election and do it. They did it, but now they're leaving the communist vice president in charge. It's just bad, folks.
He's like, you didn't do the regime change in Venezuela properly. They've still got a communist vice president in charge. He's fucking dumpstering him.
Absolutely bad. And Trump's real advisors warned him not to do this. Get rid of Tulsi Gabbard because of it, and she barely got saved last week by people close to Trump explaining to him that she's the only loyal person to him. These neocons will turn on Trump as soon as he's out of office like that. They are his arch enemy. And now Trump's telling people uprise again in Iran. All he's done is...
He's just, you know what he's doing? He's being like, Trump is being controlled by the deep state. Trump's not really like this. He doesn't mean it. He's just a little baby boy. The neocons have got their claws into him. This is the deep state, yada, yada, yada. That's the message he's trying to get across here. It's so pathetic, bro. It's absolutely pathetic. It is mad that he's saying like it's a genocide and we shouldn't do this and yada yada yada, but he's still just like holding on to this, this Trump in his head, which is like, Trump is Q from QAnon and he's gonna do all the Q stuff. He's gonna eviscerate the deep state. He's trying to, he's trying to give Trump the out. It's utter cope, utter cope. No, can never accept that he's wrong. Like it's just absolutely mad, dude. It's so mad.
I'm stronger when it comes to people on the ground. He says, their military's been destroyed. They don't even have a BB gun. Now they've got a sizable...
Well, yeah, he is part of the deep state, right?
The war's been
lots of people say he's a cop, but yeah, it's highly likely.
The war's not been won. War will be over a couple days, over a couple weeks. Now they're going into Karg Island today. Boots on the ground, ready. What a fiasco. Pray for President Trump to be shaken out of this. Pray for Trump, like Saul on the road to Damascus, for God to hit him with a bolt of light and wake his ass up and get him to reverse course. I mean, this is a disaster.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. No, he wants to give Trump the the off-ramp, absolutely. He literally admitted during the Sandy Hook defamation suit that he was playing a character for money. I mean, that could be something that he was trying to say to get out of having to pay all that money, to be fair. I wouldn't say that that's definitely not true. I would say that there's an entire, he is certainly, I mean, yeah, of course, he's a content creator. He's playing a character for money, especially a fucking right-winger, right? But, I think, yeah, that could have just been him trying to, like, get out of paying all that dough. I didn't mean it. I was just taking the piss. I'm just a silly guy, I think that that's what that was.
Like the sigil.
But I think that it's possible that he is just a cop. I do think it's possible that he's a cop. I do think it's possible that he's entirely a deep state asset in order to propagandize the American people.
And the Iranians have admitted that they have not opened all of their stores. Here we see multiple missiles being launched at the same time. Which
he may never be deserving of sympathy again. It's true. He's not turned on Trump at all. No, he's not turned on Trump.
Were mainly Israel's industrial military base, but also air bases in Ramat Gan, Holon, and Palmakim, which is near Tel Aviv, a major air base and air defense base outside of Tel Aviv. And here we see an interesting shot. An Israeli photographer, Yonatan Sindel, caught this. This is a Khyber Sheikhan warhead re-entering the atmosphere in terminal flight.
That's a mad picture that they got of that.
The maneuverable re-entry vehicle uses an electrical magnetic fins that grab the dense air at hypersonic speeds during this terminal phase, and this intense friction creates a plasma sheath, which is a natural byproduct of the hypersonic flight, and that plasma sheath significantly impacts radar detection by altering the radar cross-section. And again, when you have these radars being knocked out and you don't have the high-quality radars, these warheads, the re-entry vehicles, effectively become stealth because of the plasma sheath that absorbs radar and gives it a stealth capability.
The US and Israel with their the US and Israel with the military made entirely out of what can get the companies who make the weapons the most profit equipment. decided to go to war against a country made up of entirely fucking engineers. PhD level engineers. Do you know what I mean?
So this is an interesting list.
Could John please use better science terms like sophisticated beeper type apparatus and nuclear dust?
First time we have seen airborne like this, and you can see the streaks coming off of it. That is the plasma sheath that is being created by the intense speed at which it goes, and the fins then try to slow it down, grab the air, and they make it difficult to intercept.
He's not talking about how wet the sand is. It's ridiculous. I know.
Also,
it was wet sand, really wet.
Hit the ground. Too late for interception.
No, yeah, this isn't even their latest stuff. Exactly.
And let's take a look at more.
Harnessing straight plasma as a shield. No, it is insane. It's mad.
Central Israel, number 19.
Wait. For no reason at all, I just think that we should have some music for this bit. No reason at all, chat.
In Central Israel, number 19. Clear miss by the interceptor that went out there to attempt to intercept them. I think Israel would call this.
No reason at all.
They call that intercepted, and that particle debris from the interception. That's how they like to frame it.
Yeah. So if you watch Rawi and you see his coverage of the Hebrew media and all of this kind of rhetoric that they say on so-called Israeli TV, right? They are often saying every single missile that Iran fired at us today was intercepted. If there was any kind of impact that you heard from the bomb shelter or whatever, or anyone was injured or killed, it's because of debris that came from the interception. They say it every fucking hour of every fucking day on every fucking news channel. It is actually crazy making, to the point where they say things like, oh, one guy died on his way to the bomb shelter. He fell down the stairs. And it's like, it's utterly nutty. So that's what John is referencing there.
Their people, how it's going. Let's take a look at the next one, because the IRGC Navy was told that it was a race this week. There's Sinwar, Ali Larijani, and Nasrallah being put onto the Hadid.
No, don't worry. There's nothing to worry about, Misguided Penguin. It's not
attack drone.
It's not anything to worry about, I would say.
That was a target.
Unless you are in Israel or on a US base in the Middle East.
The Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. And early warning radars in Saudi Arabia. The Hadid 110 is a jet-powered suicide drone that is essentially a stealth drone. Its delta wing design is good for radar evasion. Its maximum speed reaches 500 kilometers an hour, which is the fastest of the drone category. It's almost effectively operates like a cruise missile, weighs 30-kilo warhead. And have been doing.
I suffered several stab wounds while I successfully prevented the person from stabbing me. It's what happens.
Controlled.
How it works.
With a man in the loop to get those on target. And again, we've seen this from the IRGC throughout the battle, honoring their leaders, honoring what came before them, honoring even the strikes from the day that they launched these missiles. We also see them poking Americans. They put out one barrage that was dedicated to the American citizens that were murdered on the streets by ICE agents. So they have a much more aware, politically aware of the
chat. They did a missile for Rachel Corrie, right? I saw this on on Twitter, and it was verified apparently by a number of different people, and yeah, they did one for Rachel Corrie. And if you don't know who Rachel Corrie is, she's an American woman who went to Gaza in the I think it was 2003. She went in 2003, 2002 or something, and she died by standing in front of a Palestinian's house while an Israeli bulldozer just flattened her. You know, that's the kind of fucking messages that Iran are putting on their fucking missiles.
United States clearly than the United States.
They remember her more than most fucking American leftists. Some American leftists haven't even heard Rachel Corrie's fucking name.
Is of them. If the United States had that awareness, I don't think they would have started this war in this way. That is not going to end up the way that they intended to. Number 21, these are Artesh drones. These are drones launched by the Iranian army. These are Arash-2 drones. And again, these are kind of split between a cruise missile and a drone. They said that the army said we targeted the deployment.
I was worried about New York City getting nuked in retaliation for what we might do in an hour and a half. You don't need to worry about that. That's not going to happen. You don't need to worry about that. Iran doesn't have nukes. Iran has allies that might decide to go tit for tat. No, they don't. That won't happen. No. Sorry, that won't happen. You have nothing to fear in the United States from anything like that. That is not going to happen. Right? Take it from me. You're new in the chat here. You know, there is simply no way that even if the USA drops a nuke, by the way, first of all, it's probably not going to happen. He's probably not going to drop a nuke on Iran. So don't worry about that. Right? I would worry about that far less than what you're worrying about it right now. It's extremely unlikely. And even if they did drop a nuke on Iran, Russia, China, whoever does business with Iran are not in any kind of military agreement or armistice or anything like that with Iran. They would not respond and hit the United States. It will be mutually assured destruction, and they know it, because then the USA would also launch nukes at them. It's not going to happen. Iran has stated they don't have the weaponry that could reach the US and are not interested in attacking American cities. Yeah, they're just decolonizing the region. That's what's happening.
These are long-range strike drones. These were designed to target Israel. So they said that we targeted the deployment location.
Supposedly, the furthest that an Iranian missile can launch is sort of like the northern border of Romania in Europe, right? That's the furthest that one can supposedly get.
Of the AWACS aircraft, refueling tankers, and U.S. bases in the region. We have since this morning targeted the deployment location of U.S.
You're going to lose your DJ Mule bucks?
And refueling aircraft stationed at Ben Gurion Airport.
Wait, what did you predict?
Detecting the intercepted missiles and combat drones, and the electronic warfare sites countering and combating drones in the UAE was hit.
Trump extended the deadline another 2 weeks. Yes! I fucking told you, chat. DJ Mule stream stays fucking vindicated every fucking time. Yesterday's news, fucking in 2 weeks. No, wrong way around. Tomorrow's 2 weeks news and yesterday. What the fuck? I told you, chat. Come on. Brother. Sister, sibling, this is just, it's never gonna happen. This is never gonna happen. Oh my God. I spent all day worried for nothing. I hate this timeline. You know what? You just gotta stay locked to the DJ Mule stream. I'm sorry, you just have to. You just have to stay locked to the DJ Mule stream. That's all it is. Fuck you, pay me. All right. Well, first of all, it's Gamba time. Yeah? First of all, it's Gamba time. We got to award the many chatters who said that Trump would indeed chicken out. The 72% of chat, the 17 chatters who said, wait, that doesn't make sense. Okay, so 17 people said that he would chicken out, right? 17 people said that he would chicken out. Morgana just said good night. Good night, Morgana. I'm sorry if you're upset that you lost your... Don't be upset. I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay. I forgot to gambit. Listen, it's all good. It's all good. Sorry, this is so fucking funny. All right, so yes, the 17 chatters that decided to gamble heavily with, I think, 500,000 points collectively on yes, you are now going to get so many fucking points, folks. There you go. Massive, massive prediction result. Gamba payout. They're calling it the biggest payout you've ever seen in your entire life. Hey, Eleanor, do you think that Iran will accept this ceasefire? No! Misguided Penguin, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for subbing. Enjoy your ad-free viewing in your emotes. Let's read what he's saying, chat. Let's read what he's fucking saying. Okay. I didn't even read down to this bit where he's saying like a 2-week period, yada, 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 right? I didn't even read down to there initially, and I thought I got it wrong. But I just read this bit here. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif. I just knew it straight away. I knew what had happened. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. Oh, this is absolutely fucking delicious. Chat, I'm being serious, yeah? For a minute. I'm being serious. I'm being genuinely serious. When I knew that there was going to be a war started by the United States and Israel in Iran, right? I knew that it would signal the end of empire. I did not think it would be this good. I did not think it would be this good. Oh. He's desperate for a ceasefire. He's fucking desperate for a ceasefire. Holy fucking shit. It's nuts. But, you know, he's desperate for a ceasefire, not to admit, like, you know, defeat or anything. He's desperate for a ceasefire so they could regroup. That's what this is. That's what this is. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. He's got no cards. They have nothing. They have fucking nothing. The Emperor's got no clothes. No fucking clothes. We need to be cognizant of what Israel will do now. They will continue to attack Iran and get fucking destroyed. You know? Let's carry on. Let's see what else he's saying. The reason for doing so is that we've already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. What is happening? What is fucking happening? Why is he saying words like consummated, man? On behalf of the United States, I don't want to think about who he's gonna fuck. I don't want to think about that. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East. It is an honor to have this long-term problem closed to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. All right, chat, what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? It's analysis time. It's analysis time. What does it mean? Okay? Here's what it does mean. He has no cards. There is no special attack that he is going to do where he's going to destroy a civilization overnight. He's not going to nuke them. It's like I said. They are going to continue attacking Iran, though. Right? They are going to continue attacking Iran. I do think that that is going to happen. I think they're going to continue to attack Iran, and I think that they are going... I still think they're going to do I still think they're going to do a ground invasion this week. No, I don't think that in his head he knows he's been defeated. I don't think that that's it at all. I think that he's trying to bluff. Like, all of this stuff when he posts, when he does this stuff, when he says this stuff, it is all to try and get a reaction out of Iran. That's all that's happening here. He is just, like, chat, you know, again, it's really important to remember there is no 4D chess element to any of this. There is nothing. He is just a bully. It is simple. It's almost as simple as he's just a playground bully. I would argue that the level of complexity comes from him being a mafioso and his mafia connections. He acts like a mafia boss CEO. That's who he is. That's how he acts. So he threatens people. He says, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to destroy everyone. We're going to kill your dad. We're going to kill your mom. We're going to kill your kids. Yada, yada, yada. Do what we want. And then they don't do it. And they're like, shit, well, I don't actually want to kill any kids. So guess we're not doing that. Or like, I can't kill any kids. You know what I mean? I'm just scared he takes it too far and doesn't tackle one of these times, and it's awful. The thing that you've got to remember, Sweet Bee, is that Trump is not an anomaly in US presidencies, insofar as he will not do any different than what previous presidents have done in a situation like this, which is this will become a protracted war. It is already a protracted war by his standards. They're in it for the long game now, and he is going to continue to throw US troops into the grinder for his ego until something else makes him stop, right? What is the thing that makes him stop? Is it the people of the USA? I don't know. Is it some other kind of geopolitical phenomena that happens? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it is that happens. I don't know if he dies, he has a stroke because of the stress. I don't know. But what I do know is that they're there now. And it's not going to end anytime soon. He would be withdrawing his troops from the region if this idea of a ceasefire had any weight to it. It doesn't have any weight to it. The troops are in the region. They tried to do a covert operation to get the enriched uranium in on the weekend. That failed. They're going to do a ground invasion to try and get a, you know, they're going to do a ground invasion to try and get the nuclear material. I'm just trying to ignore the hippie marshmallow chat message that says consummate, adjective, to make a marriage or romantic relationship complete by having sex. Yes, it's literally the only meaning of that word. It's the only meaning of that word. So, yeah, so that's the analysis. That's the analysis. That's what I think is going to happen. I think, yeah, he's big mad that he can't do anything. He made a big threat because he's a big boy on the internet, and he can't follow through with it. And I think that he is, yeah, I think that they're going to continue to lose. I think that the US empire is not going to recover from this. They're not stupid enough to nuke Iran. Even Trump is not stupid enough to nuke Iran. You know, they're doing things that they've never done before because they're firing generals and shit. So, sure, I guess things aren't off the table or whatever, right? But at the end of the day, it looks like they just have no cards. They have no special fucking cards. It looks like they're not even going to do this escalated form of attack that they were talking about in terms of we're going to bomb all the civilian infrastructure, we're going to bomb the power plants, yada, 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 right? I think that they are going to chill now for a bit. They might scale down operations over the next few days, but I think that they will probably bump up the operations at the weekend, maybe try and do a ground invasion at the weekend, maybe try and do a ground invasion next week. It's going to happen. The troops are in the region. It's going to happen. You know. But, you know, props to Larry. You know, Larry was saying that they're going to use the troops as cover to do covert operations, and he was right, actually. I was saying to him, like, yeah, you could be right. You know, I disagreed with him a little bit, and then he said, he came in the chat and talked about it, and I was like, yeah, you know what, you could be right about that, actually. And then it did happen, so there you go. Fair play to Larry. I thought that the ground invasion was going to be this weekend, but there you go. Oil price come crashing down to 101. Oh my god, we haven't checked oil prices today. That's mad. Let's have a look. That's the other one. Let's take a look at oil prices right now. I mean, markets have closed today, so 8 p.m. Washington time, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Markets have closed, right? Did they close a thing? Oh my god, actually in free fall. That's fucking crazy, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, we forgot the other reason that Trump says stuff like this. Chat, we forgot the other reason that Trump says stuff like this. Oh, that's so good, man. This is so good. Okay, why did it fall, says Sweet Bee. Right, so to explain, for people who aren't certain as to what's going on here, right? Oil prices have been fluctuating wildly since the start of the war because Iran has blocked off the Straits of Hormuz, right? So you can see here, at the end of February, when they first went in, you can see the oil prices went through the fucking roof. Even before, right? You can see that this is where we were in December, right? You know, there's sort of like an average gradient that you can see that's going on here. But then as like things regarding Iran in the news, literally like you can see there's a spike here in January the 14th, right? And that is when the entire media class in the USA was talking about the Iran protests, right? So there's a spike here, and it's just because Iran was mentioned, and then there was an escalating rhetoric about Iran, which kind of leveled off over the month of February. They were talking about negotiations. The market wasn't sure what to do, and then all of a sudden, Straits of Hormuz are shut. Price of oil goes through the fucking roof, right? Because it becomes a scarcity. It's a scarcer. It's not a scarcity. It's a scarce commodity. So the market responds. Price of the barrel goes up, etc., etc. So now it's gone down. Right? It's gone down by a fucking whole ass, like, where was it? It's gone down by a whole $20 or some shit. Since he made this statement. That's so good. It's so good. But like all of this fluctuation here, it makes sense, but nothing's changed, so why is it failing? Because capitalism is so good. It's such a good system, right? It's such a good system that just the president saying a thing, the president of the country that is the biggest proponent of capitalism is just decided to say something, and so the market reacts to the things that he says. The key takeaway, right, is that money isn't real and markets are vibes, and that's why communism is right. And you should all listen to your local fucking tanky freak weirdo. AKA me. Yeah, because we're just right all the time about this stuff. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah. For more information, join your local tenants union, join your local trade, join your trade union for the work that you do for your trade, join your local ICE community defense organization, yada, yada, yada. But anyway, yeah, so there you go. This is wild, man. This is fucking wild. But hell, what a fucking note to end the stream on. I've been almost streaming for 6 hours. Yeah, the burden of being right all the time. It's utterly mental. But here we go. Yeah, chat, listen, thank you so much for being here. It's been really good today. Have you redistributed the channel points yet? Yeah, it should have happened. Yeah, it should have happened. I'm ruined. Yeah, no, you won't get... all the channel points that you spent are gone. Like, they're just gone. That's how that works when you gamble. The stream flew by. It felt like ages to me, actually. It felt like ages. Yeah, let's go raid someone. We're gonna raid Rari. Rari will be covering this stuff as well, probably. Let's see what he's doing. He's covering Hebrew news, right? So the benefit of joining us for the Ray K stream, right, is that Ray will be covering and translating the Hebrew media. He's an incredibly smart guy. I actually get quite a lot of my analysis from Rawi himself from watching his streams because he's from the region, he's Palestinian. He knows the score. So join us for a raid to our boy in Chicago. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll be back same mule time, same mule place. Thank you for all the subs, thank you for all the bits, thank you for all the raids, thank you for all the donos. Really appreciate you. Thank you just for being here. Don't forget to check out my socials. And don't forget to check out my YouTube channel as well. If you're on the VOD channel, like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you next time. Stay safe and peace, peace, peace. Good night, good night.